Well, guys and dolls, I'm going to get something to eat and pop onto another server. I will be back later.
Be well, Jin. Take care, man.
Cheers, man.
Testing 1 2 3.
It works.
You guys scare all the Globers away again.
Yeah.
You should be a little nicer.
stuff,
Hey,
not nonsense.
everybody, we're
You
live.
couldn't even have said Earth globe.
So we're live now. We're live now for Ladies Night. Everybody, welcome. We do want to make the new expectations clear of what we're doing for Ladies Night now. So there's a lot of people, men and women, that decided that everybody except for the ladies will be muted. We want to do something going forward next week to make the transition a little bit easier. We'll just bring up the ladies chat text in the voice room up, and everybody will join there. And then that way, no one will be able to speak unless the ladies unmute. But Crystal has put together some housekeeping rules, and she can go over that in a few minutes. But just wanted to give a shout out to all the ladies. We have AI Overlady, Bambi, Becky. Going down the list of who we have tonight so far. Okay, Great is here.
Oh, that's right. Ladies' night tonight.
And we have the triumphant return of Truth Prevails. So she will be joining us this evening as well.
I don't know about triumphant. That's a little overkill, but thanks.
We are glad that you're back and you have time to join us tonight. So.
Yes, we appreciate it a lot.
Well, I'm glad to be back.
Crystal, do you want to take the reins and speak on the transition that we're doing, the housekeeping?
Sure. Just give me 1 second. All right. So we will have a room set up with all this information in it when the time comes. And this is a work in progress. So basically, please be advised that all gentlemen will remain muted unless called upon by one of the ladies' night staff. However, any questions or comments pertinent to the conversation may be typed in the ladies' night text chat, and you can ping a lady liaison, and they will present your questions and comments in VC. The first 2 hours of the live stream are for our intro, housekeeping, announcements, chill chat, headlines and testimonies, and our content. The last hour will be for Globe Gentleman interviews, FE Gentleman interviews, voice verifications, 1 versus 1, etc. We do have some guidelines started, but we're still working on them for the interaction in voice chat when it's Globe Earth versus Flat Earth. Please be respectful. Wait your turn. Allow the other person time to respond before you interject with more statements and/or questions. If you make a definitive claim, be prepared to back it up with evidence, and it's okay if you don't know something. Be an intellectually honest, critical thinker. So that's what we have so far. You guys can, we do have more to add to it, and if anybody wants to, DM one of us with any suggestions, you guys can feel free.
Yes. All right. So let me see here what we want to kind of open. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so we'll just have a little bit of chill chat amongst the ladies to let a few more join in. And
I just got back. I was going to ask, Ladies Night is officially starting then, right?
Yes, Michael, it is.
And our male mods and members shouldn't be interrupted, right?
There should be no interruptions.
I will be in the corner waiting.
Nice. Thanks, Michael.
I do.
Woo-hoo. Thank you. Okay, so and Truth Prevails, you said you'd I don't want to call you out, but it doesn't matter if you've been gone for a while or whatever, and anytime as a gold member you'd like to contribute to what we're saying, whatever you have to offer for conversation is, we're an open table, round table discussion about everything.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. The only thing I'll probably just sit back and listen, but I was curious about the FE Academy, and since I wasn't aware of it until I stepped back into the server, I'm sure
Nice.
many people that are not aware of it. So maybe if you could just fill me in on what that's about, and everyone else can hear also. Anybody?
Crystal, do you want to take that one? Because you described it better than me.
I don't know if I have a description for it at all. I know it's something Miggy is doing, where he's going through his 3-point system with this. I don't know if there's somebody here. This is a time where we can call on a gentleman and ask them because they know a little bit more about it than. It's too bad Miggy wasn't here. You cool with that? We ask one of the guys.
So Miggy's running the FE Academy?
Miggy is running it, yeah.
Much respect to Miggy for that.
It's just a place where they're like Gates learned it in the mod meeting. It's just where we can help like some newer flat earthers with more advice and different things. So Indy will be going over things that he's good at, like topography. Battle Mod's going to do some things that he's good at. So the staunch ballers, the ones who have been here for a while, are just going to be able to help the new flat earth people. Sorry, I'm reading and speaking.
Yep. Can I input?
Please.
Okay, so at the Academy,
Oh, this is me. Sorry.
for everybody, and if you have a course that you want to teach, you're welcome to do that too. Just tell Indio you want to teach it, and we'll set it up. It'll be for everybody to get everybody on one page.
Except Globers.
And to kind of piggyback on what Michael's saying, we can kind of do that in a short form on Ladies' Night. You can pick a topic, a discussion for all of us to go over and take questions and whatever. You know, like a lady takes on a specialized area of research and shares it with everybody.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was curious about. That's the only thing that I saw that was new. So if anybody's got anything else they'd like to discuss, or maybe flat Earth questions.
Well, we have Becky in here tonight. I don't know if she has any headlines or what have you, things you've come across.
Good morning. Sorry, good evening, everybody. It's morning here, so I'm a bit mixed up. Yeah, the only thing that I really have noticed that I found kind of interesting in the last few weeks is this new agreement they're making. NASA is forming an accord with the other international space agencies to sign some kind of arrangement called the Artemis Accord, and I found that very interesting that they're now, coming together under some kind of contract agreement. I guess they want to be on the same page with what they're putting out. So that's probably the only thing I've noticed lately. I think with the US election, things have been a little bit slow. But yeah, the Artemis Accord is something to look into, which is an agreement that NASA is going into with several space agencies. And I know that Australia's already signed up.
Didn't you have a link? Excuse me. Didn't you have a link, Becky, for that?
Yeah, I'll grab it. I'll grab the link now.
Cool. So let's see what other ladies are in his house. We have Karma. What's up, Karma?
Not much, just chilling.
Okay. Any headlines particular kind of grab your interest in the last week or so?
Well, since you were talking about FE Academy, I have tried it and it's really helpful.
That is good to know.
Yeah, the 3-point thing is really nice, and it's really good to teach you how to set a frame just to get to know how the other person is, like what level of comprehension they're at, and like establish the fact that they don't actually know that it's a globe, that it's a belief and all this stuff. and it's just generally really nice. And the guys are really good at playing Globers. Should I say?
Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun, actually. If
Yeah,
our
but
guys
they're
are playing Glovers, okay.
but they're really nice as well. They give you advice and help you like do it better. So like you can also get over how nervous you are. Because even if like for instance, I can be a bit shy to talk, and I get nervous and like when I talk. But they're so nice and chill about it. That like even when you're like, oh, I don't know what to say, they're like, oh, don't worry about it. Just take your time, and they're all nice about it. I don't know.
Well, I will definitely have to keep that in mind. And so when is the next, like, I guess meeting, or is there a time set or anything?
I'm not sure. I think you should just maybe talk to Mickey. I think he's been taking care of it a lot because I think he really helped with the 3-point to get all started because people have been talking about
Absolutely.
making this kind of thing for a while.
So, okay, great is in here. Hopefully she will have a clear mic this evening. I know I can relate to technical difficulties with your mic, with your phone. I can relate.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You're
all
good.
right.
I'm
Glad
good.
you could be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. How's everybody sounds like they're doing good.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm doing good too.
That's always good to hear. All right. So for later, when we get to that, do you happen to have anything for later, content-wise?
I do.
Woohoo! Yes.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I know,
Good.
and I'm excited about it.
Okay, so maybe not next week, but the week after, the couple of the ladies we were talking, and we thought it would be a good idea if we did kind of like a book club kind of thing, but with a movie. So we could do like Watch Scientism Exposed by Robbie Davidson and take notes, and I'll talk about it.
Cool.
Doesn't that
good.
sound like fun? So yeah, because with that documentary really changed the trajectory in my belief system. I mean, it was just like really. It's been too long since I've watched it, so.
I really want to hear your story.
Oh, for mine?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'll have to actually write something out because, you know, I wouldn't want to miss any like detailed thought process type of thing. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I can definitely put that on the table for, you know, when we talk about it. But,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So yeah, I don't know. We should hopefully be seeing Blaze in here. Did you talk to her today, Crystal?
No, I haven't spoken to her today.
Okay. I know so the last few times she's kind of joined late.
I'll DM her.
Okay, so another idea, I guess another idea that we were all kind of thinking is something else to do, like a ladies' night rewind. And there was two in particular that I was kind of thinking, maybe something from Mary Mom and then also from Ron Sheckelson. Because I remember listening to one of the ladies' night and Ron was brought up like 3 times. I think it was more than that. Do you girls remember? Becky, do you remember that?
No, I don't. What was he brought up for in Ladies' Night?
Bring in ladies to Flat Earth.
Yeah, he's brought.
I see.
He brought you, and he brought me, and he brought Blaze.
Oh, sorry, I'm half asleep. I was thinking for some strange reason just then I had crypto in my head. Yeah, Ron Sheckelson. Yeah, he brought us over. That's right. He's worked hard to find people to bring over to this server. That's for sure.
Yep. So we're kind of wanting to maybe do a Ron interview, maybe.
Ooh, that sounds exciting. I haven't heard from Ron in ages.
I know.
Maybe he could. I think he'd be a good one to team up with to kind of share our promo and stuff and get some people in here because he's really good at it.
Yep. It has been way too long since I've heard more of Ron. So yeah, we will definitely have to put that down for future content. I think a lot of ladies would be interested in listening to that. So let's see here. Something else that we could use everybody's help with is like passing around the promo gifts, and we're actually needing to modify it to be more clear that it's every Friday. The ones we have are wonderful, but it doesn't like explicitly say that. So I know Ron, it's something else I brought up about Ron, not just about being a kind of like a effie ladies man, is drop the link on different platforms and stuff like that, with the pictures and stuff like that. What does everybody think about that? Do we have any? You know who's missing is Leluca.
Yeah, and Quacker Oats.
Yes.
And Ildiko.
Yeah. So kind of all the more reason to kind of maybe just chill chat amongst ourselves with the ladies. Becky, are you having a cup of coffee?
I am literally drinking my first cup of coffee, Jen.
Woo woo! I wish I could join you, but I have to be at work tomorrow. So.
Oh yeah, that'll keep you up for a lot.
No, I
yeah.
don't.
If I have a coffee late in the night, I'll stay up really late. Usually.
Actually, my schedule's always different, and I'm looking at my schedule. And I don't have to work tomorrow, so really, I could have a cup of coffee with you.
Oh, wonderful.
But you can't. So, do you have your one cigarette in the morning, or
No, I gave that up a long time ago now, Jen. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore.
Woo!
Yeah, they're gone now because I was having troubles with my health, so they had to go.
And plus, they were expensive as all heck.
Oh, incredibly expensive. I think it's like we're looking at maybe around $40 for a 20-pack now of cigarettes in Australia.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I'm
So
glad I gave up.
Do you guys have like a minimum wage in Australia?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but it wouldn't be much, I guess. It'd be.
Well, this is a comparison, like the currency difference kind of thing.
Oh, excuse me, I've got a phone call, guys.
All right, TTFN.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
You're hot micing in a bit. It sounds like a swing.
You can hear me doing the dishes.
Ah, that's what it is.
No, I'm turning the faucet on. Oh, it was.
Multitasking, okay.
I know, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I used to always listen to the live stream when I was washing dishes or doing laundry or cleaning the washroom.
I really like it though. I got these Bluetooth headphones, and it's really easy just to walk around the house now and like do stuff and then still listen, and
nice.
I think it's great. Yeah.
All right, so maybe a little bit more chill chat. I don't know, girls.
Sorry about that, Jen. I had a phone call, a quick phone call.
Hey, no problems.
Believer's here too.
You're not allowed to have phone calls around here.
How you doing, mate?
Hey, Beck, how we going?
Good, lovely to hear your voice. It's been so long.
My kids are running around, hollering, screaming.
I bet your baby's getting big now.
Oh, mic check, you guys.
Yeah, I hear you.
I hear you.
Hello.
Jenny.
You with us, Jen?
I am. I'm sitting here. Okay, so yeah, I think Phil was you were asking Phil a question. How old is daughter, right?
I was just commenting that that his baby would be big. Be big now. His little one. It's been so long since I've spoken to Phil.
Someone from the beginning.
No, he got muted, so that's why I didn't respond.
Aha. Alrighty then.
Who the fuck did that? What the fuck is this?
Whoa.
It's ladies' night. Hey.
Dude.
Sorry. That's
Okay, well, sorry, I didn't know that.
Questions.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
Guys.
It's all good.
Yep. So that's kind of the reason for wanting to have like a procedure to switch over to ladies' night, so people are clear on what's going on. So.
Oh, it says live stream. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
No worries.
It's okay. We need admin to move the rooms for us, and nobody was available earlier, so sometimes that might happen.
Yep. Okay, so hopefully we'll have Ildiko in here, and what other lady? Oh, Blaze. Hopefully she'll be able to join us. Is Christy here?
No, Christy's not here. Believer is here, though.
Believer. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just chilling, chatting, lady. If you want to, anything in the last week or two, it's kind of grabbed your attention kind of thing you want to share? Oh, maybe she's away from her mic. And then somebody else I was hoping to hear a headline from is Quaker Oats.
Yeah, let me message her.
So yeah, we're just gonna continue on with ladies' night, even if it's slow to start. You know, have to get the word out, and people have to know. Okay, well, it's Friday this time, whatever. Drop on in. I mean, I remember when the server was like really super new, and there was not many people in it. So you always have to start somewhere. Ladies' Night is live right now. All right, so there's somebody posted, Gleeks, he posted a meme. That one's pretty decent. Ursa
Yeah,
Globe.
I made that meme earlier.
Ursa Globe, TV said so. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay. Some misunderstandings. We have some Discord on Discord. Ironic. But so let's see. All right, so I don't know if we have some ladies joining, maybe we can pause and have them contribute. But I know OK Great has some stuff that we can talk about in the meantime. The continuation of talking about science and scientism.
Yeah, totally. Give me one moment.
Yeah, even if you need 5 minutes or something, you're good.
All right. Well,
even if it takes longer, we get it.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man.
We can.
We can mix things up. We can do a little bit of other stuff. You know.
Okay, so I guess another thing while we're waiting for her, Crystal, I just thought of how, you know, we've been kind of talking with MIDI in particular about somehow playing original flat earth content music on the live stream. That would be fun. So we'd have a segment of time to have people display their music. I mean, I guess that could be done at any time on the live stream, really.
I think it's good to support each other. Fritz, let me know if there's too much background noise.
So yeah, for those that are musically inclined, that was something that we kind of thought of. Make it fun.
Yes, and it's not limited to women. Obviously, women are gonna, who we spotlight, but we want to make sure that we're supporting, you guys too. So during our second half is when we would, involve you guys to participate. But the first part will definitely be highlighting our lady flat earthers.
Yeah, and on that note, we could, there has been music, original content of ladies on Ladies Night. So we were kind of almost thinking of a Ladies Night rewind or something. Because we've been doing this for a couple months, and that's kind of hard to do with a lot of people, but so yeah, it's really fun for us to have some time and talk what about we won't. So, yeah, Karma, do you have like some stuff you want to talk about with some of the other ladies? Lulu has a song. Wait a minute. Okay, I did not fully realize this.
Oh, we'll have to get Lulu.
Is that for real though?
What?
Yeah, I know that Lulu and Trace were doing a collab. I listened to him work on it.
Nice.
That's so great.
I also helped did a chorus on one of Trace's song.
How fun! I'd love to hear.
Awesome. Yeah.
Well,
I can probably
I've
get him to
seen-
share at least the ones we did. I don't know if he's already gotten permission from Lulu for her track.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm excited. Excited to hear it.
Yay.
Oh, Christy's here.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Just been watching this flat pyramid scheme.
Oh yeah, what's that all about?
The election.
Oh,
gee.
yes, of course. Well said, Christy.
What are you guys talking about?
Music.
Music.
So
I hope we have some flat rappers.
yeah, we've got a few in here.
Yeah.
That's
so yeah.
interesting.
So Drace just posted, well, it looks like now 2 MP3s. One with Karma, one with Lulu.
Oh, can
He's been
somebody
working
share?
hard.
Can we listen to them together on here?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. That's a
Yeah.
wonderful idea.
Who can screen? Who can do the
I can
live stream?
I can play through my laptop if you want. I have my laptop open.
Whichever
Sure,
way you guys think it would sound the best.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's hear it.
Woo woo! Yes, unexpected content. This is great, you guys.
Anyone got a better way to do it, or do you want me to play it through my laptop?
No, that'd be great, Bambi. Thanks.
All right, I'll do Karma's first. And let me know if you can hear it. All right.
We're talking about experimental science, the precursor to all of your appliance, the father of natural science, its son, the method of reliance, in defiance of the current pseudoscience, consensus-based non-compliance, to the actual method of science. Robert Tower of the Bee. Naturally, the public is subject to lawful banditry, locking in philosophical faculty, shuffling around happily. It's a travesty, a tragedy. They believe in a galaxy created by gravity. It's insanity, worth convexity. It's a fantasy lacking substantially. Although understandably, with lost morality, divorced from reality, and total depravity, lacking in humanity without spirituality. You have to think rationally, think critically, and drop the fallacy. You can't prove causality with vanity. That's the wrong mentality. Open your eyes and you might just be surprised. Look at these lies, just don't get hypnotized. Acting guys who should not be idolized. Meet all the guys, come to Discord and be biased. You know it inside, it's a psychological divide. Open your eyes and your mind, and take off any worldly. Make the truth into facts, and decide the natural way. Open your eyes and your mind, and take off any worldly. Make the truth facts, decide the natural way. Let go of your pride, the truth cannot be denied. There's pie in your face, do you know what that implies? Effective revised, the globe model's demise. The world is all centralized and disguised, the population all mesmerized and paralyzed. So is it so wrong to criticize? Do you get a Nobel Prize when you go against the enterprise? When you work, nice, and those who stole it, they glamorize. The work they sanitize, compartmentalize, and monopolize. They propagandize, rememorize, re-rationalize, re-visualize, and theorize, and romanticize. Get us to internalize, to televise, to terrorize, to traumatize. I don't overemphasize. They want to destabilize, to sterilize, and neutralize. It's time to vocalize, to organize, and mobilize. To revolutionize. Join us. Let's go. Open your eyes and your mind, and take off any worldly. Make the truth facts, emphasize the natural way. Open your eyes and your mind, and take off any worldly. Make the truth facts, emphasize the natural way.
Oh my gosh. That was
Amazing,
amazing.
right?
Woo!
Good. Yeah.
Woohoo!
Great job, guys.
Man, that was so
fun.
awesome. It was on fire.
It really
I
was.
was meaning to
realize I-
make.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say I could have played it through my speaker on my phone rather than doing it through the laptop, but that's okay. Did it sound alright? Did you guys hear it okay?
It sounded
Yes, I
okay,
got the-
but it'd be better, yeah, if maybe we played it through the live stream, sure. But we could understand. I could understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah,
try.
it was really good.
Yeah, I downloaded the file and the quality was pretty good.
Yeah, I downloaded them both. Thank you.
I can try this.
so happy.
Speaker.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna listen to that again for sure.
Yeah. Do you want to hear the Lulu one as well? The one with him and Lou?
That's a really good one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Tell me if this one sounds better.
Drace and Lulu, Call Up 2020, Flat Earth Disco.
Heaps better.
Keeps better. Okay.
Birds flying high, you know what I see. Sun in the sky, you know what I see. Waves drifting on by, you know what I see. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new earth for me. Yeah, there is no curve in this flight from here to Cali. Ooh, 'tis reality.
Lulu, I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation. A bit too complacent. Gravity cannot hold gas pressure vacuum adjacent. Gas requires pressure containment. Gas expands in all directions. Pressure comes from gas deflection of the balls of the internal section.
We don't believe in a math projection. Don't fall for the misdirection. Just do some introspection, some recollection and reconnection, and you will notice the imperfection. The disconnection is not for your own protection. The not so natural selection. Only the creator is perfection. The truth, a sound reflection. And the globe, it failed inspection. Remember, we were like you once before defection. Hear Lulu testify before the objection. We gladly accept any valid correction.
Butterflies all having fun. You know what I see, don't you know? Feel the earth, I see the sky. Is that what you see? Call your words from shooting guns that I don't see. And so world is a new world and a cold world for me. It's a new dawn for me where I stopped being a pawn. My eyes gazing on the storm, black as night once a time upon. It was a big bang where I flew up to the moon and sang. I saw Neil holding up the flag with one eye like a cyclone. So me and the flag gang took a ride on a shooting star. Somewhere far away, Newton was playing a broken guitar. And Neil said, wake up, it's a dream. Frequencies and vibrations as I scream, streaming from my soul. All the lies and schemes seem a bit extreme, and all I can do is dream. Distrust is the key. We bust in the team of NASA and everyone in between. And behind the scene is the Masonic Illuminati worshiping the Queen. Forgetting that they're dust. Listen, man, the truth hurts, but this is the true earth, and that's what is measured. Word. Don't get mad at that. We already did the math. Earth is measured flat. Yeah, there is no curve in the flat. To Cali. Ooh, since we are a friend.
I know it's hard to say you were wrong, but we are wrapping up this song. It does not pay to be headstrong or blind holding your dong. It was flat all along from here to Hong Kong. Ooh, learn your true history. Don't be blinded by sophistry. Peer into the mystery. They pacify the population to certify the indoctrination and vilify the opposition. You should occupy your own position. Do not adopt a passive submission. Preoccupy your own cognition and learn the definition. Truth or deception? No, this is your decision.
Oh my god, that was so amazing. Woo!
I literally got goosebumps when I heard Dre start rapping.
Oh, that was awesome. That was
Oh
awesome.
my god, that is now on my phone, and I'm gonna connect that shit to my car, and I'm gonna drive around town playing this fucking music. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Lulu's been holding out. I didn't know about this song. You guys, this is amazing.
You guys did really good.
Woohoo! Oh, that's so great.
Well, I
I'm
formed
just
one.
blown
I'm very
away.
proud.
Oh, go ahead, hun.
Not just saying I'm a very proud sister because Dre's my brother. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm so proud. That's my brother. Look what he made.
Yeah, no doubt. That came in so perfectly how that happened. Thanks you guys for that was just wonderful.
We already have everything set up to make another song as well. I've just been dragging my feet and actually recording it, but me and Dre's already made lyrics for a parody song for Journey.
Cool. New Perspective is asking for a link for that song. If anyone's got a link for that song that was just played, could you please put it in the live stream voice text?
It is. You could scroll up. I don't. Maybe it's way up there though.
It is way up there. I can scroll up and try and find it, but I don't want to link the wrong one because a few went in.
Is it Love, Wisdom, Harmony?
No, I don't think it is.
Dre's Love, Wisdom, Harmony is the one who was collabing with Lulu.
The first one.
Whoa, Dre's just put a bunch in there.
Ah, thank you.
Wow.
Cool. Yeah, I'm always looking for new songs to give to my children because we don't listen to the radio or anything. They love dancing, so those will be really fun songs for them to dance to. Thanks.
And it's a wide range what he posted right now, so some of them are more like rap and harder than the other ones, but some are more soft like the collabs, Lulu and stuff.
What was the name of that one you just that you just played?
Yep.
Feeling good. It's Dre's featuring Lulu track 6.
Okay.
Feeling good.
Thank you.
Oh man, it was so awesome. I had goose pimples. I just can't keep going on and on about it.
I think we all got the goosebumps.
Oh,
Man,
that's a
we
good
keep this
idea.
up. We keep this up. We're gonna have to have a ladies' night competition. All right.
Or karaoke.
No.
Karaoke, everybody has fun. Competition can bring out,
right.
That's awesome.
That was ultimately. You go ahead, hon.
Oh, okay, thanks. I was just gonna say I'm ready now whenever you guys are. If you want me to go over what I put together, or if there's any other ladies that came in. to
Yeah,
live
do we have
stream.
anybody new that popped in just now? Before we get into her stuff? I don't know,
Yeah.
Christy had enough time to kind of say anything or.
No, I don't have anything today.
Okay, honey. Let's see. I have such a bad habit of not looking at my phone when I talk to everybody. Oh, Leluca is here now.
Leluca, hey!
Lulu!
Did you know we just heard one of your songs? It was amazing.
You did really good.
Oh my gosh, girl, you killed it.
We all downloaded it.
Yep. Yep. And hey, Lulu, it's on my phone now, so I'm just going to sync it to the Bluetooth in my car. I'm going to drive around town. I'm going to play your shit. And Karma's. I'm going to just drive around town. Yep. Ladies' Truth, getting it out into the Atmo plane.
Love it.
So what's new for you, Lulu? We've just been really kind of chill chatting, and then the topic of music came up, and then we got the pleasure of hearing your song. So everybody's pumped up right now. No pressure.
Yeah.
Although I do remember Leluca saying she may not be able to be on The Voice a lot, so.
Yeah,
That's
she
the
did
case.
just write that she's been super busy with work.
Yes. She did mention that a couple days ago. Okay, so. All right, so yeah, okay, great. If you want to go ahead with your stuff, if you're so ready.
Sure, yeah, I'm ready. And thanks for being patient with me and letting me practice on here, because you ladies are so
That's what we're all about.
Yeah. And if anybody has anything to say, just jump in at any time. I'd love that.
Ladies.
Yeah,
not-
ladies.
okay.
Ladies. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, ladies. And so I was looking into more of the science topic, and I started thinking about where I was taught science was in school through my textbooks, and then that gave me an idea of, well, where do we get our textbooks from? I kind of went on a tangent. So it'll be short and sweet, but what I found was interesting. So
Well, it doesn't have to be short and sweet. This is our time, so you take all the time you want.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so like I said, I went on a little tangent about some of the origins of the globe disinformation agenda. And in school, children are taught from, the textbooks and the curriculum the teachers are given. And so I started looking up what publishers are out there who print these textbooks, and I found out there's really 5 major publishing companies that print all these textbooks, and one of them is owned by an investor firm called Apollo Global. I just thought that was funny. I wanted to mention that. Isn't that funny name?
Whoa,
Right?
that's kind of a coincidence, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go
Oh,
on.
man.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
So, and then I started looking into, well, who decides what gets put into these textbooks?
I'm
And
loving these questions you're going with yourself. This is amazing. I love this.
oh, thanks. And so honestly, I couldn't really find specifically who decides what information gets put in the textbooks. I probably have to do more specific research on that, and I couldn't find it in the time that I had to look into it. So if anyone does know, maybe you can put it in the chat.
Well, it would probably be some sort of alphabet agency for the government, would be my logical guess.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if. Yeah, I mean, I guess. So you just need like maybe a better resource to. What about Internet Archive?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into it more because it intrigues me. And it did. I did think about this documentary that I watched a while ago. That my husband showed me. It's called "How Big Oil Conquered the World" by the Corbett Report. I don't know if I pronounced his name right. Have you ladies watched that at all?
I've heard of the name, yeah.
It's really, really good. He does such a good job putting all the information together. And I wanted to read part of what his video talks about, because it's just such good information, and I definitely recommend it to anyone.
Is it a long video?
Yes. It's
Okay.
I think he has 2 parts, maybe 3. I don't remember. But they're probably each an hour long or longer.
Yeah. I think like the Rockefellers would be involved with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Rothschilds. So I'm just going to read this quick paragraph from the from his video. So, as the 20th century drew to a close, it was obvious that for the powerful cartel that built the oil industry, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the British and Dutch royal families, it was no longer about oil, if it ever really was. The takeover of education, of medicine, of the monetary system, of the food supply itself showed that the aim was much greater than a mere oil monopoly. It was the quest to monopolize all aspects of life, to erect the perfect system of control over every aspect of society, every sector from which any threat of competition to their power could emerge. They had been remarkably, almost unbelievably successful, from oil to gas pump, farm to fork, hospital to pharmaceutical, drill rig to dollar bill. And they almost had, there was almost no aspect of society that was not under control, which is so true. Because we just look around us, all of our cars, so many products we buy use oil. Do you ladies agree? Yeah.
For sure. In fact, I do believe that would also be involved with pharmaceuticals.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
only thing they don't control is your mind, and they're trying to do that too.
Exactly. And that's exactly where I was going with this next. Hitler said, "Let me control the textbooks and I will control the state." And that's like a whole other topic if we talk about Hitler. I guess I won't go off on that tangent. But and that brings it back to the textbooks in the school system all over the world. I lived in Taiwan and I lived in Brazil and I went to school there, and they are using the exact same textbooks the exact same curriculum as here in the United States. I mean, it is all over the world. And they're just spreading the same disinformation in science classes.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
and it's... Go ahead, what?
well, what made me think what you're just talking about is it's been quite some time, and since I've heard somebody say that, you know, your teachers are lying to you. And really, that's not the case. You know, it's just they've been handed a curriculum to which they're supposed to implement.
Yeah,
You know,
I
they can't
absolutely
just
agree.
go off on whatever subject they want. And the true
Or
shape of
they'll
the
get
earth is
fired.
not in a textbook. Or yeah, they'll get fired. They'll lose their job.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've seen videos of one or two like in a high school and maybe, you know, one from a college, but it's not like you're going to be seeing that being prevalent anytime soon. So yeah, I think the points you're putting out for, you know, where did this start, you know, about what we learn about what science is, that's the direction you're going, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So,
so, yeah.
go ahead, dear.
Just to kind of conclude here, I was just saying, you know, I agree. I don't even think the teachers, a lot of the teachers know that the information they're giving students is false because they were taught the same exact thing, you know? And they do have a curriculum they do need to follow. And so, especially in science class, it led me to what I was taught, you know, the scientific method. I mean, I kind of talked about that last week, but what really is, you know, like science?
Are y'all awake in here?
It made me think of, so the laws of nature versus scientific law. And what I think they're
Anybody?
trying to do is make scientific law seem like they're laws of nature, you know, like the law of gravity. I mean, we know that that's not true. Why do they even call it the law of gravity? That's disinformation. And laws of nature they're used in empirical science. And scientific law, that attempts to describe laws of nature, but really, in my experience of trying to come to truth and more knowledge, I really don't know how this world works. Like, I don't know how the sun continuously comes up in the sky. Like, what force, what law is that, you know? I mean, why is there acceleration downwards? I mean, it just leads me to believe that we're not going to figure everything out, and that's fine. I don't think that I have to... Go ahead, what?
I love that, and it's something I've said for the longest time, that I'm okay with saying it's just not a globe.
Right. And I think that the globers, they need an explanation that that describes everything and how everything works, because that's what they're doing. And I really like how people have been saying, like, well, look, we don't know how a lot of stuff works here on this earth, but we at least know it's not a ball. And I think that's huge, you know, just the intellectual honesty and being open about it. So thanks for letting me talk.
Hey, that was great. Being open about it. Being open about it. That couldn't have been a better closing statement. Yes.
Thank you.
Applause. That was wonderful.
Yay.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. And if it's okay, I'll actually put the link into that documentary I watched, How Big Oil Conquered the World. I'll put that in the
okay,
chat. Cool. Okay, great.
Me and Jen are gonna have fun with that for a long time.
Oh yeah. So just know, if you ever decide to change your name, we're just gonna remember you as your original name.
And that's totally fine. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one little thing. The Bible says that the sun is the greater light and the moon is the lesser light. And the sun, moon, and stars were created for times and seasons and for days and for years.
Amen.
Hey, one thing, Christy, I think you might have missed. We were talking in kind of a few announcements, but we were thinking of kind of doing a book club kind of thing. And all of us, instead of reading a book, will watch the documentary by Robbie Davidson, Scientism Exposed, and take notes and discuss it.
Sure.
So we'll have to, oh, Crystal, you know what? Are you there right now?
Yep.
So we need to be sure that ladies have their notifications set and stuff like that on our server, because for the content. And we have a ladies only text in the category for Ladies Night Live. But so far as organizing and like if we want to do this video club discussion thing, we all want to be on the same page. So just kind of heads up for any ladies that just joined and the server. We'll post announcements down in the text, ladies only text. Forgive me for the wrong wording. Let me go down and look and see what it says. Because there's one available to some people. I don't know. Crystal, can you explain it? You'd be better explaining that part. Please. How we have the new format for the category in Ladies Night Live.
Yeah, I can do that. One sec. There is a move that I want to make because I have a bit of OCD. I want to move the Ladies Night text next to the Ladies Night Live VC. But we can have that done for next week. So yeah, we have a category down there, Ladies Night Live. I'm not sure what everybody can see due to the perms, but we do have the housekeeping section. Should be read only to most. And then the Ladies Night text and the Ladies Night Live VC. I believe the content ideas and the ladies only are ones that are exclusive to the ladies.
Yeah, so for anything that we want to plan in advance, I guess we would probably announce it to take place 2 weeks in at a later date. So I think, we'll make sure everybody's on the same page and we can all talk about it together, or whatever the case may be. So just be sure you have your notifications set, pings or what have you. So what does everybody think about doing the Scientism Exposed next week or in 2 weeks? Does everybody like that idea?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Let's expose them.
Exactly.
Okay, well, we'll post it, and then if anybody would rather it be 2 weeks from now, we can do that also. So yeah, I just want to kind of do it maybe next week, because to kind of piggyback off of what OK Great had to present, and her experience with what we're told what science is supposed to be, and really we should talk about what is scientism. I mean, I think sometimes it's used in the live stream and in derogatory terms, shall we say. The spinning monkey water ball kind of, that's scientism. That's a belief. So, right. It's only been an hour, everybody. So Leluca, are you able to talk at all?
No, she said that she was working and wouldn't be able to get to the mic, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool. All right, so I guess one of the girls left. Karma left.
We could always listen to another song. We could have a dance party.
I want to hear some questions.
Yeah, when did that happen?
Oh, it was a crazy echo.
That was a weird one. Now I know what you guys always said about me, maybe if it was the same or not.
Well, yeah, we can always mix it up. We don't have to stay stringent with our schedule.
When's the questions happen?
When do the questions happen? We can do questions now.
Yep, sounds good.
I don't have one. I was just asking. That was my question.
We do have somebody in here that's on the fence, but he's deafened and muted.
Like through, I don't think we've got any anybody new here. Do we? Oh, Tasha's here. Good to see you, Tasha. She's deafened and muted, sure.
She's deafened.
Is that the one you were saying was on the fence? Or no, Willie?
Yeah.
Oh, now she's not.
Oh, hey, Tasha.
That's all you get.
Tasha's in the house. No, oh, no.
No, we can't hear you, Tasha. If you're trying to
Maybe rejoin.
Oh, a bit off.
Oh,
I broke my.
You broke your mic?
Yeah.
So how's it going?
It's going good.
Good, good. Did you have any questions or anything?
No.
No? Anything you want to talk about?
No, I'm good.
Good. That's good. It's good to have you here.
So Tasha, are you new to the server? Because I think I might have seen you in here before. I have such a bad habit of not looking at my phone, so if you don't talk, I might not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm in here, but I just talk.
So how long have you been in the server? Like a couple weeks or?
Yeah.
How did you come across the server? From another Discord server or?
I found it from my.
Oh, you cut out, I think. Sorry.
Oh, well, my friend showed me it. I kinda just started listening to stuff.
So your friend talks about Flat Earth?
Not anymore. She used to.
So what made her not want to anymore? Do you know? Or you don't have to say, I'm not trying to be like pushy and stuff.
No, I.
Well, the reason why I asked is because a lot of times, I mean, is your friend a flat earther or?
I don't really know. We don't really talk.
Oh, well, is there anything that like you think like since you've been in here, like something that really kind of you thought was interesting? I mean, it doesn't mean you have to be an expert on it to bring it up or anything, but
Really, I don't. I find it all interesting. I like talking about the Earth, space.
so before you came in here, were there like other topics, like other conspiracies that you're aware of or
Not really.
So like you sound kind of young, so that's not meant as a bad thing. That's actually a really good thing. But
Yeah.
did you know that for like 5 decades, people have been disputing the moon landing actually happened?
Oh, yeah.
So have you ever heard anything about that from your own like experience, information about it?
Not really.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all, really. I don't think that's going to be in a textbook anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Do you mind saying how old you are?
I'm
Oh, I think you cut out.
14.
Okay, so you're a freshman in high school.
Yes.
Okay, so you might not have already had like a geography class, right?
I had this week. I had some.
You know what? I
And
think I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Discord probably acting wonky, but I think can you try like jumping out and coming back into the chat?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, it looked like my Discord was starting to mess up a little bit too.
Oh yeah, it does it all the time. It's quite frequently where I have to rejoin the chat. So anyway, you were saying, do you have a geography class that you've already done at one point, or?
I had science.
Did anybody catch that?
I don't.
Maybe
No.
it's me. Let me
No.
rejoin too. Okay. All right, Tasha went on mute. All right, that's cool. Hey, that was good conversation. I appreciated that. Thanks, Tasha. You want to come back in at any point in time? I mean, this is the
So-
time to do it. Oh, are you
Sorry,
there?
my brother
No,
walked
it's
in.
okay.
You wouldn't.
Oh, good. Did you shoo him away?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's 15.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you have your own room.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, you were trying to say, I asked you if you've had geography class.
I haven't had geography yet. I had science, and we talked a bit about space and stuff. And
Really? I'm
Yeah.
intrigued if you care to elaborate.
So, us exposing the globe for their lack of science and use of pseudoscience and fraudulent claims of experiments and theories directly translates to flat earthers who do the same thing, and they're going to want to stop us and shut us down. So there's an active campaign to stop flat earth debate by Bob Nodell of Globebusters, and there's Jaren actively on multiple platforms telling you all that I'm a scammer because I say science proves. And if you're using the magic trick to lie about proof you haven't got, you're going to need to shut down people who expose that, and that's us on Flat Earth Debate. So those videos that are currently members only have been trimmed out throughout the week, and they will be published over the weekend at the usual time slot. So if you know what time slot the live show, which is this now, if you are watching live, comes out, that's when there'll be a video released in this regard. Formerly members only, watch it now if you're a member. And then the Uncut and After Show typical time will have a video come out, but on the main channel instead of the second channel. So that's 2 p.m. UK, 9 p.m. UK. Anyway, moving on. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics, and, temporarily, from ether believers?
Negative.
So go back in time. Listen to how long that question's been posed. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics directly speaks to the pseudoscience claims of these pretender clown, globe-believing priests when they say they've got science. What's our response? Science, you say. What's your viable hypothesis? What's the phenomena you will be observing and the presumed cause yet to be validated of that effect? Where was it varied to prove that it caused it? Oh, we've never got that far, because they've never presented a viable hypothesis, and neither of our compadres on the Flat Earth side, who also say science proves their bullshit claims. So it's come to a head. However, the damage that I automatically assumed would be done in the same way it was done 4 years ago when I put this information to Globebusters personally on their show. I lost a lot of subscribers then. That damage is already done. The blood's been lost, and it seems it's never to return, but it also can't be lost again. So this hasn't been to my detriment, much to my shock. It's been to my favour, with people supporting me, and shocked and shaken at the nonsense coming out of Jaren's mouth, and an appreciation of what I tried to lay down 4 years ago. That is to say that we're being conned with science by people who say they've got science when they haven't got any science. And you are saying you've got experiments and science for this ether, and you haven't. 4 years later, same nonsense, same pseudoscience. It's just not being peddled by Globers who come in. They know better. It's being peddled by our own, like Witsit, who doesn't know better and has decided to come and punt his pseudoscience to you, my audience. Well, I'm just going to take that apart like any other claim that comes here. There is no prejudice. If you've got a claim to make about the nature of Earth, we don't care if you're a flat earther or a concaver or a globe believer. We'll just listen to your claim and rip it to shreds if it's nonsense, or accept it as being true if it's provable. The standards will never change. I'm not going to be held to task because somehow I should give better leverage to a flat earther who comes here with nonsense than I should to a globe believer. But believe me, for the exact same methodology of pulling apart with the pink writing how the scientific quasi-claims from the Globers haven't really got any science to back them, therefore aren't science when they say they are, that method is the same method. It's never changed. Any empirical evidence, that's what we're asking for when we say if there's any hypothesis that's available from those fields that are globe fields. It's just a shame that somebody, well, lots of people, have picked up the same magic trick to run with it here. Like, God, so you've realised that we've been duped with science and you're going to start claiming how much science you've got. Why not learn what the words actually mean first?
Well, I was wondering, is Jaren still looking for scientific proof that there is no scientific proof?
Maybe if he puts a little bet down, we can all get together and he can prove with a little experiment how wrong I am. Clown.
Science doesn't prove anything.
He's going to use scientific proof to prove that science doesn't prove. It's poetic.
Oh, I shouldn't have
Science
laughed
doesn't
at him.
prove
I'm
anything.
sorry.
I think this conversation has reached the boiling point.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No, that's an impossibility. That's an impossibility.
Is the love affair with the idea that you can one of the reasons that the ether is held on to so much?
I don't know or care.
Is there any evidence that H2O is bonds to form water?
What's H2O?
someone made a claim the other day saying on your panel, H2O was water. And then I asked for
Fascinating. You just made it,
clarification
though.
of this claim and never got it.
Sorry, you just claimed it though, didn't you? You opened with it. Nobody else said it. You did.
They said it the other day, and I was censored for asking
No,
for
they didn't.
proof of the claim.
You said it.
You just said
You
it
said
now.
it. Nobody else.
Sure. Many people have said that over the years, I'm sure. But today you said it.
You're right.
So what is it then, as you're claiming it?
I didn't say it. I asked
You did.
about it.
You did. Yes, you
I
definitely
asked if
did.
there's-
Sorry, did anybody not hear him say that little abbreviation that he said?
I asked if there was any evidence of H2O bonding to form to make water.
Bonding?
That was the question, not a statement. I didn't declare it. I didn't claim it.
It sounds like you're not only claiming it, you're claiming bonds and then asking about them. What type of bonds are you claiming?
That's what was said the other day, and then I was censored for asking. You remember, Nathan? You had the White Knight for one of your panel members. Remember?
Okay.
No,
What I'm
no,
doing
no.
is I'm
The
hold
other
on,
day you
Tenth.
were
Please,
censored for
please.
your
It's
foul
difficult enough as it is.
behavior.
Tenth, thank you. This will be difficult. That goes to everybody in the G Plus panel unless you're specifically addressed, right? We're dealing with somebody slightly unhinged. So any rumpusing will be his invitation to descend this into immediate chaos. Okay. Got somebody very, very skilled in detailing this, who may now drop me in it because he doesn't respond. But we've got Adam with us, who is easily capable of disseminating this information to you in terms of the descriptions and concepts that we use when describing water in the manner that you've asked us about. Would you like him to explain? If he's around and willing, he might.
No, like I said. Well, yeah. Okay, well, you asked me a question. Would I like an explanation? I said no. I said this the other day. I don't want an explanation. I want to see it. I want to see hydrogen and oxygen bonding to form to make water.
Why?
Like I said the other day, I don't want an explanation. I already know the explanation. Oh, H2O will equal water. Well, yeah, that's
Okay,
what
we heard.
mainstream says.
Matthias, okay, calm down. Let's keep it civil. We heard. We understand what you want. But okay, you might get it. We'll see how Adam responds. He's not piped up. I'm seeing if I can invite the best qualified person to give you that information, if you want it. But bear with me. I'm not quite done. But my question, before we get to Adam, who's not responding yet, and I'm sure he will. I'm sure you'll get your answer, maybe if he's willing. Is why do you want to know? How does this relate to the nature of Earth? That's what I invite people in regards to.
Because I brought it up again today because I was censored the other day, and the conversation discussion was more or less stopped right there. And water is part of Earth, I would think, I mean, especially since you guys are, using the Black Swan, which has a lot of water in the image. I would think that water is part of the Earth, don't you think? Or no?
Yeah. Okay. So because water's part of the Earth. Go on.
Well, it's just more or less. I'm trying to pick apart all the bullshit that mainstream says. Like H2O is water. Well, okay, well, show me that. How many people has actually questioned the H2O equals
you can.
water?
I know just where to send
It's like
you.
I'm the only one.
No,
that-
everyone stop. It's okay. I know exactly where to send you. Pete and Peter. Go and check them out. You'll love them.
Yeah, I heard about those.
Yeah, man, you should check them out. You'll love them.
Are they going to show me that
they're your man.
hydrogen and oxygen?
Man, they've got a lot to say about that. They definitely say no. I mean, they stand
But
well
one
and
of your
truly
panel members said that H2O does bond to form to make water, though. And I'm just
outrageous.
wanting to
What
see
outrage.
this.
Okay, what outrage. I agree. I'm totally with you there, Matthias. What an absolute outrage. Meanwhile, how does it relate to Earth? The nature of Earth, specifically?
You already asked me that. I already answered it. Water is part of Earth. We both agreed on that. And then you're going to ask me the same question again.
Okay.
Cool.
That doesn't answer the question.
It doesn't answer the question.
It doesn't answer the question.
Not
Wow.
really.
How is water part of?
How is it? Okay,
that
let me
related to
try
the
and rephrase it.
nature
for
of
you,
Earth?
Matthias. So, how is it in contention? Do you know what in contention means?
Negative. Go ahead and enlighten me.
How is it an issue to be debated about, as in, where is there a disagreement about it beyond the semantics of what it's defined with, or the conventions used to describe it? Now, if you're saying you don't like the conventions that water is described with, that's fine. But how does it relate to how we experience the nature of Earth? About the fourth time.
Okay, well, the nature of Earth is we are programmed with this bullshit that can't be physically seen happen.
With language, you mean in the language we're led with the semantics of the convention of water's description into misunderstanding what water might be? Is that your point?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just don't see how you can mock the Aetherites. And don't get me wrong, I'm not an Aetherite by all means. I just don't see how you can mock the Aetherites by saying, oh, you can't see it. But then again, you can't see, you know, the person on your panel the other day that said H2O is water. They can't see hydrogen and oxygen bonding together to form water. So how is...
I see. Well,
you know,
was somebody
it's
on
the same
just for
thing.
comparison though? Obviously, I see your point, and it's reasonable. Was somebody on the panel claiming that the incoherent bonds were holding the entire universe together as a background medium, for example?
I don't think so.
All right. You see, by comparison, then it seems like it's just a convention in terms of how to describe water, which is fascinating and all, as opposed to somebody claiming there's an invisible, never to be shown background medium that simultaneously controls all the energy of everything in the known universe. That's like a big jump between the two. So when you're saying, I don't see how you can attack Aetherites who are trying to describe the entirety of our world, that is directly connected to the nature of the world we live in. Like I encourage people to come on and discuss. That's why it got discussed. But this is just the semantics of how water is described in a convention. That's not really affecting the nature of my world, just the nature of language and descriptions in conventions. Maybe go to an English forum.
So H2O, the mainstream claim of H2O is water. That's English, is it, Nathan? We learned that in English class, do we, Nathan?
Sorry,
What?
No. The convention. Do you know what a convention is?
Enlighten me.
Maybe go to a fucking English forum, you dumb shit. If you need enlightening about what a fucking convention is, you don't belong here, you stupid idiot. Do you understand? Go to an English forum, you stupid moron who doesn't understand English. No, I will not enlighten you about what a bloody convention is, you stupid buffoon. You need to go and learn English. Okay? No, I won't enlighten you. Do you think I am? Your bloody English teacher? No, I'm not, Matthias. Go to an English forum. Hello? Enlighten me. I'll enlighten you.
So it's just cool to just...
It's just cool that you don't understand words that are coming out of my mouth. No, it's not. You're dumb. You need to go to a bloody English forum and learn English. I won't be enlightening you about words in the English language that are beyond your means. No, I won't be doing that. This is a forum about the nature of the world we live in, not the semantics of convention, a word you don't even understand.
Right.
Yeah, right. So go to a bloody English forum, you clown. We discuss the nature of reality, not how the conventions of H2O are summarized in the English language.
You can't see the H or the O, so shush. Yeah, you believe it makes water, don't you?
What's the H? We can't see the H. What, the hydrogen gas?
Yeah, exactly.
We can't see hydrogen
You'll
gas.
sit there and parrot the bullshit, but you can't fucking... It's the same thing as what the Aetherites
Okay, you're denying hydrogen.
say, man.
No worries. It's
Exact
all
same
good.
shit.
You go outside and see threes
Hey,
also?
show me a cup of hydrogen. Go ahead and show me a cup of hydrogen. Go ahead.
Wasn't that something we did in like high school?
Yeah.
I did.
What, they showed you a cup of hydrogen in high school?
Yes, somebody.
Wow.
The guy asked earlier, Adam, is piping up. Yes, that's right, Matthias.
Somebody did ask me to.
Yeah, so
them.
show me hydrogen.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Adam.
so if you go to one of the old Iron Realm things, we were challenged by Pete and Peter on this week. I hope you accept that you can't see hydrogen gas.
Thank
But we
you for
can
proving my
collect.
point.
Right, Matthias.
Thinking-
Hold on one second, Adam. Firstly, can you get a bit closer to your mic?
Well, what
Adam,
I'm saying, if
and
you can't
secondly,
see it, how do
Matthias,
you know
Adam
that
is
these two
trying to
deals are
respond
going
to
to
you.
form to
This
bond
will be
make
your
water?
first
Calm down,
warning
Michael.
to not talk through everybody who's trying to disseminate information, not only to you but to an audience. Adam's now trying to talk. I don't want to have to close the line again for Gilded. Please, can you pay attention to what Adam says? Second time I've asked. Thank you.
Well, whenever he
Right,
says
gotta
that
get
you
rid of
can't see
Matthias.
hydrogen, that
He
pretty much
cannot
proves
do
my
it. He can't do
point.
it. So I've now got no choice for the audience's benefit. He will now be removed from the conversation because I've asked him politely twice to not interject the response from Adam. He can't even not interject after I've asked him not to. He just can't do it. So he's got to be removed from the conversation. I've got no other choice. Go ahead, Adam. Third time's a charm.
I think, other than saying we've done that, go and look at it, I'd maybe give him a point of concession. In reality, Matthias, there are no little H's and little O's.
When you use like little H's and little O's to describe things, what the kind of overall framework of that. What's a word that you could use to describe that, Adam?
Fuck. Begins with C and ends in convention. Yeah.
A convention. A
That'd be
convention.
useful.
All
Yeah.
right.
A
I
little
don't know.
lost
I'm
as to
seeing.
where we
I'm
fit.
hearing a little HO right here.
You're in a little what?
Oh, I'm hearing a little ho right here, but yeah, sorry about that.
A little ho.
Well,
Am I missing something?
He said there's no little H's and little O's. I'm like, well, this guy sounds like a little ho.
Oh, it sounds like a little ho. A little H and a little. Yeah, okay. It sounds like a little ho. Guys, I'm slow on the uptake. My bad. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I think what you summarised it in reality, this appears to be a equivalence trying to be drawn between ether and the chemical model convention. You summarised it nice. One's got actually a basis in reality. We accept the convention and the limitations of our eyes, but we are dealing still with the physical. Okay, and we're treating the physical things together to form this convention. When we're dealing with ether, we're just taking a convention that's got nothing to do with reality. We can't measure it in reality. We can't do anything in reality with it. All we can do is ascribe functions of reality to this ether. We can't validate it. We can't test it. Can't even see it. We can just say the reason this happens is because of this thing that we can't demonstrate and is unmanifest. There's a big difference between using, like I say, the convention of chemistry and just making up a theory that you can't support in any way with the physical. Hopefully you can make that distinction. He's got it, hasn't he, Matthias? But hopefully that's what he needs to figure out, that distinction between those two points.
Right. So I can. This is where if you've got a convention to describe something in physicality, then no problem. People might object to certain aspects of the convention or the description, and that's what the Socratic method's for. In debate, we agree, or the attempt is to agree on the terms, i.e., the words that you're using and their meanings. That's the Socratic method. So yeah, you're going to get down to the minutiae of what the definitions of the words mean when you're describing things with conventions. How are you describing this actual thing? But that doesn't mean to say that those semantical tricks can't be utilized to create things using conventions to be believed to exist in physicality simply because there's a convention describing them. For example, if I describe the convention of unicorn digestion, I can go through all of the conventions required to describe the process of developing magical unicorn horn rays from the process of combining various different gases from various different foods when broken down in the digestive system of a unicorn to then be combined back again into the different elements, and those chemicals form this certain radioactive substance that creates the rays that makes the beams come out of the unicorn's horns to protect itself. I can come up with a whole convention. But does that mean because I've got a convention that the things being described in the convention actually exist in physical reality? No, they do not. And we've got a similar magic trick from the globe. What do you know? We've got a fourth dimensional space-time. And that fourth dimensional mathematical description, that convention, bends the time in the convention that we don't experience in physical reality. But we're using this convention to describe our physical reality, aren't we? No, it's like the unicorns. But unlike the unicorns, we can point at the black area in the sky and say, no, that's what we're describing. Now, I can do the same with unicorns and say, no, didn't you realize that the stars are actually unicorns? I'm describing the convention of their digestion in terms of the energy that's being supplied to the entire universe and us from unicorn horns. Every single star's a unicorn. Therefore, I've taken my obviously farcical example where you go, well, unicorns don't exist, so this doesn't translate to the ether, because that does control the background medium of everything. Well, no, unicorn horns do that. And I've got a whole convention describing it, just like you can come up with a framework for ether and describe it, or you can come up with a framework / convention in maths for a fourth dimensional space-time bending. But pointing at the sky after describing conventions doesn't mean that you're describing what happens in the sky. You actually have to physically show something in actual reality, as opposed to just come up with a story. That's why we're so pedantic when it comes down to proving these claims, which typically come with a side salad of scientific validity being asserted with them when there's none. We want to actually put these things through something that offers some sort of validity, not just a framework, not just a description, especially when it directly translates to what's being claimed to make up our existence, as opposed to just what water's described as. I experience water, I don't experience space-time or ether.
So I think you need to clip the last 10 to 15 minutes of the conversation, because I specifically have to state that you do say exactly what you just said about conventions. And I warn people who think that they're going to somehow discredit you because you believe that certain things are real because of conventions. Apparently, you know what you're talking about. You know the difference between using a convention to explain something or describe something or how we use them or whatever, versus actually believing there's either unicorn farts or whatever it is.
Little H's and O's.
Just saying.
Little H's and O's.
I wanted to say that, but I left it out. But there you go. You said it.
Speaking of H's and O's and R's, any evidence of the R value?
Now they're going to have to reshuffle the alphabet because there's no R.
Only from elevation angles.
Yeah, to derive an R value, you're going to need to relinquish the current standpoint that you haven't got an opportunity to see a physical geometric sphere edge horizon to call it a tangent point, and then derive an angle measurement from a flat surface to get a celestial sphere model to project it into, to project it back down onto a sphere surface with you standing in the middle of it. It's a bit of a mess. For a globe, that is. For us, we just measure an angle. Hey, QE. That concludes
What's going on, gentlemen?
Just finishing up the housekeeping. Pretty much done.
Yeah. Did we have a Pete and Pete in here?
Matthias had a bit of a Pete and Pete moment, but I couldn't seem to figure out what it had to do with the nature of Earth beyond the conventions used to describe water. Maybe you can elucidate it further.
I'd like to correct him on his false analogy or false equivalence, because he said, well, we need to know what water is because our argument against ether was it was invisible. I never heard that. The argument against the ether isn't because it's invisible, you crayon munching knuckle dragger. Can you quote anyone coming up with a rebuttal to the fairy tale ether as it's invisible from this panel? No, you won't. You're a clown. Go to Pete and Pete's. Half a sissy.
Yeah. The whole reason I said what I said is specifically because I don't know. I mean, it could have been genuine or just on his own. He thought to, ask you these questions about if you really believe that H2O is doing this, that, and the third. But I do know that people do question why you believe that they're, tiny balls flying around doing stuff. And I'm like, no one here thinks that. So that's why they come here and say, well, isn't this a contradiction? Can't this discredit you, seeing as that you're talking against the ether? Don't you believe in this?
The answer
They
is,
offer a straw man. Sorry.
it is a straw man, you're right, Brian, but that's what I was about to say almost, which is to say that, well, it might be an argument against something that's being claimed by us at a given moment, utilising that particular convention. Maybe our argument's flawed based on our utilisation of a specific convention, but what argument are we putting forward? Everyone just pause for a moment so we can hear the crickets. So what are they claiming? Oh, they're claiming a background medium that basically makes up our entire reality with something that it's invisible. No, I'm only joking.
Yeah, but one of the claims for, well, it's not one of the mainstream claims for electrostatics, for instance, is that, and I've heard Austin quote this several times, and to me personally, that it's responsible for keeping molecular structures together.
Wonder where he got that from.
I know he got it from you, but molecular. What's molecular? We're talking about
right. That's the point, Brian. Again, isn't it? What they're doing with the ether is they're just trying to define the underlying cause of what manifests the atom. They don't dispute the atom once it's in physicality. There's not this thing that we've got a bundle of ether there. It's been manifested through the ether and in their descriptive ways. But if we've shown you with Tesla, we're still at that atomistic physical conceptualization. They still do the same thing. They're just trying to put a precursor stage in to explain without explaining why that physicality manifests.
Yeah, because like I had it out with Austin privately about some of the words used by Tesla. Like he's using the word particle, and I know he describes it as non-decomposable, or I don't know if it's not. That's not exactly verbatim his word, but it was along the same lines. So the point he's making is this is something that is pre everything else. But he does, and he's called it a substance, and so like you can't describe what it is that Tesla was trying to describe without physicalizing it. You can't do that. But the problem is, if you can't describe it without physicalizing it, it only means you can't describe it because you can't experience it. So
that's the. See, they've got this false dichotomy where they're coming in and saying, well, if you can't show me a H or an O, then your convention has no validity. Therefore, my convention is just as valid. But as I'm saying, their convention encompasses all of that convention and then a secondary explanation as to why matter forms. So they're rejecting it, but then having to instantly readopt it to hold together as the foundation of what their new supposition is with regards to further detail. They're not changing the nature of the physicality or the nature of atoms.
You sure about that, sir?
Well, I'd like to hear what they are supposing then, if they're going to have to put a new convention for chemistry in as well, then to replace it. That I've watched them struggle with the debate of an electron just on its own. That doesn't seem resolved. So
let's just
I don't know how they would come to some unifying grand theory of molecular structures then through etheric manifestation.
Not from what I heard.
Well, what do you mean? Expand on why you're challenging him then, QE.
From what I heard, they don't believe atoms exist.
That's correct.
No, yeah, I don't think Adam's disputing that. While they double speak and say, you guys say atoms exist and then challenge us on it, what Adam's saying is then they reinvent their incorporation of that convention to describe their convention, which has a slant on their use of that convention that they've just thrown under the bus, and even challenged us for our claimed reification of it when we don't.
It's not what I've heard for the past 2 or 3 months.
Now you're doing it to me. Does anybody else follow where QE's going?
No, I do. QE, no, like I've heard the same as QE. Now I understood what Adam meant by what he was saying, but they are stating that there is no, that the convention that we describe as atoms and stuff like that, none of that exists.
I'll reiterate the last point. I totally agree. Atoms don't exist. Atoms, fine, but when we look into it, they're reinventing units of matter that are no longer divisible. Yeah. So
no, Tesla is.
Yeah,
they're contradicting themselves.
But we're not denying physicality as an Etherean. We accept that things manifest into the physical. Now, as I said, if they're going to reject atomism, then it would be rather prudent to give an alternative theory, yeah, rather than just saying atoms. I mean, just finish. Atoms don't just exist. But as I said, they seem to be working still within that atomistic model, because part of the debate of their grand unifying theory is still not settled on electrons.
And they'll come back and
they're still using
independent of replacement.
My point being, they're still using phrases and terminology from an atomistic thing and still part defining them like we do, and having a debate of how they think it's slightly different to how an atomistic viewpoint of it would be defined. Now, the final bit is that's only on the electron. They've still not settled the electron. It's the rest of the atom to discuss. Now, I'm assuming they're arguing this electron point with a balance within some kind of physicality of the nucleus. Or is that, do you see what I mean? There is no convention on their behalf. They've only got critique of atomistic side, but all of that critique and all of their suggested solutions still seems to be based in that atomistic principles of descriptions of electrons.
No, I think you're missing it. They don't believe that atoms exist, period. Now, their leaders, Tesla et al., are telling them that more or less electrons and atoms exist, but they're not paying any attention to that. You get an ether believer in here, I'm telling you.
Well, in Adam's defense, QE, and even Austin agreed to this, that many different people have many different views on the subject. So, for somebody, Adam could be 100% correct. For somebody else, he'd be 100% wrong.
Okay, I've got to summarize it because we'll go around in circles. Adam's saying they throw the descriptions of non-divisible quantized chunks, not further decomposable chunks, whatever, however the description comes. At some point, they then have to use either someone else's similar description of the exact same thing to get around describing what's happening. And Adam's saying they drop one convention and criticize it to then pick it up in a slightly different form, but basically the same convention to describe something like we would use the convention. And QE's saying, yeah, I'm going to get to your bit. QE's saying, yeah, but on surface level, even though they don't realize it, it might be the case that in their worldview, derived from Tesla's worldview, they have non-divisible or not further decomposable matter, aka quanta. But they don't realize it. They just carte blanche say there's no atoms. It's like, well, we don't reify the convention of atoms. We just use it to describe it, and so do you further down the line, says Adam. That's the circle we're going around in.
I'd agree with that. Yeah. Seems a fair appraisal.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate.
Good morning.
I'd point out, QE, wouldn't you, though, that we've argued more there than we did last night setting up the OBS.
Yes, I would agree.
Did you argue with Adam as well? Shocking.
No, not one crossword.
Bloody liar. You telling me you didn't have a single crossword?
Huh?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm the problem.
No. No, I don't buy that.
I'm the problem.
I did say that to Kiwi. I said, look, you see, the problem's been the teacher, not the student all along.
They say in a group of about 10 people, there's always going to be one wanker. And if you're looking around your mates, and I look around my mates now, and I go, Neil, good man. 10th, good man. Chocolate, good man. Eli, good man. Arthur in there, good man. Can't see who else. Oh, yeah, I got Refracted, good man. Adam, good man. John, good man. Brian, good man. We've got no wankers in this group. None. Well, if that's your circumstances, you probably are that wanker. And in this case, that's me, isn't it?
I don't know if we should do a poll on that.
Poll? Hold on, I'll just do a straw poll for the audience. Is Nathan a... No, I'm not going to do that. I know what I am.
Is Nathan the wanker? Is that it? That's the poll.
You missed Arwen. Arwen's the wanker.
Nathan, just say Arwen's a good man, otherwise this is going to have repercussions.
Or send me a paper.
Arwen's not just a good man. Arwen is ace.
Thanks.
I don't know if this is a good or bad topic, but did any of you listen to the video I posted of that guy over with the Glowbusters, that PhD guy?
No.
Kieran-ism last night?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Brian. Did you say it was your video?
I heard a lot about it, haven't watched
No,
it.
it's not my video. It was just one of Jaron's videos where him and David Weiss, I can't remember the other man's name, and Austin Whitsitt were talking with this guy, this some PhD guy, Bryant Moyers. Bryant, not Brian. Bryant Moyers was the guy's name. But like that man the guy was a fundy. Like he started stating that, talking about how if you change general relativity around, that you can fit in Newtonian mechanics and all this with it. You know, it's just like he was trying to basically amalgamate the two mathematics. It's just like, no, you can't do that. But there was a lot of things he said that he would have got pulled on here very fast.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Neil? You want to say something about before going?
I wanted to say, how do you think they would have done here? Because I was getting sick listening to that last night.
No, I had to turn it off myself because I started getting angry. Not angry, but I found myself giving the answers that I was hoping they would give. You know, your mom was begging the question, and there was a lot of stuff things your mom was stating that he was pre-assuming that they obviously didn't have the information on. And I was like, no, that's wrong. That's incorrect. This is it. And I found myself in the kitchen talking to myself. I said, no, turn this off. You know, so that's what I did. But one of the things about the guy, what's interesting is because the electrostatics came up, and your man has some background in electrostatics. He brought up van der Waals. He knows something about it. He done some research, or he has a degree in some of it, or something like that. I didn't get all of it, but he held him to task on the electrostatics, on the dielectric acceleration. And he actually, from what I could tell, he actually made it look, at least what I noticed about when people end up over on Glowbusters, like people like him, is they end up getting a draw. I mean, how can you end up getting a draw when that person is promoting something that obviously doesn't exist? So they always end up having a draw with someone. And from what I could tell, the whole thing was a big draw, where they might win a little bit at one point, but he wins on another one. But all in all, he defended gravity, and when it came to relative density, they wouldn't speak about the medium. They were avoiding the very thing Anthony has been saying and we've been saying for years. And they wouldn't speak about it because every time I was trying to speak about the medium and explain relative density, they started talking about electrostatics, and your man had more knowledge on electrostatics than they had. I was stating it doesn't set an up and a down. and he was a pure gravity believer. He would talk about general relativity, but then he couldn't stop talking about it as a force. So your man was confused, or just a complete fundy, whichever. But the point is that your man bet him on gravity. Your man put out better arguments for his side than they did for theirs.
Yeah, but Brian, he mentioned Nathan Oakley in one of the conversations they were having, so I know he knows about this show. Because he said, I've heard something through Nathan Oakley, maybe. And that's when they were like, oh, we don't, we're not a friend of Flat Earth Debate. That's all I had to hear.
Yeah, but I think
Bry, is a very, very good example of what I was talking about earlier. About how do they discuss electrostatics outside of the standard convention? What were they discussing with this man? Well, where was their Socratic joining?
Well, it was hard to tell where they met, where this man and the Globusters met when it came to electrostatics, because your man had a lot more education on the subject. Now, that doesn't mean that they would believe that what he has to say is the cause of electrostatics, because your man wasn't ever mentioning the ether, but your man definitely had more education on the subject. If he just spoke about that alone, I would have probably liked him. But because he was a fundy as well as that, I wouldn't say dislike the guy, but I wouldn't have the same respect for him.
Right, I'm going to, in about 5 minutes, we're going to round out this show. But I just want to say another extra special thank you to my Patreons. I know this sounds cheesy right in the middle of a live show, but I mean it with a bit more sincerity than perhaps others who constantly shout out their Patreons through their live shows, which I tend not to. I do shout them out daily on my pre-show, but the reason I want to say it is because throughout this week, while I've been crapping myself that it could be the end of my YouTube career because somebody on my own side is basically calling me a scammer, I've had nothing but support. Literally daily, I've picked up Patreons. One of them dropped a whole bundle immediately, and that's something that I wasn't expecting. So when people see that, they go, look, this guy, I don't know if they've done it because they can see I'm distressed about it, but they've gone, no, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to give him more support. And that's what people have done. And I want to say a truly heartfelt thank you to those of you who've joined me in the last week, and obviously all the people who constantly support me throughout the months and years, and it is years now, on Patreon, because it keeps the lights on, and it's very, very important that I can keep my family fed, and I'm very grateful that I can do that. And to see that the support has increased in that regard, I'm eternally grateful. It's lowered my blood pressure. So, yeah, it might be to some of you, oh, it's only a small token, it's $5, but no, to me, it means an enormous amount. So I don't want to let that go without labouring it as much as I feel it needs labouring. Sorry to do that right at the end when there's still 5 minutes of the live show, yeah, but I did want to get it in and not just get to the end and having not said it. Anyway.
All good. I'm just wondering.
What are you wondering?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how you're going to round out the show if there's no curvature.
I can always round out a show without curvature. That's not a possible. I can square that circle. That's no problem.
All right. Well, I'm sure you can wrap it up nicely.
Also, shout out to...
Don't forget tonight's presentation.
Yes, do you want to shout it out after? I'll just do a quick super chat shout out, and then you can plug it. Elvis Kafalvik. Hopefully, Arwin's around to say that better than I can. Support for FE family, and then a big heart in a super chat. Also, Michael Jones sends a unicorn. Thank you very much for the unicorn. I'm sure we can come up with a decent enough convention to thank you for your super chat, Michael and Elvis. Right. Indeed, we've got a show tonight, so about 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock on this channel, Be Here or Be Sphere. Brian's going to do a presentation. So take it away, Brian. Do your plug, do your thing.
Yeah, my presentation, I'm going to try and make it as interactive as possible with the panel. I will want, obviously, Gilded to join in if people are in there. But because there's a good bit of writing or reading, I should say, in it, and less visuals. But I have to do it to make it that, to explain it. But it's called the Globe's Great Circle hijacking. I'll explain what that means tonight. That will be explained tonight. And it's something that it's based on a claim that they make that it only involves one part of our globe and they forget the rest of it. And where do they get the part that they're making this claim about? A flat earth. That's all I'm saying for the moment. So thanks, Nathan. Hopefully tonight we'll get this rocking.
I think it's about 3 p.m. Central, 9 p.m., maybe 10 p.m. It depends. Thereabouts. Probably 10 UK time.
I think it's 5 Eastern Central Time. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Also, shout out to Hillside, who says, more support. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Hillside. Really appreciate your support. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. But if you are watching on After, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Another massive thank you to all my patrons and all of you smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed. There is a thanks button now, which is great. A few people have been smashing that, so thank you very much to all of you who smashed the thanks button after the fact. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
That music's annoying. We got Garbage Man on here.
Hello?
Garbage Man 420. What up?
Nothing.
Just a dome.
Yeah.
Right.
We need to get rid of Trudeau.
Who's that?
The King of Canada.
Oh, yeah. When you say we, do you mean me and you?
I mean,
I'll go get rid of him right now. I was actually on my way to go dump him in the trash. I was on my way to go dump him in the garbage-inski.
I hope so.
From a hard Lewinsky. I just posted a video in the live stream. You know what I mean? Yarraharamin. Now you're asking me to stop. I'm just barely getting started. Yeah.
Dude, Queen Elizabeth got a Fortnite skin. Oh my god.
Which one are you looking at?
Dude, on Fortnite, there's a fucking Queen Elizabeth skin for her.
Oh, no shit?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Dude, I made this meme with Queen Elizabeth with like reptilian scales, dude.
No, it's her, bro. That's really who she is. She's a reptile.
I know.
They're trying to use the CERN super colliders to open a portal for the demons.
Watch here, I'll post it right here. Look. In the live chat. It's not I don't know why I couldn't make the image bigger, but You can see the scales on her if you zoom in on the picture. That's a better picture.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. If you are new to this channel, please hit the share button, subscribe, ring the bell notification. If you haven't done so already, please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. And we are joined by Ball Kicker, Davey Z, Flynn, Garbage Man 420, JKIFQ, Morvis, Paul, and Will Be Flat, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome, one and all.
Yeah.
Nice.
What's up?
Just working on my intro, you know.
All right. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. I guess just finished listening to Flat Earth Debate. If you guys are not aware, the Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience server has been taken down.
I heard that. Why people say that people are mass reporting that Discord. What happened with that?
Yeah, I think it's just the usual, right? A bunch of gammas upset. They don't like that we're having fun, we're winning.
What was that Discord for? I was never in it.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's where I came from. That's where I came from before I came here. So basically, Nathan Oakley, QE run a live show, and that show was hosted in this Discord. The server was called Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience. And yeah, I mean, it was more of a reason I left is because as soon as the shows are over, it just turns into like a baller roach motel.
Why was that server? What was the reason that Discord terminated that server?
I think a bunch of just like gamma males were reporting.
Like, were there actual reasons for it, or was it just like mass reporting for no reason?
Honestly, I think it was the latter. I think it was just mass reporting. Like,
all right.
Yeah. So they moved over to Gilded. If anybody needs a link to the Gilded server, I guess I can drop one. But it's all right. It's kind of like Discord. Decent quality, good audio quality. But yeah, so just came from that show. Of course, as usual, some goofball trying to derail the train, talking about, what was his point? He was like, but is H2O water?
It is.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's a stupid question anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't get us anywhere. At least that's what I wanted to tell the guy. It doesn't get us anywhere at all.
That's like saying, is all the mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, and CO2 air? That's just stupid.
He was like, well, show me water forming. Dude, what? So stupid. And I guess his...
yeah, you should ask him to show you that.
Yeah. He was just triggered. But anyway, so that's what's going down. I'm just popping in here for the day, getting the coffee brewed, getting this restaurant opened up, getting this food cooked up for the day, getting ready for our Glober customers to come in.
What's a customer, dog? Is a customer somebody that you love that you cuss at?
Hey.
Get it? Like cussed amore?
Huh. Yeah, maybe that's where it started from, right? The customer is always right.
Amore. I cussed amore.
I don't think the customer's always right.
No, they're not. I actually think that saying has been...
I think the customer is stupid, actually.
Yeah. No,
Depends,
if I remember this correctly, I don't know the original saying, but the original saying isn't that the customer's always right. It actually says it's like something about the opposite, that the customer's not right. But somehow we've changed it. Too many Karens out there. Yesterday,
just double speak, bro.
Yeah.
It's just double speak.
Yesterday, we came up with another idea for an event. God, we got to do one of these events eventually, boys. But like, it would be really fun to do commentator night, or like news team night. You know how like there's you turn on your local news. There's like a group of like 5 of them, right? There's 2 on the desk, maybe 3 on the desk, talking about current events, yada yada. Then they swing it over to Joe, tells you about the news, the weather, and he swings it over to some guy on the street doing some reporting downtown, and then they swing it. So it's like, that would be really fun if we did that yesterday, in a joking way for just a brief hot second. That'd be really funny though, if you guys put on your newscaster voice and we just send it over back to you, Joe, and send it back, and then the next person just says something wild. Hi, folks. I'm here in front of the Earth curvature, finally witnessed for the first time. You know, this kind of thing. So it'd be really fun to do an event like that if you guys are interested. That'd be.
I love good events.
Yeah,
I love a good event, bro.
Like, that would be so fun. We should do that. I think there's a couple really good ideas. Like I think Sonny talked about Old Western night. We're all Old Westerners, or Cowboys versus Indians, or Flat Earth Court, or actor night, where you just be someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, go ahead. Like, put on your best impersonation and be a celebrity or something and talk like them. There's so many cool ideas that we could do. But I really liked the newscaster idea. That was a fun one. We are here in front of the first ever witnessed Earth's curvature. What an amazing, remarkable event.
How's it going, CB?
Hey, what's up?
Not much, man. I got a question for you. You seem like a pretty smart guy in here. Are you aware of any materials that are like, it would be something like I'm looking for to either find or to develop, is like a flat Earth apologetic, to develop or to find an argument where the arguments for flat Earth, against the globe, or whatever are more structured? Does that make sense?
Just
like a lot of times, like when this debate happens, it gets off into the weeds so quick.
Yeah,
with logical fallacies, with irrelevant topics, just with things that don't make any sense of the topic at hand. We're talking about axial rotation. You want to talk about airplane routes or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Definitely. I think I've actually thought about this, but I haven't really put it into action. But my idea was something like a flow chart. Because at this point, they're not going to say anything new unless it's just something way out in the weeds, ridiculous, right? But we already know their patterns. We kind of get what if they say this, or if I say this is what they're going to say. So I think I've thought about creating some sort of flow chart. So it's like, if you know what I mean? If they say this, we'll just move to the next step,
Yes. It's literally, I mean, it's I really like presuppositional creation apologetics. And when you start to understand the flow of argumentation, and when you start to understand all the canned answers that they have that are available to the various inquiries and that sort of thing, it starts to become a battle that is winnable that is certainly winnable with certain. You see what I'm saying? Like you get if I got in the octagon with a trained fighter, I'm going to lose because he's trained for this, because he knows how to combat everything I'm going to throw against him. And it's kind of the same thing when you get into the ring with someone who's trained in apologetics. You cannot win. It is literally impossible. Does that make sense?
No, that was a very
if you are arguing from a pointless atheistic worldview, then you cannot win that, because eventually you're going to have to account for things like love, logic. You're going to have to account for things that you're using and you have nothing to stand on.
Yeah, well said.
So there has to be a framework development that would be like, you said something yesterday that I was like, yes, that's what I've been thinking of for a while now. I was like, how to boil these arguments down to the basest common denominator so that a child could actually argue this effectively.
Right.
You only have to know 3 points, and then of those 3 points, you only have to know 2 contingencies off of those 3, and that's the entire argument. And you could literally do that over and over and over and over, and just make astrophysicists look very foolish. You know, a 10-year-old would be able to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson things that he would look foolish trying to answer.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about that. The 3 points and the 2 contingencies. So I think we all know what the 3 points are, right? Curve, rotation, gas pressure.
Well, that would be the 3 points against the globe, and I think it could be expanded from there. Like water pressure, I think is a big one. It's akin to gas pressure. You cannot have water pressure without containment. But I like the 3 to keep it simple. You see what I'm saying? 3 is a great number to keep it really simple. But that is only an argument against the globe. There's nothing. So once you demolish the globe, what do you have to put in its place?
Ah, I see. All right. Well, this is a good topic because we talked about this last night. There might be some contingency here for sure, because we were talking to a baller yesterday who sort of wanted they had a similar request. They were like, can I have something like a package that I could present to somebody? I called it a brochure.
Yeah.
Maybe you were here for this, maybe you weren't, but
no, I wasn't here.
Okay, yeah, I'll just go through this really quickly. But I've posted in the chat before. Let me grab this post from yesterday. But there's a Sanskrit expression called neti neti, and so let me post this here. It basically means not this, not that. And so if you want to help someone achieve Brahman, well, in like Hinduism, this idea of Brahman is, you're the greater energy and all this kind of thing, right? So I just swapped out Brahman for flat Earth. So if you want to see the flat Earth or learn about the flat Earth, well, you've got to come from this neti point of view. It's like you have a really dusty, crusted up windshield. You got Globers driving around, they can't see, right? There's nothing that you need to put on the windshield. You don't have to add anything. You need to take away from the windshield so that they can see. So that's what this idea of neti neti is.
I heard you saying that yesterday. Maybe I wasn't here, and I was doing other stuff, and I do remember you talking about the windshield.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely understand where you're coming from, because right now we're just debunking their silly ideas. But some people are like, well, the next step, I want to prove it. Well, I don't know, man. I definitely get that. But it is important to understand that falsifying something is just as important.
Well, I think almost falsifying something is almost more important.
Yeah.
But what is the next step? And as far as I can tell, the reason that we don't have anything is because the flat Earth community doesn't want to make a positive claim. We're like, we're going to debunk everything, but because the moment you make a positive claim, of course, you're on the hook. And I think that's just, it's almost cowardly and it's almost nonsensical, because there are claims that we could make that are very generalized, like up and down are real. I think that's a positive claim that we could make, and it would be reasonable. You see what I'm saying? Like to have a 3-point model and go, okay, one of the points is up and down are real. And I'm not saying that is necessary, but that's just kind of, as I've kind of developed this in my mind, up and down would be one of my 3 points that I would put on a model and say up and down are real, and then show how the laws of buoyancy and density operate within the laws of up and down, how those correlate with each other and affirm each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, starting to sort of build, because you have to remove completely everything, the globe, outer space, all that has to go completely in the trash. So then you start building. So that's where you're coming from. Well, here's up, here's down, left, right, here's the directions, yada, yada. I get that.
And well, as far as I know, I don't know anybody who affirms the globe who affirms up and down, an objective up and down.
No, they can't. Yeah, they definitely can't do that.
Yeah, it's a logical necessity to deny it, I think. So I don't know if up and down would be a good positive claim to make or not, but it seems to me like at a certain point there has to be something offered in its place. You can't just say it's all a lie, nothing's real, it's flat. Like, well, okay, can we expound on that, or is that just where we're going to leave people?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tie it back into the Hinduism thing, man. It's like, if you want to enlighten somebody, you can't give them anything to achieve that. And that's, like I said, that's where this expression comes from. You need to remove away anything that's blocking them from thinking the proper way, from seeing the proper way. You have to just remove everything. You have to clear off the surface, and then they'll be able to see it. You can't, there's a whole bunch of sayings that are kind of like this, right? You can bring a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, type of thing. So that's when it comes to this topic, that's really the way that I approach it. Is like, I can only, I'm here. I know they're always asking us for a map, right? So they're always asking us, well, give me a representation, give me a Hot Wheels.
Yeah, that's a legitimate request.
I don't know though. I don't know, because like the way I think about it is like, so I've invited you over to my house for dinner, and I got the steaks on the grill right now, but you keep asking me for a menu, and what do you need a menu for? Like, the experience is right here. Like, just the steak is, how do you like your steak done? You know what I mean? You don't need a menu. You're not going to eat it, but you're going to eat the steak. So the same thing with the Earth, right? They're like, well, give me a package deal. I don't have a Hot Wheels. I don't have a package promo. I don't have a brochure. If you want to experience the Earth like you can experience a steak, you got to go eat it. You got to go experience it. It ain't on a Hot Wheels. It ain't on a menu. You're not going to taste the salt profile on a menu. You know what I mean? It comes from the steak. So that's like, I'm trying to get people to understand that what you're looking for, if you're looking for it in a menu, in a Hot Wheels, in a representation, instead of the actual thing itself, you're missing the point.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm not talking about the person who wants every single detail of our realm's model explained to them before they will concede that the globe is, on life support at least. I'm not talking about that. That guy can't be helped. If you really want every single, it's like we just figured this out 7 years ago. These people have been working on this model for 500 years, and now you're expecting, us to have every single detail of the heavenly bodies worked out ahead of time right now. And if we can't explain everything right now, you're going to delegitimize the fact that there's no curve. Give me a break, dude. Whatever. I'm talking about people who can see, like, legitimate. This was me for a long time. I could see the globe was broken in a lot of ways, but I didn't have anything to replace it with, so it made me very kind of a very tepid flat earther. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so even just a bare bones model, like with just the fewest amount of claims possible to offer something in its place to at least express, a high degree of probability that this is what's real. That's clearly not. This is what's real. We don't have everything worked out, but we know these things work in this place, like gas pressure.
Yeah. No, you've given me an idea. When children are really young, like infant young, and they put you in that crib, a lot of cribs have that thing called a mobile right above the crib. And a lot of cringe parents will buy a solar system mobile and hang it over the crib, right? So they're already giving them, that's not the model, quote unquote, but it's a basis, low-level way to understand what they're trying to present to you. So with that being said, I think a lot of the, we do have lots of GIFs, pictures, images, representations of the Earth. And I think of all those things like the Babymobile. That's a good idea that you've brought up. Like, maybe we should have like Flat Earth for Kids type of thing. Like, if you're having a tough time, here, take a look at this type of thing. But maybe you're right. Maybe we need like a fundamental kid, type of model thing, kind of like that Babymobile mobile. That's a fun idea, though. Definitely think about that.
Tell me what you think of this. And I haven't heard anybody say this. And every time this happens, I always think it's a great idea. And then I bring it out, and people are like, that sucks for like these reasons. Like, oh, so usually if you're the first guy to think of something, you're not the first guy to think of it. So, but I was thinking that I think there is probably at least all of our ancestors, everybody, as far as I know, universally understood that there was a spherical nature to the sky, that the sky has some sort of spherical nature to it, okay? And what they say, if you notice, most of the arguments for the globe come from the sky. They invoke luminaries. What about eclipses? What about the moon phases? What about the sun? How's that work? How about the stars? What about satellites? What about airplanes? Everything is coming from the sky to testify against the earth. So the sky, they're using the sky's testimony to testify against the earth in court. They're not asking the earth. They're asking the sky about the earth. And so to me, it almost seems like a logical fallacy, like correlation does not denote causation type of thing. You're saying that the sky is causing the earth to be round. That's literally a logical fallacy. That could be true if the sky is a sphere.
I've never heard anybody say that before.
Then the earth, the earth's sphericity would correlate to that, but it wouldn't be caused by that. And so it's literally a logical fallacy to go to the sky to talk about the Earth's sphericity. You have to go to the Earth first. Does the Earth show any evidence of sphericity? No. No, it doesn't. And that's the very first. You can't just continue to ask the sky. You have to talk to the Earth. Does that make sense? I don't know how to better explain it than that.
No, you explained it well. Tell me more about the looking up spherical thing. Is that something that you experienced? Because I think I might as well. I've never really thought of it that way until recently. But
well, where I'm getting that from is not my own personal observations. I only started looking at the sky a couple years ago. And I'm still very unfamiliar with it. Our ancestors didn't have television. They used to lie out and sleep under the stars. They knew the sky much better than we do. And as far as I know, whether it's Islamic cosmology or Hindu cosmology or Hebrew cosmology or Norse, whatever, it doesn't matter where you go. Everyone said the sky was a sphere, it was a dome, there was some rotundity to it, there was some globularity that surrounded the earth. A lot of people, the Bible says that the earth, that there's a glass firmament over the earth. Like, everybody said that there was some kind of roundness or sphereness to it. So I'm not getting this idea from like personal observations. What I'm saying is that the old models, because that's when I realized the sphere was broken, it was like, well, wait a minute. Okay, well, what did our ancestors think? And they all think the same thing. And they thought that the heavens were spherical, that there was some degree of rotundity when you look up in the sky, that the bodies are doing some kind of circular dance, some kind of roundness to it. And so you go, okay, if that would make if they're all saying the same thing, maybe there's some kind of truth in that. That's all I'm saying. That's the only place I'm getting that idea from.
Well, I've heard this idea that we have a personal dome, like a view, because there was a question I asked in the panel maybe about 3 months ago. When you look up in the sky, what percentage, what chunk, how big of a chunk am I looking at? And I think Flat Earth Solar suggested that it would be about 10%. And that's, you're sort of seeing, like you said, in sort of like a dome-ish type of view. But yeah, it is funny how all do stare at the sky for their proof of what's under their feet. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, when you look at the sky, due to perspective, when you look straight up, that's as high up as you can see, and then due to the laws of perspective, the sky goes down until it meets the ground. At the vanishing point of your vision, and it does that in a 360-degree circle, with the highest point being directly above your head. So it like literally becomes a personal atmospheric dome, like Dave Weiss says. And so I think there is some legitimacy to that. Like when we're looking at the creation and we're just standing there, you can literally see the sky. Especially if there's a cloudy day, you can watch the clouds descend from the highest point right above your head in a 360-degree circle around your vision, descend towards the horizon. They appear to be descending even though we know they're not, which makes it look like a dome, like a personal dome. Because I know if I moved 1,000 miles east or west, it's going to look totally different, but still look like a dome.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys. I just love the mystery. I know you want to sort of like figure some stuff out, and maybe that would be helpful, because I sometimes get on ballers for the way they sort of try to come in here and debate. Like, it's not like they're presenting you with evidence that you can go and knock on your neighbor's door and then teach them. So I get where you're coming from as well, Ball Kicker, is that give me something that I can go and knock on my neighbor's door and tell them what's up. I can't go there and start hitting them with the Socratic method, you know what I mean? So I definitely get that for sure. But I will say that I do enjoy a bit of the mystery that the Flat Earth does bring. There's obviously a lot that we don't know. Things that we thought we knew, we definitely didn't know. And so I'm actually sort of reveling. I'm enjoying that fact that there is a little bit of mystery. I take enjoyment in that. So maybe that's why I'm propelled into like, all right, well, let's really buckle down and figure some stuff out. So I'm over here just enjoying it. But go ahead.
I agree with you. When I down and talk with like really dedicated Globers, and they just want to hammer me with questions about. It's funny because they demand that I answer questions about their model. Okay, but they want all these questions answered, and I used to feel some degree of obligation to answer them, and now it's like, dude, I don't care. Like, me not knowing that doesn't mean that you can show me curve. Like, I don't have to answer all these questions. So I think I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't feel I feel comfortable now not knowing everything. It doesn't matter. I don't really need to know very much. I know your model doesn't work, with basic laws that we can observe here on Earth. So it's broken. Do I know how the place I live works? No, I'm okay with that. I don't know about every single little in and out. That doesn't keep me up at night.
Yeah, definitely not staying up at night for the globe, for sure. Yeah. Sasha? Is Sasha with us? Okay. He's not here anyway. Go ahead if you're going to say something.
I haven't been here very long. I just found this place. It's been real interesting to just listen to, different points of view and that sort of thing. But what are some of the, like, if they have a best answer, like, how does gas pressure work in the heliocentric ball model? How does that work? Like, have you heard a rational answer, or do people just run from that question because it's just nonsensical in their worldview?
Right. Good question. So that is one of the claims on the table, that they do have gas pressure without a container. So when we ask them, like you just asked us, they then just stack on top of that claim another claim. Right? They'll claim what? Gravity. Okay, well, now you have two claims that you haven't supported that need supported. So no, it is just completely nonsensical. It's not something they can demonstrate, and it involves just stacking multiple claims on top of each other. Claim 1, you can have gas pressure without a container. Claim 2, gravity actually is the reason. So neither of those things are demonstratable. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. They don't have an answer for this in their quote unquote model. I mean, think about it. When you were a baller, were you thinking about this stuff? Of course not.
When I was a little kid, I did. It didn't make sense to me. It didn't. Well, I remember it didn't make sense to me. I remember being in 3rd grade, and the teacher was talking about gravity in the oceans in Australia, and I raised my hand. I said, "Wait a minute! Like, you're saying it spins in the water? Wouldn't that just fall off the ball?" And she went and filled up a little bucket on her desk and spun around in circles and said, "Look, this is why it doesn't fall off. That's gravity."
Oh, God, it's the wrong way.
I was like, cool. So I went home and I did it in my garage, and I filled my dad's bucket up and I spun around in circles. I didn't know it was centrifugal force. Thought it was gravity. I'm like, yeah, this is so cool. I'm making gravity. But I remember, like, I don't know, a little while later, I was working on my bike, and my bike tire was wet. I started putting my chain on, and I spun my tire, and all the water started flying off. And it was like, wait a minute, the water's on the outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Go back to my teacher in 3rd grade, and I remember asking her about it, and I don't remember what she said. I just remember her convincing me that what I was seeing wasn't real. It's like, oh, okay, somehow it works different, in space. And so I pushed back as hard as I could, I think, at being 7 or 8 years old, but they just get you when you're so pliable and so malleable that even if you know to push back a little bit instinctively, I would say it's really an impossible task when every person in your life is telling you the same story, even if it's defying what you are seeing with your eyes.
Yeah. The gas pressure thing, when I was little, I think the only thing I thought about was the ozone layer. Because back then, when I was a kid, they were saying that there was holes in this ozone layer.
Yeah, above Antarctica.
So I actually, in my mind, I was picturing some sort of like hard shell that had a hole in it, like an egg with a crack or something. Like, that's what I don't know about you, but that's what how can you have a hole in gas? The hell is that?
Yeah.
So it's like, when they said ozone layer and it has a hole in it, I'm like, okay, so then it's solid then. Like, that's what I pictured. But so even then, like, none of that makes sense either. Ozone layer, holes in it.
Maybe that's Operation Fishbowl.
Maybe. But
maybe there really is a hole in it. Who knows?
Yeah, just the whole gas thing doesn't work out at all. But it's like that's stuff you don't think about when you're a baller. Then you get presented with that question one time. Can you present gas pressure without a container? Yes or no? We all know the answer. It's just funny to watch people squirm and dance and hop around the question. You can say gravity, but we're still asking you for a demonstration.
Yeah.
And then
when you're asking that question, in their mind, it's somehow that we are stationary somehow, because they don't account on that speed, what we are moving, not axial rotation, about orbital rotation. That we need to go together with all that ozone, whatever you want to call it, together with the air through that vacuum. But when we speak about gas pressure vacuum, it's stationary. It's there, we are not moving it. In their story.
Yeah.
Do you feel that gas pressure without a container and that gas pressure in a vacuum are I feel those are two separate claims. Do you feel those are two separate claims or a singular claim?
Well, a little bit of a contradiction there because a vacuum requires a container.
You can't suck if you don't have anything to put the pressure onto.
And for gas pressure gradients, you need also container.
That's right.
So they believe in uncontained gas pressure in a vacuum, and uncontained vacuums.
Well, in order for
uncontained gradients.
Well, in order for a negative to exist, right, beside a positive, that negative has to be contained within something. Otherwise, the negative will just seek to equalize with the positive. Does that make sense?
No.
So if you have a negative pressure created and you have a positive pressure beside it, the negative will always seek out the positive to equalize it. This is why you have to put a barrier in between them, i.e. put the gas in a damn container so that it's contained. Otherwise, the gas will just equalize and you lose everything, i.e. the clouds get sucked out of the damn sky.
Not only clouds. Water, oceans, everything.
Oh. There goes another one. No more fog. No more clouds in the sky. No more floating elephants.
But we have volcanoes.
Did you imagine volcanoes?
Yeah, the guy sent it. I don't know what, but it's like volcanoes cannot work on flat Earth.
Well, like the one I posted in the chat, that kind of volcano?
Yes. But my question would be after that: if volcanoes cannot work on flat Earth, why water doesn't curve?
Yeah, good point. It's so weird, man. Like, there was a guy in the Flat Earth debate this morning saying, "Oh, I can't wait to debunk you guys with my East and West argument."
God.
They don't even realize, they just don't even realize this. I posted a video. Let me post this again. I posted a video of I have a rat nest basket, right? It's just a freaking rat nest of cords. There's a bunch of cables just loose, right? So I'm going to post this here. This is ballers trying to make a point. They're happy if they can just connect any random two cords. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they're not plugged in. But if I can connect these two cords, that's my point. They always do this, man. It's so funny.
Rat's nest. Let's go. I just need an adapter to make it fit. Yep, that's it. There we
I
go.
thought of something the other day, and you guys, I just want to bounce it off you guys. You guys tell me what you think. Whether you're on a flat Earth or whether you are on a globular Earth, you literally cannot sail in straight lines, right? Because all the latitudes are all circles, so you can't sail in straight lines around circles. However, on a ball, you would be able to sail in a straight line at the equator. That would actually be physically possible. Can it be proven? Can it be demonstrated? But if it's a flat Earth, you would never be able to sail in a straight line at the equator ever. You would always be out of reckoning. You would constantly have to correct yourself because you're not sailing in a line. You're sailing in a circle. But on a ball at the equator, the center point would literally be the only place on a ball where you could literally sail in a straight line. Does that make sense, guys?
How Aristophanes did.
No.
Yes, has sense if you're precisely on equator, if you call that like that, and if you're going, but still, it doesn't.
Yeah. So I kind of lost my train of thought there for a second, but like the basket of chords, right? This guy was saying in the FED this morning, oh well, if you just let me talk about my east and west argument, then that'll devastate the flat Earth. The water isn't going to change anytime soon. So
what's his what
I don't
was
even know
his
what the
east and
argument
west
is.
argument? Exactly.
I have no idea.
Because again, if you're going to talk about observing east and west, yeah, to the point that was just made earlier, I think it was Garge. Actually, I don't know who made the point. I missed the voice on it.
Might have been ball kicker.
Yeah, ball kicker. Sorry. The idea of circumnavigation, right? Circumnavigation, you're going to go around in a big circle, i.e., I'm going to sail along the equator, observing the North Pole as an example. Yeah, you're going to be going around in a circle, going east to west. And you're going to constantly having to be adjusting your turn-in, so to speak. So if I'm sailing in a counterclockwise direction, I'm constantly having to be tipping into the left so that I maintain that circumnavigation path. But I mean, I don't see how an east and west. I would love to hear what this.
I know. Well,
this magic explanation was. Like the magic leash of gravity. Magic.
It's like, do you think I never? Oh wait, shoot, east and west. Oh, but we didn't think about that. You really think I didn't think about that, dude? Come on.
All this time we've only been thinking about north and south.
Oh my god,
left and right.
Fuck. Yeah, it's just so stupid. Go ahead.
If you get like a 10 minutes to speak about surface, that's hilarious. 10 minutes is too much, and then you say we made observations, there is no curvature, blah blah blah, and then 10 minutes pass, and then you have, okay, that's all right, but I have a
east
question.
And west? Yeah.
No,
what about east and west?
How about this? How this work on flat Earth? And you
how
pointed
volcanoes
out,
work.
yeah,
right.
How satellites works, how gravity works, how spectroscopy works, how light works, how eclipses works. And yeah, so many questions. But let's come back to the first question. Let's see why it's not curving first, and then we will see why moon, or we will not realize why moon is doing what it's doing.
I'm just trying to figure out why they thought it was a good idea.
It's always like
every 28 days.
It's always like, no, let's not speak about surface. That's not an issue. Let's move to somewhere else, whatever that it is. But let's not speak about surface. That's
well, the problem, Sasha, is their book doesn't tell them about the surface, right? So they're reading their textbook. Well, what does your textbook say about eclipses? Well, what does your textbook say about volcanoes?
But you need to point it out. My book in this moment is reality.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I would turn to them and say, well, do you know for a fact that what you're saying is the reason for this is actually true in reality? You're just reading it out of a book. That doesn't make it true. So I don't have to provide you with my quote unquote, side-by-side explanation. Maybe your bullshit explanation is just flat out wrong. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Who wrote the book? Can I shake his hand?
I know, right?
Is he real?
You can destroy Eiffel Tower, for example, but you don't put that in the news, and Eiffel Tower is always there, And you go to check there, and there is no Eiffel Tower, but still you will not say anything because you know that there must be Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, it must be there somewhere. It just might have moved. They didn't tell you. Yeah, exactly. If it's not in the news, it's not
hiding. It's hiding.
I have a question.
Somebody just say I have a question.
Yes, I said I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Martin Luther King had a dream.
So, you say that about books, but how do they know that you can prove what you're going to say?
Well, it depends on who's making the claim, because whoever's making the positive claim requires evidence for their claim. So,
but how much evidence for the stuff that you're claiming do you have?
Well, I'm not claiming anything, am I?
I mean, you're claiming that their stuff is bullcrap, but you don't even know if your stuff is true.
Hold on a second. Whoa.
That's not a claim, though, buddy.
Can we dissect this for a second?
Yeah.
Let's take the claim of observing level, my friend. How do I need?
Because you're claiming something that might not actually be the case.
No, I'm going to. Okay, Flynn. Let's go in on this. I'm going to 100% claim level, and I'm going to 100% stand on the fact that if everybody on this earth built a building, that would be 8 billion points of people edifying level, because they would all be building to level, would they not? No, hold on. Sasha, park it. I need to know from Flynn, because I'm asking him directly. If you have 8 billion people on this so-called earth, right, and they're all going to build a building, they're all going to observe level, right? Don't try to tell me that sample set of observing level with the level sitting on my windowsill is too small when I have 8 billion people doing it. So where's the curve show up, Flynn?
I don't know what.
This is my point. You're trying to say what CB's saying regarding the books and things like that is bullshit, yet when I give you a simple thing, which is a canister with an air bubble inside with some water around it, which cavemen could have built, you're going to try to tell me that what I'm observing can't be proven? Bitch, let me tell you, I ain't calling you a bitch. I'm talking about the situation at hand. 8 billion people doing the same thing, sitting on their windowsill at home, all observe the same thing. So, Flynn, dude, where do you need to prove more than that alone? Where is it?
Can I go now with simple?
Yes, you can. Sasha, you have permission now. Thank you.
For example, you go to the beach, you take the photo, you make the photo of one island. You go home, you say your wife, "I made the photo of Ireland." She said, "Great, can I see it?" You show, and there is a photo of Ireland, and that's it.
Yeah, let me just put it this way. Maybe I can help with the. Let's just get down to what is burden of proof, right? Because I heard you say that, well, you're claiming that their claim is not. That's not how claims work. All right, so let's think of it this way. I've got a neighbor right here to my right. Okay, let's say this neighbor claims they won the lottery. Okay, so that we can all agree that's a positive claim. They've claimed they won, lottery. If I go, nah, I call BS. Am I now claiming something or no, Flynn?
Yes.
So now I have the positive claim to prove that he doesn't have the million. Is that how that works?
No.
Right. Yeah, because that'd be called a burden of proof reversal fallacy, right? So
you're literally objecting to what you just said before.
Huh?
You're Your claim that their stuff is not true is a claim.
No, it's not. As I just highlighted to you.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's a claim.
No, it's not. I just told you how that's not a claim. If my neighbor claims they won the lottery and I call bullcrap, I said, no, dude, I need to see evidence for that. That's not a claim that I now have that I have to go and prove. You don't prove a negative, right? Whoever has the positive.
Prove a negative.
Huh?
You cannot prove a negative.
Correct. So it's like whoever has the positive claim has the burden of proof. So whoever's claiming that the Earth curves, spins, and has gas pressure on a container, they
pretty sure both parties have to prove that claim.
No, listen, Flynn. Well, there's only one party claiming they won the lottery. I'm not claiming I won the lottery. I don't have to prove anything. My neighbor made that claim, so it's on him he has the burden, right? So it's somebody's claiming that the Earth curves, spins, and has gas pressure on a container. Damn, son, I'd like to get through a point.
If you don't know if he did win the lottery or not,
No, it's because he didn't provide evidence. It's not on me to prove anything. It's him who made the claim. Right? If he doesn't say anything at all, am I making a claim? No. He's saying something ridiculous, making a grandiose claim. I won the lottery. All right, well, show me. Prove it. I don't believe you. Now, that doesn't shift the burden of proof to me, now that I have to go and prove that he didn't win the lottery. That's a classic case of a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So no. Yeah.
And it's easy, now you have the ticket, you show the ticket, and there is a win, and then you are convinced, look, this is not bullcrap, the guy really won the lottery.
There's no both parties have to prove. No, he's the only person claiming they won something.
I'm saying the guy is showing you.
No, you're right. I'm just Sasha. You're good. I'm just talking to the other guy.
Okay.
But yeah. No, you're absolutely right. If he shows a ticket, like he was just saying, well, both parties have to prove something. No, they don't.
I want to come to the point. That ticket, it's curvature. We need that ticket.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. So we're not making new claims here. We're just saying, well, somebody's claiming they won the lottery. Let's see this ticket. I want to see that ticket for curvature. I want to see that ticket for rotation. And I want to see that ticket for gas pressure without a container. If they cannot do that, then maybe they didn't win the lottery like they said they did. And I don't have to prove jack shit. Go ahead.
No, thanks, Evie. And the worst part about it is you've got people out there who are believing in the globe, right, and who are so headstrong on that they're spinning it on us saying, y'all need to prove it. Nah, dog. There ain't nothing in my purview that's telling me that we got a ball and it's spinning to boot.
Yeah, that's why they are coming, because of that title, Flat Earth. And because of that, all questions starting, if Earth is flat, why this and this and this? No, man, if Earth is a globe, you need to start that question first, and then we will arrive to the Flat Earth.
And Sasha, honestly, that's probably one of my favorite points you've ever made. They refuse to do that. They always want to make up. Well, if the Earth is flat, it should do all these random things that I just made up in my head. Well, why can't they do that with the globe? If the Earth is a globe, then X, Y, and Z. They'll never address that. Never, never, never.
Because we are globers, we are not flat earthers. We came from that point. If Earth is a globe, we are not born flat earthers. We are people who realized that Earth is not curving. How? Questioning if Earth is a globe, not if Earth is a flat.
To some of my friends, they say, prove the Earth is flat. Prove it. And that is just testimony to the ignorance of our culture, that we don't even understand how science is done. Scientists, however you want to phrase that, they never claim that they prove anything. In science, the way that we've set it up, we say you can only disprove claims. And yet ball earthers want us to prove flat Earth. And according to the science they say they believe in, that's not even possible.
Chicken or the egg?
Yeah, man. I said this yesterday. Maybe I'll reuse it today. But it's like people who are like, well, prove it to me. Prove to me that it's flat. It's like I'm literally watching a fish be like, "Well, can someone show me where the water is, please?"
We're in it, bitch. You ain't got to go far. It's right here.
Hell, man.
Newsflash.
It's all around you. What the hell?
Newsflash, Mary. It ain't all those bad men. It's actually you. Newsflash, Glober. It ain't the Earth. It's actually you. You're just looking at it wrong. You know when you're looking at someone, you're like, yo, that's so much water to drink. And they're like, they didn't fill my cup all the way up. That's the issue that we're having right now.
And then they will appeal to authority, and they even didn't research that, but they will appeal,
Yep.
They will call for the help from outside somewhere. Nobody realized it, but I'm not on that level.
Professor Doofball. Shout out to Julius. We're renaming Professor Slave. Yeah, it's a bad scene, man.
You guys claim there isn't gravity, but how can
There's
you
not.
prove that?
Okay.
How can you prove that claim, though?
All right, let me ask you this: how is gravity actually administered when you're actually working a calculation to figure out stuff?
Why we need gravity?
But hold on, because here the thing is, when you corner somebody about the weight of a car falling to the earth and 100-pound rock falling to the earth, and they're going to try to tell you that gravity is 9.8 meters per second, that is the constant number that you apply to that. Now the thing is, they forget to tell you.
Sorry, but I need to stop it. That depends on the shape of the object.
Right. It depends on the spread and things like that.
Because if you throw the let's say the table, the table, a rectangular object, 1,000 kilo, it will not fall the same rate like let's say one tube, 1,000 kilo.
Yeah, because you've increased the spread, the surface area. Right now, I'm trying to keep it simple, just because we have to deconstruct gravity, so we need to keep it simple. So the thing about it is, I'm going to ask you, friend Flynn, is that if I take a basketball player and I weigh him in Philadelphia playing for 76ers, he's going to weigh X amount. Now, when I go to Denver, I know that the oxygen level has changed because high altitude training is actually a thing that people do. Now, I take that same basketball player, he's playing now maybe for the Denver Nuggets, he's going to weigh himself, high altitude, his altitude has changed, but crazy enough, his weight has not changed, right? Flynn?
You're still on the planet, so yes.
All right, but we do agree that we have changed the location within the location. The elevation has changed, correct?
How does that change the gravity?
I'm asking you. We have changed location. We know that the altitude has changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we're going to attempt to take that 9.8 meters per second average number that they use to calculate how fast those two items would be falling to the floor or the earth at. Okay? Because that's the number. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, one of four weakest forces. Okay? That's gravity. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? Now, that basketball player standing in Philadelphia, he weighs 200 pounds. He goes up to Denver, however many mile high up they call it. He weighs the same amount. The oxygen levels are different. Now, he's going to go and lie on a body of water. He's going to keep air in his lungs. Okay? Does he weigh the exact same sitting on that body of water?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is gravity?
here's the thing with that.
Going sideways.
No, you
Okay.
need to let me say something first.
Okay.
There's also to take into consideration the fact that he will float because of how much space he's taking up in that water, along with the air in his lungs. Because the air will help him float.
Are you done? Okay,
Yes.
so the air in his lungs, along with the surface area that he takes up along that water, is going to cause him to float, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why isn't gravity acting upon any part of him, though? He's still floating, right? Unless he releases all the air from his
You
lungs.
don't need to release all the air. You can still start thinking before you have it on the
My issue is, with the introduction of water, we have an interruption of gravity just by adding air into the equation. However, if we have a car that was in the same scenario, that car would weigh the same in Philadelphia, it would weigh the same in Denver, and when I sat it on top of the water, it would fall right to the bottom of the earth, or bottom of that basin, that water container that it's in. So the only difference is air in all of those equations. So where does air fall into
You also increase your density.
Pardon me?
Your density increases.
How did you increase your density?
One, you have more to your body with the air inside your body. Two, you're still wearing the clothes and stuff on your body, and it's now being filled with the water. And three, there's also the fact that... Actually, no, there's only two right now. But yeah.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hi.
Could I cut in here for just a second?
Please do.
Hey, Flynn. I just want to ask you a question, brother. You're affirming the idea that the Earth is a ball, right?
Right now, yes.
Okay. And that water is wrapped around this ball?
Yeah.
And that gas is wrapped around the water ball?
It's not completely a water ball, but yes.
And that this gas-wrapped water ball is spinning, right?
Yes.
And that this gas-wrapped water ball that's spinning is shooting through a vacuum. You affirm all five of those claims, right?
Not sure about the last part, but...
That's orbital.
Well, do you believe in the vacuum of space and that a gas-wrapped water ball is floating in a vacuum?
Yes.
Okay. Well, science would say that gravity is responsible for all of those fantastic claims, that the mass of Earth has been condensed into a ball by the power of gravity, and that water is wrapped around that ball by the power of gravity, that gas is wrapped around that water ball by the power of gravity, that it's spinning and shooting through a vacuum and holding the gas and the water to the ball in a vacuum by the power of gravity. And so here's the problem. Gravity claims to do all these things to Earth, but it cannot do any of these things on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so if you believe those things, we're just asking for some demonstrations of gravity being isolated and being the sole force, or whatever you want to call gravity, as being the cause of uncontained gas pressure. We would like to see the power of gravity contain matter and form a sphere through the power of gravity. We would like to see water adhere to the outside of a container or the outside of an object through the power of gravity. We would like to see gas exist on the outside, a gas pressure gradient exist on the outside of an object in a vacuum. And we would like to see that phenomenon occur due to the power of gravity. Those are your claims, so the burden of proof would be upon anybody that was making those claims. We're just asking for a demonstration of gravity here on Earth, because it works really well out in outer space, but it doesn't work here where we live.
Well, one example would be if you put water in a container and start spinning it, it will do that. However, it has to be contained.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're using a container the entire time, and the thing in both of those aspects is we're observing gas.
Yeah, heliocentric model does not have container.
Well, it also includes liquid.
Okay, that you're illustrating centrifugal force. You're not illustrating gravity. Gravity would be water on the outside of the bucket.
Exactly.
Spin around in circles with me with a water on the outside of the bucket. That's that would be the claims of gravity. That would be a gravitational demonstration. The claim of the ball Earth is that gravity is the container. So we're saying no, water cannot be contained without a physical container. That gas cannot be contained without a physical barrier. That's what we're saying. We're just asking for a demonstration of gravity. That's all.
When you spin something, everything shoots outwards. Rooster tail on a tennis ball when it's wet. So if we're spinning on a ball, it should shoot us off, but we're getting stuck according to gravity.
But even if you get the Nobel Prize for the gravity, even if you find the force, you will still need to show that water is curving in reality, because we will point it out that again.
Yo, shout out to Eli, shout out to BK, bringing out the water requires a container. This is a fantastic point. It's next level. Question, can you mail me some water without any container?
I don't hear Flynn talking. Is he still here with us?
Welcome, Miggy.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to interrupt, guys. I ball kickers doing a really good job. Flynn, do you have any answers to the question that was posed to you? Because 5 people chimed in already, but I don't hear you. I don't know if your mic is not working, or what is your response to these questions? Do you have?
There's one way that water can be transferred to where you are.
No. Yeah, Flynn. I guess you brought in the bucket analogy. Do you think that was a correct analogy to use? And then ball kicker kind of turned it around and said, "Let's put water on the outside of the bucket." Does that make sense to you, or is that incorrect?
I mean, it's not going to stay in the bucket because the bucket doesn't have a gravitational pull.
No. Okay, so the analogy that you used, right? You said water in a bucket, but the correct analogy was water outside of the bucket. Is that correct?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, so where in that analogy did you say water in the bucket is correct as equating to the Earth being a ball with water outside? Like, how is the water inside?
How's the water inside?
Yeah, because you're spinning the bucket, right? Like, that was your analogy. And now you went to the Earth being the same. But we don't say that water's inside of the Earth. We say water's on the Earth. So if water was to be on the bucket, it would be on the outside of the bucket. That's the only way that analogy could work.
All right. It is within the atmosphere, which is dense enough to keep it in and not let it out.
Okay, so the atmosphere is the container? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so the atmosphere is contained. I wanted some clarification. I'll let ball kicker kind of continue. I just want to make sure that your analogy is fitting the description of what you were saying. I'll stand back. Go ahead, guys.
That's interesting. I didn't realize that was your perspective. I guess if that's what you were going to say, I would ask, have you ever demonstrated, or can you cite the man who has demonstrated that gas can be a physical barrier upon which water stops? Can you stop water flow with a gas pressure gradient? Is that an experiment that you performed, or that you're aware anybody has ever performed?
No, but I'm sure there's someone that might have done it.
Oh yeah, must be somebody. It must be somebody.
I have to look that up.
Look it up.
All right, so and I'm just going to point a few things out as the conversation progresses, Flynn. You're making a claim without having any knowledge. Would you equate that to being ignorant to this information that you're presenting? You don't have the answer, but you're saying, let me look it up, meaning you just thought it was the answer, but it really isn't because you don't know.
I didn't claim it was correct. I was giving an answer.
Yes, but it's not the sufficient one. It's just an answer.
I didn't say it was correct.
Right.
I was giving an answer.
Right. So upon further investigation, do you think your answer is correct?
I don't know yet. I can't just look it up right now.
So you don't know is the answer. You don't know. That's correctly stated. I understand that this might be a bit troubling, right? Because you're looking for an answer, but what we're trying to do is uncover what you know. And so as far as you know, you don't know. And this is where we're at. And it's this we're making some progress now. You don't know. So let us continue then. Go ahead, ball kicker.
Hey, Flynn. Hey, brother. We have all been where you are right now. So you are not in bad company. So I just want to ask seriously, right now you're affirming the idea of uncontained gas pressure creating a barrier that can physically stop water. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Now, if you want to say that we live on a spinning ball and that is a scientific worldview, then do you feel it would be reasonable for us to expect a physical experiment, a demonstration of that claim? Uncontained gas pressure containing water? Is that an unreasonable request of us?
No.
Okay. Okay. That's all I got.
All right, so let's just kind of state what's happening here. There was questions being posed to someone in the live stream at the moment who believes that the Earth is a globe and it has gravity. And so these ideas that are built on a presupposition that the Earth already is a globe with gravity on it, and the gravity is acting in a magical way, doing magical things, is already built on entire presupposition, which I'll let the conversation progress just for the person who's coming in here's sake, for their mind to kind of grasp the concept. But truly, we must revert back to the original foundation, which is the ground that you stand upon, Flynn. Now, in order for gravity even to exist in the worldview that you have in a heliocentric mindset, you'd have to have a ball in the first place. So gravity would have to clump everything up together and spin everything around and form itself into a ball in order for this Earth to exist as you and everybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe exists as it is today. Would that be fair to say? Hope I don't lose you, Flynn. Hopefully this isn't going over your head either. I'm trying to keep it very basic. Pretty simple. Flynn, are you there? Hello? Hello. It might be a bit daunting, but yeah, go ahead, Flynn.
No, I was just washing my hands.
No worries, man. So, like I was saying, did you hear what I mentioned before, or would you want me to say it again?
Please restate it. I didn't get it all.
Sure. All right. So, in order for gravity to exist on a ball, as you would presuppose that it does, you need to have a ball in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, there has to be this ball that we can measure curvature on top of, right? The ball that you're standing on, that I'm standing on, everyone's standing on a ball. With this idea, you'd be able to measure curvature. Would that be correct to say that we can measure curvature?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. So, how do you suppose you and I can measure curvature?
I have no clue.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't think anybody does. But that's good. All right, so nobody knows how to measure curvature, yet curvature exists. Now, what's wrong with this idea? If I was to tell you that you live on a pasta noodle, how would you then believe what I am saying? Even if I showed you some images of a pasta noodle Earth, I'm giving you an extreme example because I want you to think about what we're stating here. I want you to think about it, right? So if you're on top of a pasta noodle and I tell you live on one, and I show you pictures that you live on one, and I show you videos of people flying around a pasta noodle, does that mean you live on a pasta noodle?
Not necessarily.
What would you need for me to make sure of what I'm saying is true to you? What would I have to present to you? Or at least what would you demand of me to present to you? Even if I've shown you all these things. Just, I mean, think about it like this. If something that you're standing on
You have to physically show me.
Exactly. That's exactly correct. So I'd have to physically demonstrate to you that what I'm telling you is true, and not just images and not just videos and things. You demand evidence. You're like, okay, so if what you're saying is true, you need to show me how this thing measures to be a pasta noodle, because it's not going to be one. And could you just show me images? I'm not going to believe you. So that's what we're doing in this forum. We're asking for people to show us how the measurement of the Earth has curvature on it. The radius, the diameter, and the circumference. Because these things are all given to you and me and everyone else, right? We're just victims of this information, and nobody's ever investigated it, which is kind of like what I stated to you earlier. I asked you if you knew how to measure it, and you said, no, which is nobody does, right? But that's where we're at. So now this is where we're at. Everybody's now like, okay, that's great. Now let's measure the thing. How are we going to do that? Well, it's pretty simple if you think about it, right? Over a stretch of distance, let's say over 10 miles, one could actually note that there would be a curvature drop rate. Like if you were on a beach ball, right? Like an ant on a beach ball, that ant would notice over a distance that there would be an arc or a hump where he couldn't see beyond. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
I'm sorry to interject.
No.
Okay. All right. So you agree with the ant analogy that the ant would, at some point, the further the distance of the ant, there would be the beach ball would be in the way he couldn't see past a certain point. Well, it's the same way with this idea that the Earth is a ball, and there's curvature that would be blocking your view from things you couldn't see in the far distance. Same thing. So, going back to that idea that if you stand at a certain distance, and I use 10 miles as a good way to kind of denote this, there would be a curvature drop rate that you and I can measure. Now, would that be fair to say that the Earth would be curving at a certain drop rate? Flynn?
We don't know exactly what the curvature drop rate would be.
Oh, but we do. That's the point. This is the reason why I'm bringing this up. But we do. And not because any flat earther said anything, because this is what is already given to you and to me. Okay, the radius and the diameter and the circumference of Earth are all metrics that have been given to us. We have been handed this information through the school systems, through just every which way. You can go to Google and find this information out. It's public knowledge. Everybody should know this. You can look it up and find out for yourself. Do it right now if you feel free to do so. Or you sound like you're tied up anyway, but check it out. The information is public, so we do know. So the answer is yes, we do know that the Earth has been stated to have a radius and a diameter and a circumference. This information is public knowledge. It's not hidden. And it's not been done by any flat earthers. This has been done by people who, quote unquote, researched the topic and given this information to everyone. So everybody should know this. So it's public to you and I. So there is no excuse as to why you and I shouldn't know that there is curvature on this Earth. Okay, so knowing that, Flynn, let's get back to the heart of the matter. We have to find out how to measure for this curvature. Now, we have the metrics. So we know at what specific point the Earth should be dropping away as we go farther in distance. Would that be fair to say? Because we know the metrics.
Yes.
Okay. The answer is yes. Okay. So what we have done is something called a line of sight test. Anyone on Earth can do this. Doesn't matter where you live on Earth. There is no excuse why you can't do this test. Everybody should be near a body of water at some point in their life. It's the greatest way to do it, because if you do it over land, land has topography, which is mountains and valleys, hills. So you couldn't get a great result out of doing it over land. So over a body of water is probably most sufficient to do this test. So you get a good stretch of water with let's say, a beach line. It has a shoreline, let's say, so that you can look down that shoreline and, at a far distance, let's say, maybe if you can see like a peninsula sticking out or something on the distance that you could see within like 10 miles. Now, the thing is, doing a line of sight test is going to also show to you whether the Earth is curving at a specific drop rate using the dimensions that they have given to you and I. That's the radius, diameter, and circumference. Remember, that's important. You can look that up. So once you do that, you apply that to some basic math, right? And you use the elevation height of which the observer is at. It depends if you put a camera down to the floor or, your actual standing height, whatever. You can use whatever you want. And then use the distance between where you're at. Let's call that point A. And then the thing that you're seeing in the far distance, let's call that point B, right? And so that thing that you see in the distance, you measure the distance, however long that is, the observer height, and then you enter in the calculation from like the Earth Curve Calculator. You can find one online anywhere. Just type in Earth Curve Calculator. You punch in those metrics, right? And out comes a number. There's going to be, everything's done for you. You don't really have to do too much work. And then it should tell you how much curvature there's going to be between you, point A, and the thing you're seeing in the far distance, point B. Now, once you figure that out and you know the distance and how much curvature there should be, you should expect to see, I should say, then that would be your answer. Whether you see that curvature there or not is not the point. The point is it should be there. The curvature should be there. It's going to be there no matter what, because the Earth is a ball of a certain set size of dimensions. Do you understand? Are you following, Flynn?
Okay.
Okay, so we're doing a line of sight test, which is going to give us the understanding of the Earth is curving, right? Because we said before, the Earth has to be a ball in order for there to be gravity, Coriolis, all the good stuff that they say that exists. And not to mention the radius, which gives us the distance to the planets and all that other good stuff the heliocentric ideas come from, right? So we got to have the Earth having curvature. It has to have a radius. It has to be a ball. If it's not a ball, then all bets are off. You can't get the distance to anything. There's no radius to no R value. You take away the R value from every single formula that equates into it. So you take that out of it, right? So no R value whatsoever. You gotta have a ball for everything to exist the way they do in the heliocentric idea. So this is the killer move, right? Either you find curvature or you don't. So I'm giving you something to do, right? Because obviously we're going to talk to you and maybe go over a few other things that the lads want to go over with. But the most important thing that I'm going to tell you right now, if the Earth is not a ball, then nothing else that you build on top of it, gravity, Coriolis, the Earth is doing this, it's moving through space, it's not going to do any of that unless you find that curvature first. That is the number one single most important thing in what we say is the thing that you're going to investigate, Flynn. You have to find that curvature. Like I said before, if you don't find it, then all bets are off. It's not heliocentric. It's not nothing. You start from square one. You start from a blank piece of paper, and you got to do it all over again. So like that's where everybody's at. We're saying it's not a ball because it hasn't measured to be one. But us telling you that is different from you going and testing it out for yourself. So we're actually telling you to go look. Because we're saying it's not, but we're already at a standpoint of everybody here have already done the research. We've already looked into many, many topics, have talked to many people, and dove into it. But that's the number one thing for you. Because you admittedly said you don't know, right? If the Earth is curving or not, you don't have that information. You've just been told, just like everyone else. So now we're telling you we've already checked. We want you to go check so you can go verify for yourself. Because that's the number one thing that you got to remember. If you can't verify that there's curvature on this Earth, which you think is a ball, then there is no ball. Then there is no idea that gravity's clumping things up into the center of mass. None of that exists. It's all hocus pocus. It's lies. It's whatever you want to call it. Smoke and mirrors. It doesn't matter. But it does not exist in the reality in which you live and I live, unless you can provide that as hard evidence and you can show everybody here, hey, look, I measured from point A to point B over 10 miles. I got some curvature here, and we're going to do a measurement. If you can provide that type of evidence, then you got a slam dunk. It's a home run. It's the thing that everybody wants to know about that we've been asking for over 8 years and haven't got nobody, not a single person from the most educated to the people who aren't educated. Nobody's given us that answer. So hopefully that gives you something to think about. I know it's quite a bit, but I feel like I kind of want to go through a little spiel so you can understand. This is our single most devastating point for the globe is that there is no curvature to the Earth in which they're standing on. It doesn't matter what other lies they want to talk about because that's all there is. When we ask for the thing about verification, we don't get anything. So, well, that's all I really have for you right now, Flynn. But if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. Not unless somebody else wants to jump in and build on a presupposition, because everybody else is going to talk about gravity, Coriolis, and all that. You're going to talk about something building upon the idea that the Earth is already a ball, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed your space noodle example, and all this talk about space food got me kind of hungry. So, this is a quick word from our sponsor, ladies and gentlemen.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Spacey's. Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Let's go.
They said it's base.
Oh, shit. Can I just say something real quick? Flynn, I think, dude, you've done real good. You're answering questions. You're being logical. I think you're doing good, bro. Some people come in here and they're bombastic, and I just want to commend you that it seems like you're actually being honest.
Yeah, we like
I
intellectual.
have a reason to be dishonest.
All right. Is there anybody else in here who thinks the Earth is a ball? Because I just went through a spiel with the gentleman, Flynn.
Of course it's a ball. What are you talking about?
Malik. What's going on, Malik?
Not much. I was just listening. That was really good what you said.
Yeah, no worries, man. I don't know. I'm just trying to help people along the way because yeah, we've been doing this for quite some time, and the one thing that we always ask for when we get into conversations with people is just the evidence. I mean, really, there's really no need to get into a fuss about it because it's like you have it or you don't. Admittedly, if you say you don't, that's a great place to start, right? Hey, I don't got it. Well, that's great. Let's go verify it together. That's the, I used to get into the conversation. I always tell everybody, what are the 3 points, right? You go in for the curvature, then you go in for the axial rotation, and then the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air in which you and I breathe. But of course, there's no need for that. That was already that's really been put on the shelf for me. And I'm just now going to the one devastating move, the one thread you pull on a sweater and it unravels the entire sweater, which is, where is the curvature? Provide the evidence for that. Not one single person who thinks the Earth is a ball has been able to provide this information. And I've given them the tools. Go ahead, if you want to, go measure the curvature and tell everybody else when you've done it, come back and tell us how you did it so we can go do it, verify it, come back, and then, all right, that's a wrap, It's just that.
Lynn, sorry, it's not actually not that hard. You just get a pair of binoculars and go out to the ocean. Do you live by the sea?
No, but okay. So I haven't checked your roles yet. Are you a person who thinks of the mind of the Earth as a globe?
No, I don't think the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
definitely. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't check your roles because I'm walking around with my phone. Go ahead.
For me personally, that was very powerful when I just got binoculars and started doing long distance observation for myself, and then going back to the table. Right there's a curvature calculator table, and you take the 2 points if you're standing on point A at the beach, and you're observing a lighthouse X amount of miles away, and you just go back to the table and you add up the numbers, and if it doesn't add up, well, then you have a problem.
Long distance observations, well done, man.
Excellent. Yeah,
that's the distance. I mean, an average of 50 kilometers should be presenting a depression of at least 600 feet. And we don't see that. Lake Ontario, that's my go-to. We don't see that happening along that shoreline at all.
Yeah, we used to get some really crazy answers by the people who used to be so adamantly fixated on the globe that they would say things like refraction, or they would say other, insert other ideas that would cause them to, rely on the Earth being a globe because of other factors. But there's always some key components to what they're talking about that they forget about all the time. And that is that with that formula that they're using for refraction includes the R value. And if you don't believe me, go look it up. So the R value is the radius. So how do you get a radius without having a radius in the first place? You need it first, right? You got to have it measured first before you get it. So how do you measure the radius again?
Yeah, that's good to know. I didn't know that refraction required a R factor. Required the radius.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you look it up, of course, that'll back up what I'm saying. So there's nothing to fret about. When they start pulling out these, rabbits out of a hat, then you just go, okay, where did you get that rabbit? Because you needed to have the R value in this equation, this formula that you're talking about. Where did you get that from? Because you got to have a radius. So, back to square one. How do you measure the curvature? And so measurement becomes a standard for everyone. It's like, well, your standards are too high. No, they're not. They're simple. I'm not going to stare at your foot and guess what size it is. I'm going to measure it. And it's going to be easy because I'm going to have a scale. And I'm going to say, okay, from this point to that point, boom. Your foot's about 9. You're about a 9. I'm about 11. And so we're going to work it that way. We're going to be able to detect and measure. That simple.
Oh, it's called Snell's law, right?
Yeah, and it's because and I tell people this too. Well, we can do observations, and that's great because when it comes to observations, it's part of like how we're going to be able to find this out. So, and using a pair of binoculars, that's awesome too. But there's another factor too. The temperature is going to change the way we see things in the far distance as well. Now that does change that we can observe. So, and the idea that we see something today in the far distance at 10 miles, we might not see it tomorrow, but that's all right because that works well within our the framework of the flat Earth. That still works well. It doesn't, however, work well with the globe because then they would say, "Oh, you see, you can't see it today because of the curvature." So what do we got? Moving curvature? Is the Earth bending and flattening out and curving it? What is it doing? Like, no, it can't do that. It's got to have the Earth who's curving. It's got to have a hard line. It's a physical limitation where you can't see beyond. So all these ideas that you can see something one day and then you can't see it the next day only destroys a globe even more. Because you can't claim the curvature of the Earth moves. You can't use that. So it doesn't move. It should be the physical curvature, as you see in the far distance.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because I live by the ocean. I can see it from my window right now. And some days when I look across the water, I can't see the mountains over there. But today I can see them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it works well within the construct of the flat Earth. So we can operate under those variables. Now the globe can't because you have a hard line. It's physical. It's curvature. It's like the beach ball idea with the ant. And then at one point he can see it farther than you can't because the beach ball's in the way every time at that distance. So the same goes for the physical curvature of the Earth. But they use, like I said again, they'll use refraction, and that's where they're in trouble. Because then you're like, we can't use that. And they're like, why? Because you got an R value in the formula. You got to give us how you got that R value in the first place. So it's kind of like that, you're taking their mind on an endless loop. So they have to figure out how it's done. And if they can't, of course, that's where you're left with, they are going to say, I don't know, or pawn it off to a bigger ball, or pawn it off to some magical scientist out there somewhere has the keys to the knowledge. He's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I love that one.
I think, they rely on that because they have to. Because if their mind doesn't settle on the fact that there isn't an answer, they might go crazy. Because they're like, dude, I've been duped this whole time. Like, I really thought the Earth was a globe, but it's really not because there's no answer.
The distance to our horizon line, like the point that we can see to, that cannot change. The only time that can change is if we go up. So we change our altitude, then our horizon line can change. What can change with atmospheric refraction, like with respects to what I posted in the live stream, is the stuff that comes in between what we're seeing and the horizon line that can affect how we see the stuff in our vision.
Of course, right? The ambient air temperature also plays a
humidity. Exactly, the presence of water, humidity in the air that is in between the interference.
Now, and this is crazy because this is stuff that we already know. This is something you and I know. So when we apply where the curvature of the Earth should be, and then you factor that in where the variable, the ambient air temperature, because they tell you it's even on the weather every single day, right? Like, oh, your visibility is going to be X amount of miles or whatever. They'll tell you, right? It's on the weather. And then you go from that to like how they're saying the Earth's a curve, boats are disappearing behind the Earth curve. And you're like, well, that's funny. Because you said it was X amount of miles one day, and then it turns out to be X amount of miles the next day. Like, you can't change that. It's a physical Earth curve. It's either going to be present there physically, where something's actually going over like a hill. You're not going to see somebody walking from your position to like over a hill, and then say on another day you'll see that person very clearly over that hill. It's not going to happen. It's physical.
Yeah, we'll just wait till Wednesday.
That's when you can see that. Now, this is the dilemma, right? That the ball Earth has. and it's not able to. They can't rectify it because there is no answer to that. It's
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking, Miggy. It's like eclipses. You just have to wait for the perfect moment.
And it's got to be a Tuesday night in October, and
yeah. You think I'm joking?
When the gases are reflecting off of the swamp and off of Venus, and
yeah, it's like an eclipse. You just have to know when it's happening, and then you can see it. You can see curvature. You can see all this stuff: rotation, gas pressure, lock container. You just have to wait for the perfect moment. You don't just see eclipses every day. Come on, now.
Yeah, this is by the way, Flynn, these are the practical demonstrations that the globe Earth claim. People thinking that the Earth is a globe. That's fine. All we ask is for those practical demonstrations. And of course, the gentleman took you to the practical demonstration of gravity, but of course, there isn't a sufficient answer for that. And also, even thinking of it more, you go into like curvature, and there isn't one for that. So there's, I guess, would you say the ball Earth tenants, right? The pillars that hold it up. And then you remove one or two, or it doesn't matter. It'll all start crumbling down like a house of cards. What does so effortlessly with the idea that you can't find any curvature? Because you got to have a ball in order to have gravity, Coriolis, and all that good stuff. Gas pressure without a container. There's so many things that they assert, it being, but all I'm asking for is for critical thinking to begin, right? This is at least we're speaking of things reasonably, right? There's like unreasonable requests we're making. It's just like, hey, if you say there is, just show it, demonstrate it. That's all we're asking for. It's a demonstration. Pretty simple. So it sounds like you might have been working, Flynn. Hopefully we're in the background, kind of like one of those podcasts for people to listen to. Also, if you're listening on the live stream, you want to come in here and have a conversation about how the Earth is a globe, please bring your evidence, namely Earth curvature.
Yo, I love that damn show.
That's pretty good, yeah.
So what does it mean when people say nature abhors a vacuum?
Don't vacuums require a container?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, if I walk outside, can you take me to a vacuum?
No, I don't think I could do that.
You can't, because the air around it equalized it. Right? If you have negative pressure inside of something, you can't have positive beside it, because the negative would have thought to equalize with the positive.
Yeah, it's low and high. It's always, we live in a dynamic system, which means that it's ever changing always, because of the variables that we have with the heat and the cold. So we're always having variance in air pressure and such. That can be measured. And so because of that, we have very dynamic weather systems on Earth. But it always stems back to like the idea that if you don't have pressure in the first place, then you don't have this contained system. And if you don't have a contained system, then air is easily able to move from a high pressure to a low pressure, and all of it disperses evenly everywhere. Because we see that, right? Everywhere we have a contained system with a high pressure, and you expose it to a lower pressure, it disperses into that lower pressure. Like immediately. It just rushes out until it equalizes. But being in a dynamic system like we are, with the sun and the moon always actively pressing upon the systems of the Earth, the weather systems, we do have different variances in pressures. So, yeah, we got different pressures on the Earth that always ever changes where you're at?
So the primary way that we measure pressure is a barometer. Is that correct?
Yes, a barometer will measure barometric pressure.
Yeah,
I think
so
it's 0.7
barometer.
at sea level. Barometer is.
Okay.
Is anyone out there?
Yeah, so how do we verify that what a barometer is telling us is accurate? Like, for example, if I blow up a balloon, I can like feel gas pressure. Like I trust my senses. I can feel it. I can feel the pressure pressing against the rubber of the balloon. But a barometer, since we're inside the container, how can we like verify that what it's telling us is actually gas pressure?
Well, like the barometer is a mechanical instrument, just like the artificial horizon on an airplane, a gyroscope. These things all work on mechanical observations, right? They don't require anything to be plugged in. There's no manipulation that can be put in, so we take them as telling the truth because they're a mechanical instrument. I don't see how you can. It's like asking a ruler, "Are you telling the truth or are you lying?" It's like asking a compass, "Are you telling the truth or are you lying?" You can't do that.
Okay, yeah, you answered my question. Thank you. I just actually had that objection from somebody who was talking with Flat Earth and like, well, the barometer could be lying. You know, you can't trust a barometer. It's a conspiracy. So I actually didn't know how to answer that question.
It's just a tool at the end of the day, yeah. It's just
yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's like a ruler. Yeah.
Yeah, you could just like, and people say that too because they want to have a way to win the argument. It's all, and at the end of the day, stuff like that happens to be just mostly about them winning the argument. It has nothing to do with them actually learning if it does or not. So
that's called ego protection.
Yeah, of course.
Protecting their ego, right? They're not allowing the paradigm shift to take place. They're protecting themselves, so they're coming up with a knee-jerk answer to your cornering of them. Because when you corner a witness in questioning, that's what they do.
Mr. Flynn left us.
Hopefully left to do some long distance observations.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
You can see PG. Your audio clips.
Yeah, that was pretty cutthroat.
And pussed out. Drives me crazy. The pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this. Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
Was that an excerpt from here?
No, it's that's Dana White from The Ultimate Fighter back in the day, trying to hype up his fighters and stuff. Like, come on, man, you guys don't want to leave. You guys want to come on this show? You better do it right. It's so perfect because we're like kind of running a show here as well. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, here's another good one.
You're here to win. I understand. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
Damn.
Oh boy.
Y'all see the voice stream chat? Holy smokes. That's a compass. Damn.
Yeah, she can show me some direction.
So how straight? That's crazy.
No, it's photoshopped. It has to be.
I think NASA may have gotten their hands on that image.
NASA couldn't get their grabbly hands on that. Come on, man.
Then again, I was going to say that horizon is a little too flat for NASA's liking, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It looks... No, even the shadow's on... Did you look at the shadow? The shadow's on point too. No, it's legit.
Yeah.
That's
good.
crazy. Great picture, man. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually sending it to my daughter. She's a dancer. She's 12. I'm going to send it to her. Talk about pointed. And she's on point, too. Holy crap. Yeah, she's on elevate. Oh, my gosh. That's crazy, dude. That's some hard stuff.
Go ahead, girl.
You go on with your flat self. And I say that, obviously, within the confines of the picture.
That's good. I wonder if she knows. I'd probably trick my girl into doing something like that too, without her knowing. Man, I was holding back that space commercial so long. Mickey brought up space noodles, and I'm like, I wanted to hit that button immediately, son.
I think I could. I think I can envision the smile on your face when it came out as yeah. Because as soon as you played it, I'm like Spaceys.
Oh, shit, I had to get in there before it got too late.
I knew where your head was at. I saluted that. Saluted.
So in other words, you got your rocks off on that.
Oh man! As soon as you said something about space and food, I'm like, it's over, man. I'm clicking this. It's such a good clip, dude. I love the way it finishes too. It's good food in space.
Space.
So funny to me.
So, Mickey, let me appeal on this because I know you witnessed my horrible encapsulation of trying to explain gravity. The thing about it is that drives me nuts is they attempt to hide the idea of gravity into the weight of something. Because when you start breaking down the actual item that's in question, you realize, oh, well, the item weighs 200 pounds or the item weighs XYZ, and that's where gravity comes from. And that's my point. Each item is considered under its own merit based on how much it weighs. Period. We don't have to introduce a whole another line of further explanations to say that we're observing something's weight when it is dropped from an elevated level. And if it's a higher level, it just gets it's an acceleration that we're witnessing, i.e., it's moving quicker.
Yeah, but what's the dichotomy?
The object finding its rest point, is it not?
The dichotomy between like your answer and theirs. What is the two things that are being contested?
That I'm doing the work to bring the item to its height versus them looking at the item and a force acting upon it, bringing it to the earth.
Okay, so we have two ideas, right? One of them's right, one of them's wrong. But why does that dichotomy even exist? Why does it even
He attempted to out explain another man a cock measuring contest.
Right, but like, yeah, it can be that. But the reason why it even exists is because it's already being built on top of a presuppositional globe Earth.
Exactly.
So arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, and you're indulging it. So this is
okay. So cut it off at the knees then.
The error, of course. The error is this: when you're indulging their ignorance, they're going to continue to be ignorant, and they're not going to see your point. So, and I've always, and like, we started talking about this before, but the reason why I don't go into those questions is because you could be logically consistent. I don't doubt that. But the problem is their mind is not yours. So when it comes to them presenting that to you, they're going to sound like they're making sense in their own mind, and they're not going to care how much sense you're making because of the fact that they've already built it on top of the idea that the Earth is already a globe. And they're going to continue to use that argument. And they'll probably use they'll rephrase it, or they'll kind of spice it up, or they'll do something to make it even better. But they're going to retort back to you in a way that's going to give it sounding like they got another answer to, well, maybe this is other thing is happening, and that other, and you're going to be like, dude, you're not listening to me. Of course he's not. He's speaking from a standpoint of ignorance, and you're indulging it. So you really just
Batman
go to the
and
source.
What I'd say to that is almost like Batman going to Arkham Asylum and trying to have a rational conversation with the Joker. It's like you're meeting them on their territory, trying to bring them. I got you. You got to kill it, cut it at its knees, and start from the beginning.
And I know, I get it, man. Some people just want to hear a good, thrashing. But for me, it's like, I want this to be over with, man. I want it to be over fast and quick, and let's move on with the idea that there is no globe, and let's really discover what's going on. But like, we can't get there because we're stifled by people with this cognitive dissonance. But that can end quickly when we can just showcase the fact that there is no argument whatsoever. Like, my friends, you're standing at a standpoint you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, and you don't have any evidence whatsoever, and you're coming into this forum like it sounds like you do. But if you do, there would be sufficient evidence for measurement of the curvature. And if there is, then give it to us. Let's go do it. Let's figure this thing out, and then we'll call it a day. That doesn't happen. Therefore, we're going to keep presenting that as a logically consistent, like, argument for us, and for them, it's going to be inconsistent with their idea that the Earth is a globe in a heliocentric, like, world view. So that's why I always say, when you think about other things that you're arguing about, it doesn't matter what it is that's attached to the globe, you're always going to give them the globe. And that's the single most detrimental point to flat Earth, because if you continue to do that, you're just going to make yourself more frustrated. Just go for the source. Ask them for the curvature, because that, like I said, that ties into everything. That's the refraction. It's in the formula. The R is in there, so you need that for refraction to even occur on a globe Earth. And so, like, all of that thing ties back to the single most important thing. And like, it'll be over fast, trust me, and they won't have an answer for it. And then you can't. The thing is this: once you start saying, okay, let me give you that Earth and being a ball, but how do you think gravity works? That's because you want to go at it more. That has nothing to do with you trying to provide evidence to that the Earth is not a globe. You just want a good thrashing. I mean, like I said, I get that. That's like, you want to take them to the old ringer, right? But that's like, there really isn't any need for it, because they're not going to provide the evidence for the Earth being a globe in the first place. So Does that make any sense? I don't know, like you guys.
No, dude, I was making coffee, keeping down the noise. I was on mute. And Miggy, it's. I refer to the Jay-Z line. Never have a discussion with an idiot. People from a distance can't tell who is who, right? Just from the idea of you can literally be engaged in, or an argument with an idiot, engaged in arguing with somebody and completely lose traction of where you're at.
Yeah, but I still want to have conversations with everyone, and because of the fact that it's not their fault. We've all been subject to this information, and many in scholarly realms would assume to be thinking that their wisdom is very lofty, so they don't need for any kind of regression back into the knowledge that we're talking about the shape of the earth, which is to their own detriment, of course. And we're now at a point where it's a foregone conclusion. We don't need to speak of such ancient things. But the thing is, when we're saying, guys, nobody is even looking into it because it's not a globe. And then we get into a discussion about like how, to measure it and such. And then, we get back to where they don't have the answer to it. So anyway, but we do have, it looks like a new member that just joined us. Pax is in here. Pax, how you doing? I just unmuted you. You have control of your mic if you want to jump on the microphone. But you are. We're talking about the shape of the earth, radius, diameter, circumference, and the lack thereof. So do you have any way that we can measure the curvature of the earth, or know that we can? Mike or not, but I just you so.
We can do it with sticks and shadows.
That's right. What's up, Tim?
Hey, what's up?
Who's a person?
What's up?
I've seen his name a few times.
How's it going, man? No, we're just having an open conversation in this forum about the shape of the earth. And there's one person that came in here that's new I haven't seen. Pax. Like I said before, you have control of your microphone if you want to jump on the mic and talk to us about the shape of the earth. If you think the earth is a globe. There's a few people that have stumbled upon this server too by looking for us in search of more answers for a flat earth.
Well, it's not like you're going to stumble upon any curvature anytime soon, so.
Yeah, if you want curvature, you have to go looking for it, and chances are you're only going to find it on your phone. That's the worst part about
it. Have you guys had the chance to watch or listen to the Dave Jaron Witzet versus that astronomer, what is it called again? Astrophysicist yesterday?
Who was the astrophysicist?
Some Brian something. I can't. Let me find the link.
That's cool. I'm
Brian Myers.
Yeah, I've probably mentioned this before, but I used to be a big fan of the thrashing that Flat Earth would give Globe, but not so much these days.
Well, it wasn't. Well, I guess this was one of the more civil conversations that have been. I don't like the smashing either because nothing constructive comes out of it. It's actually obnoxious to listen to. For example, something like
practical, really.
He's gone soft on us, Mig.
This guy, he had like a good portion of cognitive dissonance, but overall, it was a cordial, civil conversation for the most part.
I've kind of was looking at the I don't know. I like anime, but I was looking at Saitama, the One Punch Man. Like he got so strong that it became really boring. Like it's just there's no. I used to come in here, man. Like I did the Flat Earth Arena. I did the 3 questions. I was all about it, man. Back in the day, you should have seen me, dude. I was smoking fools left and right. Now it's just like you're just way too strong for these guys. It's like there's nothing left. Like Morvis, you know what I'm talking about. Morvis was, dude. Look.
Oh yeah, dude. Friday night fights, man. Those
remember
are good times.
We were smoking them, bro. Like we were like, dude. I'm telling you, man. Back in the day, it was quite a few. And I always talk about that too, because it's like we had this place was rocking and rolling, fellas. I kid you not. I mean, we had Friday night fights. We had we just like different ballers coming in here, and it was like, damn, it was on. It was lit.
Yeah, I got a taste of that towards the end of it.
Oh, you got a bit of that, didn't you?
Just a little bit of the arena, like right towards the tail end.
We had we had Kosho up in there. We had like freaking what's that guy's name? It was real obnoxious, dudes. I mean, we were screaming, man. We were like
I mean, I have been on Gem Pandas. I have been on FED. I have been on even what's it called, Earth Awakenings, where there was also a good amount of Globos. But
in here, Tim.
Huh?
Gem Panda used to come in here. I very timidly, of course, because he knew that everybody was hovering over the ban button. But he come under the pretense that nobody was going to ban him for X amount of time or whatever. You know, we endured him for as long as we did, and obviously he would tip the scales, and people would just like axed him. But yeah, he did. He would him and some of the other goons. But
who is this Panda guy? I keep hearing this name over and over.
Oh yeah, Gamma Panda.
You ain't missing much.
No.
He gets loud and obnoxious because he's an anti-flat earther who is hell-bent on making flat earth sound like it's a ridiculous thing.
But he's the one saying that like your hand is refracted.
Yeah. He's just a bitter person, and of course that's all he's going to have, just bitterness.
Actually, sorry, I got that mixed up. That was FTFE, not Gamma Panda.
No, FTFE, we had some conversations in the past where he wanted me to go on his show, and we'd have some back chats about him, like, come on, man, this is how we're going to do it. And like, kind of, because he's doing it for just views, and he's making a living off of internet. So
clicks.
YouTube. For sure. And so that's what he's doing. He doesn't really care. He just wants to have he's like a showman. He just wants to have it go. He doesn't care about like the idea that he's bringing people any harm by giving them bad information. So that's all he's in for. And like when people go to other people's servers and indulge them, they just give them sound bites. So that's why, like, to each their own. If they want to go and indulge, Gem Panda and his goons, and they're just giving them sound bites. But take away that, all they have is an echo chamber. And here, you got people coming in with different ideas, and they're challenged. So it's always a challenge for people to come in here. But in there, that's what everybody else thinks. Everybody else thinks that the Earth is a globe. That's the echo chamber. That's what everybody already believes. Who cares? So that's why it's like if you removed everybody who would challenge them over there, they wouldn't have anything. They'd cannibalize each other and probably shut the server down. But it's people that give them more sound bites that's why they stay open. They'll start starving at some point and then start slithering back in here. But coming as like that one guy who's always coming in here, who thinks the Earth is fluid. Old dude. Not old dude. Old dude is actually a guy who's in here, but another guy, I should say.
The guy we don't mention his name?
Yeah, you say his name, he's like Beetlejuice, man. He'll pop in the server. Earth's fluid again? Did I hear somebody's? No, man. Go back. Go back where he came from.
There is some funny characters.
For sure. Yeah, Morvis had to put his spear and his shield away, man. Like it's hanging up on his mantle right now above his fireplace. Freaking Morvis. Yeah, I'm surprised these days, man. You get the more polite guys that come in here. Oh, thank you very much. That was great. I didn't know that. I'm like, ooh, that's new.
I mean, the times is also a bit different now than just like 1 year ago, where everyone just had so much free time at home. Now people who comes in here should actually have like at least a base interest for the topic.
That's true. That's true.
Because now they have like sit in front of the PC and read stuff, or go outside and do stuff. Or you know what I mean?
For sure. Hey, Kiwi, is it you that has 2 accounts? You got that tractor account and the clown account?
Yeah, that's Kiwi.
Yeah, that's me. On the cell phone and my office account.
I was going to say, I know there's not 2 of you. I mean, not unless you have a brother, but...
Nah, just me twice.
Oh, Mr. Dave Hinkle up there. Earth's still not a globe, Dave. You can rest easy.
Mike's probably not working. Just wonder if we have any direct measurements of the radius of the Earth yet. Anybody got that?
No, sir.
Okay, back to you, Mickey.
I heard an apparent number of a 6,500 kilometer radius, but it doesn't check out.
We asked a gentleman that just popped in here, but he didn't. He pretty much just walked out.
Is my mic working? I'm just curious.
It works.
Okay. So I mentioned it's been said many times, but if you're going to start a story with a ball, you have to prove that ball first. We're still looking for proof of that. Thank you.
Super random, but Dave, there's a movie called The Good Dinosaur. I'm generally a big fan of Pixar. I think they quote unquote know something about this reality. They made a short film back in the 90s called Knick Knack. I'll post a GIF for that. But I think they know that the Earth, or somebody there, or somebody somewhere knows that the Earth is not a globe. Here's the GIF. But they made a movie called The Good Dinosaur, and they had this T-Rex. The voice actor for the T-Rex is just like, you sound like him, man. You fit that bill really well. That deep voice. That's very iconic. So just wanted to point that out. Maybe I'll grab a video clip from YouTube so somebody can hear that.
Yeah, he's that. You know what character who he is? He's that same actor from Tombstone with the gray mustache.
You're talking about Sam Elliott. I get that.
Sam Elliott. That's who. Yeah, he's trying to equate you to Sam Elliott.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I just talk, man. Anyway. I'm guessing that while my mic's working, there's no new people here. You'd be talking to them when you be big.
100%.
Wait, how did you know, Mickey? It was Sam Elliott.
Oh yeah, I know.
I had to look it up.
He's a famous actor known in I like his appearance in Tombstone, and he comes out on the Netflix show The Ranch.
Tombstone. I had to look up Tombstone.
You haven't seen Tombstone, bro? If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
I'm bad with movies.
Immediately.
Tombstone's a pretty good movie, CB.
Okay. It looks badass.
I was trying to lower the bar there, Miggy.
Bro, like, I mean, it's every guy, you gotta see at least once in your life.
Oh, Sam Elliott. Yeah, that's what he looks like. Okay, I've seen him before. Yeah, man. Dude, we're so lucky. We have the coolest people on the flat Earth. I swear, man. We have all the coolest people. It's awesome. Like, I swear we have the deepest voice on Earth. You guys have heard that guy come in here. That one brother that comes in here with that super deep voice. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys have heard him before, but it's been a while since I've heard from him. We got Dave Hinkle. Like, dude, we're so lucky to have all these cool people on our side. Look at who they have. Freaking Professor Dave and Gamma Panda, Simon Dan, FTFE. Y'all can keep them. I don't want anything to do with those goofballs. Nathan, QE, Miggy, all these guys, man.
That's why I'm kind of partial to those educators that come in here. I really like talking to them because it means something to those who are people that look up to them. You know, especially when they have like degrees and like knowledge of, you know, astrophysicists or, you know, things like that. Like they feel that they're able to teach others things that they don't even know themselves. And, you know, what happens is they just create more of the same. More people that are ignorant. And it just festers.
Damn, Miggy, you have to hit that line again. Let's highlight that, bro. You said they're trying to teach other people things that they don't even know.
Exactly. And that's what pisses me off as a working professional, right? And I'm going to get a little egoistic and feel myself a minute. But as somebody who gets paid to observe level, like if the tool level doesn't exist, my industry falls on its face. I get paid to observe level, and then I got to listen to these idiots talk about the idea that we're living on a spinning ball. My industry would fall on its face if we were trying to build on a landmass that was actually moving. Try to tell me that it's okay because of Coriolis. In order to understand their model, I have to wear sunglasses called gravity. I have to wear sunglasses called refraction. And I have to wear sunglasses called Coriolis just to understand their mass, which is total bullshit. I'll go with the idea of buoyancy, gas in a closed system on a level playing field. Thanks for coming out.
I just had to go back and listen to that line again. That was so good. I'm all about good delivery, that hitting the right note. You know what I mean? You can say something many different ways, and sometimes it'll only get through a certain few ways. But that was a really good line there, man. Dudes out here trying to teach people things that they don't know. What are you doing?
That's all they do all day long, man. That's it. And then they fill their head with this pseudo knowledge. They come in here spouting off. They're regurgitating their nonsense, and we have to be listening to them like they know something. And then when asked upon further investigation, they don't. You know, like the gentleman that was just in here earlier, he was, you know, half cocked, of course, but, well, I thought I knew. Well, you just admittedly said you don't know. He caught himself too afterwards. You knew it. He just realized it when I told him. You see, you just admittedly said you don't know. And he's still thinking that the atmosphere is what's keeping the air, the gas here, the water here, everything that's on Earth. And, Ball Kicker was like, well, how's that a container? Didn't have an answer for that either. Well, I just thought it was. Didn't say it was right. It was just an answer.
Shout out to Ball Kicker, man. Really kicking this ball off nicely today.
I haven't seen Ball Kicker. I haven't seen you around, man. Like, are you new to Flat Earth, or you been here a while? You just stumbled upon the server, or what?
I'm kind of new to being to knowing Flat Earth. I think I've been a Flat Earth for a couple years, but it was just about 3 or 4 months ago. Something clicked, and it was like, oh my gosh, I know it's flat. And I didn't know about this place until about 2 weeks ago, and I just signed up for like 10, 12 days ago, something like that.
Yeah, some really good people in here, man. Like, I've been doing this for a bit, and some of the greatest people, the critical thinkers that you'd ever meet are in here. And I don't think you can match this place with any other place, I don't think. Hey, you got ups and downs, of course, because, everybody's at a different level, from their understanding. But for the most part, you got people in here that really get challenged about their worldview. So, and also we have a specific decorum that we have in this forum, which is we don't allow for any other sidebar conversations. Like when it comes to like what we're about in this specific server or this forum, because it's live stream. So it has to be given, its proper, a conversation about the shape of the earth. I mean, we go on about other things, but I'm talking about like when it matters. Now, we're not going to go off and talk about, I don't know, the pyramids. And then, we have like somebody new in here. As always, when somebody new comes in here that everybody needs to be aware of the room, we have to be aware of your surroundings in here. So when you see somebody new that's popped in here with the VC verified tag, the tags are important, of course. They're important because they denote like what level of your understanding is. So if you have like Flat Earth tag, that must mean that at some point in time, if I didn't see it, but I know that you have the tag, somebody must have had a conversation with you, and then they must have saw it fit to put you that tag on. So tags in this Discord are really essential because that gives us a knowledge of like where you're at. And so you move up levels, and by like and people get rated just like a kind of a peer thing. It's nothing really big or anything, but like if you really can't handle like an argument, or if you get sidetracked, or just how you handle yourself within a conversation, you can get moved up like in rank. And rank is like you can go from just being regular Flat Earth to like a silver, then to gold, then to a moderator, and so on. And you can just click on anyone's name in here, and you can start to see like what level they're at. And if they have a specific tag, that means they earned that tag. Like their peers, I've seen them like actually having logically consistent discussions with other people, and we give people their dues. So, and you don't have to ask for it. Like you don't have to be like, hey, it's 3 months now. Can I get my silver tag or whatever? We'll give it to you. So that's how that works. But like it's important. That's why I'm always, when I come in here, I start scanning tags. And if I see people with the VC verified and they were like a Flat Earther and I don't know about it, so I'll just have a conversation with them like they don't, like I don't know if they know that the Earth is not a globe. So, tags are important. That's what I mean to say about that.
To back you up on the tags, I didn't ask for any of mine. I've been here for like 4 years or something. I'm just saying. My mic's still working.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, the only tags that are really the ones you're looking for is the Flat Earth tag in this server. All the other tags, they're cool, but they're more aesthetics than anything else. The ones that you look for are the ones that, what level: Flat Earth, silver, gold, mod.
Globe Skeptic is the best.
Yeah.
Globe Skeptic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I was Globe Skeptic. I kept looking at my name. I'm like, it's
Oh, you were?
Oh yeah. When I first got here, I think it may have just been like maybe some hazing. I don't know, but you wear it, right? You wear it as a badge of honor until you get elected to move on, and that's one of the things I love about this place is it's just a natural evolution.
Yeah.
Your journey.
It's like density. You just rise. You get less.
You got to move through it, yeah, man. Interestingly, though, if you fill a balloon half with oxygen and half with helium, it'll float. Perfectly suspended in midair, won't go anywhere. It'll just sit there because it's perfectly balanced.
Yeah, but you did really well, Ball Kicker, by the way. Have you been having many conversations with people like out where you're at? Your neck of the woods?
I have, but it wasn't until I came in here that I actually began to formulate crushing arguments.
There we go.
And well, as that goes, because I was looking at your tags. You don't have a flat Earth tag, so guess what, my good man?
Hey, let's
Hold
go.
on. Mission complete. Level up, dude.
Yeah. Or now flat Earth.
Let's go. Hey, I just saw.
Damn, you got flat Earth tag before me. I guess I'm just a scrub.
Who said that? Hang on one second.
No,
Hold on. Everybody
leave Tim out in the woods like that. No. Timbo's got to come inside too.
Where is Timbo at?
Right at the bottom.
Bottom.
Big beard. The baseball hat.
How are you not?
No idea. We don't talk about the roles, right? But that's
the thing.
It's actually funny because one of the first days I was just like, I don't care. It's just a tag. I'm not a label guy. And one day someone actually gave me the flat Earth tag, but one day later it was taken back. And I didn't question it to anyone, like, because again, like, I don't really care. It's just a tag,
Well, yeah, but why would they take that away?
I don't know.
Now I have to ask, man, because like if you get a flat Earth tag and it gets taken away, somebody must have saw fit that you said something that alluded to the fact that
let me add some context. Maybe I don't know specifically about Tim's case, but there was a small phase where we had some people. It felt like they were trying to get into the flat Earth role, but they weren't really flat Earthers. I don't think this was the case for Timbo, but it was the case for some other people. But they did end up proving themselves to actually be a flat Earther in the end. Seiya is.
No, I just noticed Ball Kicker. That's why, and he handled himself very well. So I don't know, Tim. Like I've heard you speak in here. I know that you. It sounds like you're there. You got a value tag for sure. So
yeah, I don't know. Like,
hey, if we're taking a vote, thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I'm all in on Tim. I can vet for him 100%.
Like, I don't know what happens behind the curtains, but yeah, from my view, it was there one day, and the day after it was gone. And I've had nothing but positive response or feedback from my interactions here in the server.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't have anything to say. Like, I mean, I've never heard you say anything contrary to what people in here would, with the flat Earth tag say.
Yeah, I'm more like the kind of guy who chips in when there is not a lot of going on here. Early EU mornings and stuff like that. When it's crowded, I'm more just a listening guy.
Because Globe Skeptic.
I like Timbo because he helps me watch for new people to come in. He'll see them before me sometimes.
Well, Dave, there's a difference between this is Tim with the three like block letters. There's also Timbo from.
There's Tim.
Yeah, Timbo is the Aussie guy.
Yeah.
Well, I meant Tim. I said Timbo. I know who I'm talking to. He's
okay. Yeah, I'm trying to contribute. So when people log in and we are like 35 in here, I notice it and I write it in chat and letting people know that we have a new guy who might want to talk and stuff like that. Like being a part.
And you support via text stream with graphics and things like that as well, which is important. When somebody's on the mic and you can support them in voice stream by putting out graphics and things, that's really, really helpful. Audience is watching.
Well, there's a thing being a globe skeptic, and then there's a flat earther. So flat earther is full on. Globe skeptic is like on their way.
Yeah, I spoke with Gospel the first day I was here, and I explained him my journey that I have been on board since early 2015, but I have not been the community kind of guy, so I've just been my own, and I mentioned to him that I didn't really care about the tags, and I believe that is why the tag was revoked again.
Oh, that could be. It could be. And like I said, and the reason why the tags are important here is because when the server does get full, we should start looking at everybody's tags and making sure, like, if you're able or equipped, because that signifies that you're equipped to have the conversation with somebody. Because we've heard people have heard you, and you can carry a conversation. We're not just going to allow, because it's a 24/7 live stream. We want people that are equipped to have the conversation to be able to. So if you're not able to, then we don't want people to chime in that's going to give us a bad look. Because there are some that do. By the way, that's the reason why I'm saying this. Some do give people bad, and I'll personally stop anybody who's giving us misrepresenting us. So that's the reason. That's the only reason why I say that the tag comes along with, like, the ability to be able to handle yourself in a conversation. And if you can't do it, that's no worries. That somebody else will jump in, but that's the purpose. If you have the tag, that means that other people have heard you have the conversation, and they know that you can carry yourself. And, like, as you get further up in the on the scale, so to speak, and we know, okay, this guy has really done really well. And so I'm just looking at I'm taking a step back, and I seen that Ball Kicker did a really good job. So I was like, hell yeah, why not? Flat Earth. But
yeah, I get the quote unquote hierarchy and what it's based on.
Yeah,
no bad quote unquote feelings for my part. If it was revoked again, as I said, like, to me it's just a tag. I'm just happy to be around here.
Right, but here's this, right? Like I mentioned before, Globe Skeptic. I mean, if you have the tag or not, that's I don't care. But what I would say is that what it just means is, like, you're on your way to being a flat earther. Since you already know that Earth is not a globe, but you're not sure if you want to sit on the idea that the Earth is flat. Like, and I'm not saying paper thin, of course, you know what I mean. But if you're saying that the Earth is flat, then you're not going to be saying you just don't think it's a globe, but you now know that there isn't any curvature.
Oh yeah, I have known that for years.
Okay, well, and then I wouldn't see any problem giving you the tag then. But then again, would you want me to take the Globe Skeptic off? Because I mean, to me, it doesn't. You don't really need it. But if you want it, I don't care.
I mean,
doesn't matter at all.
Well, as you said, like, the Globe Skeptic is like, you're on the fence and I'm not on the fence. So
hey, there we go.
In those in that picture, I would say remove the Globe Skeptic.
There we go. When you go from white belt to green belt, you don't keep the white belt. You know what I'm
saying? Like,
slows you down.
You don't need two belts.
All right, there she be.
Congrats, man.
Actually, if you'd like to, I'm actually going to take the VC verified one off as well. If you want a VC verified taken off, let me know. You don't really need that either.
Yep, pop that off too, bro.
Keep it streamlined. There it is. That's the way it should look, Tim.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it off of Ball Kicker too. I forgot to do that.
Let's go, baby. The conversion rate is on our side, obviously. No one's converting back.
Ain't no coming back. Once you see flat, you can just jinx.
Just gotta look at goals here.
That's jokes.
All right, is there anybody that has a VC verified that needs to come off?
Oh, I would love them taking both off my accounts, Mickey, please.
All right, hang on.
Thanks for the cleaning, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm just going through, doing a little
Is it possible I can? I don't know if I'm permitted to talk about the SC on my joint, but is it possible I can get rid of the SC on my joint?
Hang on, let me go through this real quick.
No stress.
Well, you said we jinxed each other, right? That means you owe me.
What do I owe you?
You owe me a space soda from our last bet. Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
Do me a favor. Can a flat Earth tag give you permissions to post a link? Can anybody check that? Because right now, Kiwi, you have a link in the embed role, but I don't think you need that. But if I take it off, will you still be able to? Here, let me do it now. I just removed that tag. I don't think you need it if you have a flat Earth. Here,
Let's see.
Here, try it. Kiwi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, he has silver and valued. Maybe someone with just flat Earth like Chris, if Chris V is listening, or Tim.
Well,
I try posting a GIF in the chat.
I took off the link in embed role, but you still have your flat Earth tag. So I think that's all you need.
Yeah, you only if you don't have flat Earth or better.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other roles that these guys have. Morvis,
Yeah.
It doesn't.
So Chris V, you see. Well, Kiwi, you have silver, or you have valued, right?
True.
The valued role might be the next step up. Says Chris said he doesn't let him do it. So I think the flat earther. Well, he also has VC verified too, so I'm not sure if that's blocking it.
I'm taking the VC verified off of Chris V right now. That's coming off.
You can try it again, Chris. We'll see.
If you guys work with only flat earther, that should be addressed then, because that's the intent behind that role is to work with people who haven't got flat earther yet.
Yeah.
What does VC verified mean again?
They might have moved it to silver.
It just means that you can speak in the live stream, like where you're at.
Permitted to hold the conch.
Yeah. It basically tells people in the server that you took a little bit of time to speak to somebody, which means a lot, really. I think.
You're not,
and you don't want that tag, or you do want that tag.
Well, once you have it and then you upgrade, it's like karate. You don't keep all your old belts. You know what I mean? You trade in the old belt and you get the new one.
What do you mean? I got all my old belts.
Well, you don't wear them all at once. You don't wear them all at once.
That's true. I only do that on Halloween.
Glad to remove the VC verify. I don't think you need that. I'm just going to go through a few of these. Is there any other ones you want me to remove? Because like link embed role, I don't think you need that. Those are just. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna remove them, and if you can't post them, you know, because we gotta figure that out.
Is there a flat Earth ninja tag? Because that's the one I ultimately want to get one day.
What is that? What do you mean?
You gotta
by
make
that?
mod and then create it. That's an awesome one, though. Love it.
Listening pass, that's coming off. Space aid. You want space aids? I don't know if you want. That's just an aesthetic role.
But you know what? You could come in here and clean up some of these spaces. Honestly,
I need cleaning over here too for show. Oh man, I need the V. I need the V.
I'll leave the I don't know, just the ones that look like they were given to you as a fun role. But, like the other ones that are like link embed, I don't think you need that stuff. Let me see. That should be it.
Miggy's on a mission.
Yeah, let's go, Miggy.
Someone to carry a lonely condition. Look
Gotta
for love
sweep
in
up the
all
lobby.
the wrong places.
So did you want space aids though, Glad? I don't know. Did you say yay or nay?
Space aids? No, I don't. I don't want those.
Okay, that's all.
No, I mean, are you taking rolls and shit off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, can you give me server admin? That'd be good.
I'll just take the purple upgrade. Thanks, coach.
Yeah. I don't know what's funny about that, but anyway.
All right, that came off. So see how that looks.
All right, let me see.
That's it.
Yay! Looks great.
All right.
Boom, boom. Yeah, we get to go. I think I'm still.
Who else said they needed to get while I'm doing this?
Kilowatt.
Kilowatt.
The brackets Kiwi. please.
I think I already.
What
Didn't I?
you
Already? Let's see.
if you could get rid of the space contracted issue, that would be great.
Yeah, that
We're gonna need the space
speaking
B.
on right now. The
Pardon
account
me?
you're speaking on right now only has 3 roles.
Oh shoot! I gotta refresh. That's my bad, dog. Sorry, man. Thank you
Yeah,
so
you got
much.
3.
Thank you. Thanks, Miggy. I appreciate the cleaning, guy.
I want an extra fancy roll. What can I have?
Cinnamon.
Who said that? Oh, Polly.
What should we give him? What should we
You can
give?
have an extra fancy cinnamon roll.
I'm gonna take the link in bed roll off you, Polly. Paul V.
You said what?
The link in bed roll. You don't need that one.
I don't even know what that is.
So you have permission to post links in the live stream.
You no longer have permission to post links.
You should. I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Check. As a matter, check to see if you can.
I don't know if that's true though, because Chris is saying he can't, but he also has some other roles that could be affecting that. So
I don't think so. Chris, can you post things in the live stream?
I can.
well, glad you're. Like ball kicker, if you're listening, like try to post a GIF in the chat.
I mean, there's some fun rolls too. I don't mind giving some fun rolls out if you want a fun roll, but
We need to create some roles, Miggy. We need to create some roles, right? We got like 5 on the back burner. We've been cooking up here. We're just
we
waiting.
got a plethora of rolls, man. Have you seen how many? We got so many rolls, man. Like seriously.
We need to get in there and shuffle them up or whatever.
I actually can't.
Too many rolls, complainer.
Too many rolls. Yeah, there is an actual roll that's a too many rolls complainer.
All right, Smiggy. So we have evidence that Flat Earth only does not allow you to post links or embeds. That is an extra role that would be required.
What? Damn.
I think that permission has been moved up another few levels, like either valued or like Kiwi can post them. So Kiwi has valued it or silver. They might have moved that up a little bit.
That could have been moved up. All right,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I tried to post something. I couldn't post it.
So we got to give that back to Paul. We got to give that.
start from the top down. Let me go with ball first.
Cool.
So what role was that, anyways? Because
Link and embed role.
That's the only one, huh? Yeah, let me do that. I don't think I need to do anything else other than that. All right. So ball kicker, you should be able to now. Chris V, I'm gonna link him, embed you as well. All right, you have the role. Who else did I take it off? Glat.
Wait,
Glat, you're silver. No, you can.
Yeah, I can still do stuff.
Yeah, he's good.
All right.
Yo, Miggy, quick question for you, dude. I realized something. With Chris V, if he was valued, he wouldn't need the link embed.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know Chris V. I'm a moderator,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Check. I got you.
Who puts links in bed?
You better not be putting links in bed.
That's gross.
gotta lay them
Sausage does not belong in bed.
Links do not belong in bed. No, sir.
I mean,
Malik is a flat earther, but he doesn't have links in bed. So
Dang it. Now I can't think of it any other way than go ahead. I'm not mad, though. That's really funny.
all right, he can post links.
Yeah, Miggy. Coming back to my other account, my silver account, could you clean that one for me, guy? please.
You got to pay him extra, man. You got to leave him a
Right?
tip.
Bro, come on.
Smash the super chat.
All right, so I had to scroll down like 7 pages before I get to the freaking links.
Oh shit!
Are there that many rolls, Mickey? Oh my god!
So many rolls, man. Like you don't even know.
Jeez, dude. Hey, we need to clean it up.
Whatever.
Right?
That's all fun.
Yeah, I think it was like that because people are having fun.
Yeah, I bet.
That's awesome.
All right, so he's got Paulie. You're able to post links. What did you want me to do with this roll? Kiwi?
Pour cinnamon all over it.
Just space crabs.
Oh, I see it. I can hardly
Anything
see it
else?
though.
Say what?
The color of the roll is you can almost barely not even see it. Space crabs. That's funny. That's all right. That's gone. I'm taking VC verified.
Yeah, that came from the lobby.
Yeah, I caught that in the lobby.
Yeah, that came from the lobby. So if you have crabs, you got infected through the lobby for sure.
I'm never going back to the lobby.
Oh, I stay up in the lobby, but you know, we got the juice going in there, so everybody's juiced up.
Yeah, the lobby is fun.
Can I have some juice?
I figured while the V word was being offered, I would take the opportunity since Miggy was cleaning house.
I mean, juice is good for you.
No more juice for me.
Why does Godric have it together?
I almost wanted to put them rolls. Keep them clean though. Them 10s. Keep them clean though. Legendary movie. You got knocked up.
Every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen, eating up all the food.
Oh my god. Glad I'm literally eating chicken right now. In my kitchen.
Let's go.
Nice.
I have photo evidence. This is amazing. Every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen.
Eating up all the food.
All the
chicken, all the collard greens, all the pig's feet, all the hog maw. I like pig feet. I like hog maw. Now, when I went to bed last night, didn't I tell you to take out the trash? Yeah. So, why didn't you do it? I love that movie.
I'm posting photographic evidence of me eating chicken in the kitchen.
Awesome.
Sounds like that's the rap line to the beginning of the song. Evidence of me eating chicken in the kitchen. Evidence of me eating chicken in the kitchen.
Okay, so here's evidence of me eating chicken in the kitchen, Globers. We need similar with earth curvature. Can you do that?
Bruh. I love it.
Who is that? Is that Elijah?
Elijah's in the building. What's going on, homie?
My bad, y'all.
Hey, you're good. Welcome.
Hold on, yo.
Bring it.
Good to hear from you, man.
Did you butt dial the server, Elijah?
Say again?
Did you butt dial the server? Did you hop in here by accident?
No, I came in here. I just didn't think I was off mute. I hate the way new Discord is set up.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Good, brother.
Going well.
How's New York? New York City.
Pretty good. A little crisp. I'd like it to be a little warmer, but you know.
Talk to me. This East Coast chill, man. That's it for summer. It's a wrap.
We're staying on here. We're still hanging on here in Ohio, baby. We're still hanging on.
What are you sitting at? 12, 15 maybe? Because yesterday morning it was like 6 up my way, man.
It's 80 degrees.
So cold in the morning.
Bro. I went to work wearing fleece. I came home in a t-shirt.
You know, I got my jacket. Because in the morning it's definitely way too cold. Like right now, I can feel a little heat on my back, but I also feel the breeze of the wind too. So it's like hot and cold, you know. Like you know those showers where it's like, what the hell's going on? I feel the hot and cold water. Like this is a weird in between.
No, I hate being cold in a hot shower and it just doesn't fix itself. I'm like, what's happening?
Y'all all just want to move to Cali. Let's just all go.
Why not? You know. Why not?
Fuck this cold. I'm tired of being cold.
Let's move to Cali. That's things that people never usually say.
Let's take over, dude. We'll make a pocket.
Or things that make you go,
I'm afraid because actually, the way I saw this summer, it was extremely mild. Like I didn't hate not one time being in the house, like, you know, sleep where I just woke up and I was like super dying of sweat. Like it's been pretty manageable as opposed to some of the other summers where I'm like, yo, I can't take this. So I'm thinking, maybe it's gonna be a super cold winter.
That's what the Farmer's Almanac's saying.
That's what they say, yeah.
Bruh. Look at that. Me being a human being, who the fuck says you can't trust your senses and intuition? Look at that shit.
Globers.
Truth. You don't have to trust yourself. You have to trust the guy down the street telling you the story of what's happening in life.
Yeah.
They're predicting
that guy's got a white coat on, so
they're predicting a chill like -40. So I've seen that, man, up in the Midwest.
I'm in Minnesota right now. I grew up in Nebraska, though, so I know all about that junk.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
No.
And I can't wait for 7 months of it.
Winnipeg at Christmas in a tux?
Yeah.
-40? Bruh, that was a rough time. So, yeah, I feel that.
Heck, even knows.
Yeah, that -40, it just bites right through all the winter clothing. Like, all the way through.
Well, you see, I got to know because I'm really good at staying warm during the winter. Like, you just got to layer up right. Because we kind of get mixed up with the simplicity of summer, where it's like, okay, you either have one layer, like which is a t-shirt, or maybe two, like a t-shirt and like a cardigan or some shit, like with buttons or like nothing too crazy. But in the wintertime, it could go from today I needed 6 layers and today I needed 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but if you don't know and you leave with 3 layers less, you're fucked.
You're done.
You're like, somebody killed
a bag.
Oh no.
You gotta have a bag. You gotta have a bag to put that stuff in, or else you're double timed screwed.
Yeah.
Right?
You may as well just keep that shit in the trunk. Make sure you keep a bag with your extras.
It's better to be hot and sweating in warm clothes than freezing cold in the warm
and all
clothes.
the clothes that you have, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how it is. I'll go out in 6 layers. Shit.
I can barely move, right? I can barely move like the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but it doesn't matter. I'm warm.
You gotta know how to layer it right, like Eli said. You can't just be putting on 3 t-shirts.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta put on the long johns, shit. You gotta put on the North Face,
Under Armour,
a sweat wicking layer. Then you gotta have an insulating layer. Then you gotta have the insulating layer, and then you gotta have the waterproof layer on top.
It's like the one time I'm jealous of fat people.
Oh shit. Does that actually work? Does that keep you a little bit warmer?
What, fat? Yeah, fat does that. It's supposed to.
Yeah. Well, I'm screwed.
Right? Well, the problem with it is you get used to it anyway, so it doesn't feel like it keeps you warmer, but the point of fat is to insulate. One of them.
Nice.
So you're not going to see a 300-pound guy in the same weather, in the same clothes as a 175-pound guy being warmer than it's all relative. But it's supposed to keep you warmer. Like if you know, like survival wise, if you have more fat, you can survive a little bit longer than someone who doesn't.
Yeah, just think about sea lions and seals. Like sea lions and seals, they're really blubbery, right?
Yep. And whales, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah. But does anybody here watch what's that show called? Naked and Afraid?
I don't like to look at naked people, but I do
you
watch
don't see them.
Alone. The show Alone is like that, but they have clothes on.
Yeah.
Alone is a good show. I like it.
So Naked and Afraid, there's a lot of like episodes where the super tough like ex-Marine guy, like he taps out somewhere along the way, and then like just the person who is a normal nobody but they're overweight, they end up making it because they can survive that cold. Like at night it's really cold and they're not uncomfortable.
I may not have any fingers left, but dag nabbit, my heart's still beating. Now where's that cash?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so far as to say, like, you know, those reality shows are scripted and whatnot, but still, makes a good show. I mean, you think about realistically. I mean, you got to think about living out somewhere like that it would take somebody pretty sturdy to be out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's tough.
Hardy, I think sturdy's not. It's hardy. People are not as hardy as they were back in the day.
Yeah, not as grizzly.
Back in the day, 5 years ago, bro.
Yeah, every generation is getting less hardy than the generation before it. So,
like I find that, like even just 5-10 years ago, like the difference between just that one decade, like the people are totally different. Like people younger than me, like my brother's age, they're just like a bunch of wussies, man. I'm sorry to say, but
yeah, check it out, man. Like this is something weird you think about. Weren't people I would say in the 50s and the 60s, they were lining on the beaches, they were enjoying the sunlight, and those are the very same people who today are in their like 90s, you know, in their 100s, like they're old, but they used to be out in the sun. Now you hear of things like people getting sick from being out in the sun too long. Don't be out in the sun too long. Use sunscreen. I mean, them chaps out there were, you know, just doing it up, working on the roofs and they were hardy. You know, now it's like, what is wrong with people? Like they're outside bad, inside good, you know?
Yep.
Think about the original settlers of America, like how hardy they were. They like got on a ship, went across the ocean to fucking, they don't even know. Just like stuff on their back, just rugging it out, traveling by foot and horse across.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you guys ready to go to another country? Yeah, you got your shoes? All right, cool, let's go.
Let's roll.
I know you get sunburned, but how is the sun causing all these skin diseases? That's not right. Something's not right, man.
It's in the diet. It's reacting with the sun, stuff in our diet and other stuff.
That's kind of what I already knew about that, but it's like a chemical reaction. But like what I think is like back in the day, because it's like, okay, they were eating not the same foods we were, but you know, it's like they could survive almost any weather condition. They weren't dying. I mean, obviously extreme weather conditions could kill you, but I mean, just people weren't dying by being out in the sun.
You get it to a point where being out in the sun, you know, like a fair-skinned person being out in the sun for over an hour, you get a risk of like skin cancer from, you know, it's like, what the fuck? Where do we live right now?
Exactly. That's kind of the thing that I'm looking at too. It's like we're in a world now where it's like, and then even applying those what do you call them? The skin blocker, the sun blocker.
Yeah.
So you know, you can't even wear certain types because it's bad for you. So it's like, damned if you do.
I was gonna say that stuff's laced with aluminum, though. That's the stuff that freaks me out. Sunscreen and all that.
Yeah, there's a lot in sunscreen that they're just like, we can put all
and the thing that I found interesting, and again, I'm gonna, boys, before I even say this, obviously put on highly speculative, and this is totally on me, not representation of the server, but man's relationship with aluminum, I have this thing in the back of my head that keeps telling me neurological diseases. And again, this is just my little thought, not any reflection on anything.
I got you. I'm with you. I mean, heavy metals in general don't belong in the brain.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be. But then you take a look at like where you eat. You know, is your pan made of Teflon? Like, is it stainless steel? Like, what are you cooking with? what kind of water are you drinking, like all that stuff. Everything matters, you know.
Silverware used to be made out of silver, and it was good for you. I think that's what I hear.
And you got just different things, you know, that makes you realize that you're living in a topsy-turvy world, and you're wondering why you're getting sick. Like, dude, I'm eating healthy. Like, all different things affect you too. It's like not just, you know, food.
It's water. The water's a big one. People are like, I filter my sink water. Yeah, but do you shower in tap water? Well, yeah. Well, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter then. You're still ingesting it either one way or the other, you know. It's going to some of your body, you know, ears, nose, mouth. But yeah, it's the reality in which we all live in right now. People are wondering, like, well, how come people don't, like, there's some people that are old these days and are like, well, they endured all that other stuff. Like, you go to YouTube and this old lady, like, she's like 89, gonna be 90, and she's still eating ice cream and doing. I'm like, damn. Nowadays, people are lactose intolerant, like all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah, my mom can't have anything anymore. Like I've had to take care of her because she had a brownie once. It was crazy.
Wow. Yeah, dude, Miggy, I was thinking the same thing, dude. It's like, it's crazy how people just kill themselves with terrible food and all this, and they're still going. You know what I mean? The body can take a lot somehow.
And I know everybody's different, I guess, and the reason why I say that is because the tolerance levels everybody's born, you know, I mean, we're going to get into some deep waters here, but I don't want to speak too much on it, but like genetics and stuff, like what people are made of, you know, the stuff you're made of is different than the stuff I'm made of, because if we're eating the same diets, you're going to react differently to the diets that, you know, and some people are saying leafy greens are good for you. And it's like, you look into spinach and what it does to the body if you eat too much of it.
Right.
It's like toxic. So it's like, what? Stuff's supposed to be good for you.
Right.
But, I don't know. I look into like many, because I've been doing like a study on like the body and like how to refine what I eat to make sure it's like low carbs and like staying away from the fats that are bad for you and the ones that are good for you. Like all that stuff is like, you have to manage it well, and it's like a machine. Like you can't just put everything into it and it's gonna be okay. Like you're mismanaging it, man. It's gonna respond back in kind.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people. I was like this when I was younger. I was like, hey, if I can digest it, it's fine. If it can get through me, then I'm good. Calories, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that people still eat McDonald's in this day and age.
Yeah, and no, I mean, just if you know anything about it, like making the body more alkaline versus acidic, then it becomes, you can.
Oh yeah, for sure. I drink baking soda every day.
You drink it?
Yeah, I just put like a teaspoon of sodium bicarbonate in a glass of water, stir it up and drink.
I dig it.
Because sodium bicarbonate has a pH of 8.4, which is what the human body is supposed to be at. I've noticed a dramatic change in my health since I started doing that at like probably, I don't know, 6-8 months ago.
Yeah, good gut health, people. I'm just saying. It makes you feel good throughout the day. And
one of the easiest things. Go ahead.
There's only, I mean, we only got 100 good years, right? Like at the max, you know, 100 good ones. Maybe a little, you can go, you know, 109, 110. That's it, man. After that, it doesn't matter how good you eat. The body's not going to go any farther. That's the limit.
The batteries are included, so you got to take care of them.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, you just try to keep the game going, man, for as long as you can.
My favorite thing that I've done recently is to just drink more water, right? So if I think I've drank enough water, you should have one more glass. And then also, for me, this is huge. It's just breathing deeper and slower. Practicing on breathing, just getting a lot more oxygen through breathing. It's
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. I was looking at the different types of water, and everybody has their opinions, of course. But I'm leaning more towards natural spring water. Something that came from the earth, that was filtered by the earth, that was meant for us, like, you know, that's hopefully coming from a good place. Not, you got to also worry about like where your water's coming from, if it's a source that is not contaminated and such.
Yeah, I agree. I used to live, sorry, I'm almost done with this one. I used to live, no, I didn't. We used to vacation, a lot in Colorado, in the mountains, and they have, you know, locally sourced water, and I've never had better tasting water than from the mountains.
Yeah, agreed. Which is like, man, like if everybody had access to like we all have, water from the well. That's also great too. But it, like I always say, like you always got to make sure that the source of wherever you're drinking that water from is coming from a good place, and you don't ingest too many solids. That could be detrimental to your health. It's that stuff that's just back. You don't want to put too much stuff, in your water that you don't need in your body. So.
Yeah, speaking of sources, if anybody is planning on drinking baking soda, also check your source. So like the Arm & Hammer brand baking soda and other brands like it, they're actually synthetic. They make them in a laboratory. It's not the real stuff. So there's a difference between those and the naturally mined mineral that comes from the ground, right? So you have to check your source. So make sure you go to like your health food store, get the aluminum free, naturally sourced, et cetera, et cetera.
Damn, so much stuff you don't even, because people, when they say, well, just use baking soda, it's like, it's not all the same.
No, Arm & Hammer is synthetic. They make it in a laboratory. And it's noticeably different. Like when you buy the natural stuff and you look at it, you can see it's like crystalline. It's like sparkling and stuff. But the Arm & Hammer baking soda is just like a white powder. Like you could tell there's a major difference.
Right.
Another big one is garlic. If you're eating raw garlic every day, you'll be a little bit healthier.
I heard about that one, man.
It's also very easy to
heart
grow.
stuff. It helps with immune. It helps with circulation. It helps with libido. It helps with mood. All kinds of deals.
Now I had a question. There's little cloves of garlic that come in a bottle. Like I guess they're in a brine. Are those any good? Because I was thinking
they're okay. They you can eat them and they're not going to hurt you, right? They're going to help you because it's of garlic, but it's really processed garlic. So but it like I said, it's like steamed broccoli versus raw broccoli. Well, both have nutrients. It's just the raw has more.
Of course. Which is the same from a boiled egg and a cooked egg. Cook an egg, it's gonna.
Yeah. Yep.
The nutrients are going to get cooked out of it. Yeah, it's just it's like things we should already know, but it's just we're not raised in an environment that's conducive to that. We're raised in a environment of marketing, and everybody's pushing a product and making it flashy and great. Putting commercials where families are having fun drinking a Coke, and then you're just like, oh yeah, it must be nice, enjoying a Coke with the family.
Well, yeah, and when I grew up in school, they would make us do physical, what am I thinking? Gym class, right? And we do calisthenics, and they make us do pull-ups and stretch and all that. And then everybody would make fun of the fat kids because they couldn't do it. But then they'd feed us whatever they wanted at lunch, and they wouldn't teach us about nutrition at all in the 12 years of school. Not at all. And their excuse is that, oh, well, we're not going to hire nutritionists. It's like, wait a second. You're not hiring an actual physicist to teach these kids physics. You're hiring a physics teacher. So what's that about? You're hiring a guy who may or may not know a ton about the human body to tell these kids, hey, keep stretching. No, really, just push it. It's okay if it hurts. Like that kind of shit.
Good point. It's a topsy-turvy world, man.
Yeah, nutrition is like number one, and there should be just one class that kids take once or twice in the whole, preferably when they're socially more conscious, like middle or high school. A nutrition class, just one that's like, you learn about how nutrition works in the body overall, and then you learn to like read your body. Like the homework is, drink less water, drink one glass less water than usual and see how you feel, and then do homework on that. Like, stuff like that. I think that's really important.
Yeah, and also what type of water too, because it's weird. Right. Yeah, because we don't. There's not that extra step that somebody's actually taken to kind of monitor all that. Nobody's like our nutrition coach. We don't have a nutritionist to back us up and be like, "Hey, drink this right here," or "Take this." We got to figure this out. And if you're too apathetic to even do that, then you're just susceptible to everything that they're going to throw at you, man.
Yeah. Like, when did it happen that even gym class or like music class got put away because social studies is more important. Like, when the fuck did that happen?
Yeah. That's good stuff, man.
It's a great conversation. I got to run for a little bit, but love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
See you, glad.
Hey, I want to play something. I've never done this. I don't know if it works or not. Can you guys tell me if you guys hear it?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Nothing right now.
Okay. All right, then it's not working. How do you guys play little clips and that sort of thing into the chat?
There's a bot that actually does that for us.
Gotcha. All right.
What do you got for us, buddy?
It's a clip about gravity that I just think is my kids think it's hilarious. I'll try it again.
Drop it in the chat. I'll play it for you.
It's a download. I can't. It's not a. I had to cut it up from a longer video.
Mm-hmm.
DM it to him.
You should be able to just the server is pretty big. You should be able to put it in there. But if not, no biggie.
Let me try it again. See if you guys hear this.
My name is Eddie, and I'd like to show you a little bit of a demonstration about gravity. There is a picture of the Earth going around the sun. And so what I'm going to try to do right now is create that same image two different ways of going around the sun. What happens up on the screen is the reality. That's what you see in space. What happens over here, sort of like behind the scenes, like in The Wizard of Oz, this is like behind the curtains. This is not what you would see if you were looking at space. That's the only thing that you're seeing is the motions. So, get across our only. So when you get across, that would be a success.
Could you guys hear that?
The first half came through, but it started to trail off towards the end. If you go back and listen to you should just take a quick minute and listen back on the live stream. You'll be able to hear how it sounded, and then you can make adjustments.
Gotcha. All right.
If you need a link to the YouTube, I can drop it.
I don't have. I'm just going to Google it. But if you got a link, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I got you. Anyway, good work from Miggy today, hosting for quite a while. I guess I'll pick up where the left off. So let this pot get cold. Anyway, quick shout out to the panel. We are joined by our friend BK, ball kicker, just leveled up today. Chris V, Cuddy, Dave Hinkle, Gladflow, Godrick's in the house, Grim. Got Johannes Midgardner. Got Julius J. What's up, Julius J?
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear, brother. How are you today?
Pretty good. I'm just on launch. I got like 15 minutes or 10 minutes probably left.
Nice.
Hey,
Well, maybe in this 10 minutes, the Earth will start moving, but go ahead.
Hey, what'd you put on that chicken? It looks good.
There's a
Or is
Trader
that not?
Joe's.
Oh,
I
is
don't know if
it?
you guys live near Trader Joe's, but there's
there's one like it's about 45 minutes.
Oh, is that Julius? What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
This guy lives right next to me, by the way. We in
Pretty
Iowa.
close. Pretty close, right? I don't know. Yeah, how far exactly?
Midwest Unite. No, but
I have not been on the mic for I don't know, over 6 months probably, but I'm always listening.
Yeah, I've seen that, man. You're in here. I'm like, dude, just chill. I don't know if it was just a bot anymore.
Oh yeah. I got host and now I'm just a bot. Yeah. A lot of times I just fall asleep with it on, but lately there hasn't been much activity at night, so I just haven't been turning it on.
I feel you. Hey, sometimes we got to create the content, right? We got to create the content. So,
well, yeah. Usually I'm trying to hit the hay and go to bed, get some hours in for sleep.
Yeah.
But, I usually just leave it on because sometimes there's some interesting things going on. But other time, I don't know. It just depends. I think it just helps me sleep.
Fair enough. Yeah. I feel you.
I always feel like I'm the weird lurker guy.
So you can actually go to sleep when QE's in here? Good man.
Oh no, not when that's happening.
Oh, you're popping up like, oh, what's going on? What's going on?
Isn't he like blowing up on Witsit all of a sudden? I don't know what that's about. About the ether stuff. Have you guys heard about that at all?
Yeah, they're going on about the ether topic. Well, it was this thing that he already made that video. So
yeah. I just heard about. I kind of saw a few seconds of it, and I just heard him trash talking the shit out. And I get, I mean, all right, he's calling him out. What, for proof on it? I didn't even look at it.
It started out with Witsit casually joining the FED show. They were asking him about some ether stuff, and he laid out his vision of it, and Nathan treated him the Nathan way. And then Witsit came in and complained a bit here. He came back another day, got the same treatment, started to make a video, forward and back, and then that 4-hour video from QE, and there was also a response from Witsit afterwards. So some intern drama, kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't looked into the whole ether thing much. I'm interested in it, the idea, but I just don't. I don't know how we can. Well, it's got to be something moving, right? I mean, I don't know. We're not.
I mean, the main idea I get from Witsit is pretty much trying to pick up where quote unquote Tesla left. Kind of like at least get the idea what they were thinking about it back in the days, and pick it up from there. And maybe if he is getting everything sorted out and support and blah blah blah, he wants to start to do some experimentations, just like what is it called? The one who was melting iron or something like that with electromagnetics. That Canadian who lived in a shack apartment or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So his idea is he wants to start to make real experimentations and stuff like that, and further established what they had back in the days.
That'd be cool. I mean,
mainly based it on Tesla, pretty much. But there was also other proponents back then. But whatever we know about Tesla with free energy and the Tesla coil and all those kind of inventions he was doing, kind of that way.
Yeah.
But Nathan and them, they don't want to hear any about it, because for what it is right now, it's non-manifest, it's philosophy, and
Yeah, I mean, we got to somehow come up with a way to explain, the detected rotation, of the sky, according to that fiber optic gyro or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, even if we're not, something's freaking moving, you know?
I mean, all ideas start in philosophy at some point, you know, like we sit down at a round table and we talk about stuff, and that stuff turns into great ideas, and those ideas maybe go into experimentation, observation, and making, you know, units and stuff like that can maybe do what we think about, you know what I mean?
I'm sure all this is like known and hidden away somewhere, like where they could just reveal it and this is how it actually works. But I think we get presented like obviously some kind of false reality for whatever purpose, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Rockefeller or the government or these big guys are taking, like, you know, a deceased scientist to work, like they did with Nikola Tesla, and just hide it for the public. I mean, I'm not sure, but I have the idea that, I mean, if everything was crowdsourced or public sourced, like we would be much ahead in terms of many things, and not so much reliant on, you know, quote unquote fossil fuels.
Right. Yeah, they pretty much put us through the ringer on a lot of things, mainly energy. I mean,
yeah, exactly. I mean, we can just see it today, like here in Denmark, when I look at the numbers, like the government's pay, the taxes, the energy taxes is skyrocketing. The government is earning big money on it. The energy companies is earning big money on it. The only one that is suffering from what is happening is the people. And this is just a little sign about the control there is. If you are in the Wall Street, that this could be some sort of manufactured, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've been seeing people posting like their energy bill's been bumping like 400 more than normal, and they're just telling them, "Oh, that's what it is."
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that. I do budget billing, something exactly what's fee, and then we'll adjust it every 6 to 8 months or something. I don't know.
It's kind of crazy. But the thing is, like, I don't really want to go into that the topic too much. But if you take those 2 years and what happened to small and big, medium-sized businesses, and you add it to what is happening right now to small and medium-sized businesses plus the people, like, it's really, really looking bad. You know, like the direction we are going in.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted for a second.
Yeah, it's all good. I just wanted to make that little note.
Yeah.
Rough times, but the Earth pond is still flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying I wish I had some more bodies of water around here. I just don't have anything. There's a lake, but I'm not going to get much distance on it, but I might go down just to do it because I don't have anything else nearby. Even if it's just, you know, maybe it won't be very impressive mileage-wise, but just to do something I haven't been able to. There isn't just really any water.
Yeah, it's rough when you're living inland. You kind of have to either take a big trip to confirm, or just rely on others' video evidence and stuff like that.
I need to get a measure. I want to take some measurements on Google Earth just to see what I can get from a point A to point B across this lake, just to try and do something.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you could even also take points on the land masses, because there is the heights and stuff like that has been written down, you know, based on sea level. So you could kind of do something like that, you know, if you have a flat place and you know how high you are compared to sea level, you could do something and see what you can get out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, we had somebody just popped in here, John Budweiser. Got VC verified. What's up, John?
I think I might have seen him in here one time, but
What's up?
What's going on, John?
Oh, not much. Enjoy. The weekend has started for me, and it's I'm playing a bit Krunker, first-person shooter, and hanging out here.
That's good, man. So, So, anyways, do you think that because the topic in here is the shape of the Earth, and you're VC verified. Obviously, you were talking in there before. But what's your stance on that? Because I don't know. So,
well, it's flat.
The shape of do you believe that it's a globe?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because it's flat.
My nigga.
Well, let's not run to that yet. But yeah. So why do you think it's flat?
I don't know why it is flat. I mean, I don't know who decided it's flat, but it's flat. Yeah. So
you don't.
That's just it.
This guy is German. I'm 100%.
You sound just like him, though. That's weird.
Like who?
You guys are probably from the same country, but
yeah, I'm from Denmark, so neighbors.
Soon. Take care. No.
You said the Earth is flat, and you don't know who's. So, how did you come about it? Like, how did you figure it out?
Well, I look outside of window and it's flat.
No, that's not good enough.
Why? You're not in charge. What's good enough?
But I could say the same thing, but that's not going to suffice. So if I say I look outside my window, I can see a hill outside. I can see some houses.
Go on the hill. Go on the hill and look further.
No, that's not going to work either. So no, we're measuring. Listen,
can you prove it's not?
That it's not flat? Of course.
Yeah, I mean, because so far I have a hypothesis that is based on my own empirical evidence, and now you would have to come up with some counter argument.
Yeah, because if you're standing on a hill looking at other hills, you're never going to be able to tell if it's flat or round because you're seeing land topography. You need to go somewhere where there's known, water is a very good indicator. So if I'm standing somewhere where I can see mountains and valleys and all that, I can't tell you if it's flat or if it's round because I'm looking over different things that are going to obstruct my view. I need a clear.
Are you trying to kid me? I mean, seriously?
No. If you need a clear line of sight, this is what I'm saying. Do you understand what I mean by a clear line of sight? Or I can go into specifics about it.
Well, maybe I can help him out. Well, it's like Mickey's saying, Earth has hills and valleys, but the water doesn't have those.
Do you understand?
Yeah, sure. Water doesn't have hills and valleys. From what I have seen so far, I can agree with that.
Okay. So I wouldn't use land. I can't look outside my window. Not unless you're looking outside of your window and your window's right next to a lake. So being that not being the case, probably, then you can't see if the Earth is flat or round by looking outside your window. You got to measure it, right? Line of sight. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm not a giant. I can't just put a measuring device on Earth or on the world or whatever.
A measuring device on the world?
I'm not big enough for that. I can't measure it. I'm not a giant.
Okay, so you're saying that you need to put a tape measure around the whole entire Earth for you to measure
along it or something, yeah. Or I don't think a tape measure can give you the.
Well, I'm being facetious for the sake of this argument because that's not. You don't need to go to that. Insinuate that idea. There's no need for a grandiose, putting measure the whole entire Earth. I just need to measure a certain distance, whereas in curvature drop rate would exist.
Okay, so tell me the experiment that you would conduct, how much it costs, and how to do it.
I'll tell you what, buddy, it'd be super easy, and it wouldn't cost a lot. So a line of sight test, you, me, everybody in this server can do at practically no cost. I mean, it'd probably cost you some gas to get somewhere to a location where you'd have a large enough body of water, and then you something to either your eyes you could see something in the far distance. Get a good. I'd say a good 10 miles. That's a good marker for me. 10 miles is a pretty good distance. So 10 miles, and you could see something in the far distance over a body of water. Let's say if you're on the shore of a lake, let's say, and you could see down the shore of the lake all the way far down, and possibly like a peninsula sticking out or a lighthouse or whatever, But if you could see something from 10 miles away from your location, then you can do a line of sight test pretty easily.
But wouldn't it require you to make assumptions about the nature of one moment?
Yeah, they already did that. It's called the globe model. So that's what you're comparing when you go outside.
He's deafened.
Mm.
He just deafened himself.
Yeah. I just had someone talking to me, so I'm back now. What about
Say again?
Oh yeah, optical phenomena. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, you make certain assumptions about the properties of optical phenomena, right? And okay,
No,
and then
you don't need. See, optical phenomena is going to be taking place at different times of the day and on different days. So
no, in general, I mean, in general, the field of optics as a field in physics, you make those assumptions, or you accept those assumptions about optics. Of course.
No.
So it's not non-optical measurements.
No. Wait. No, you're saying assumptions as in you're assuming something to be something, and it's not. There is a clear visibility depending on the type of the day and the ambient air temperature. So you're making calculated by.
I mean, it's not already. I mean, that's what I'm talking about with assumptions. That's
I understand. Like I was. Hang on. I know you're really interested in saying the point, but what I'm saying is that when you're using these measurements, right? Because you know the temperature outside, you're going to be able to know the variable distance you're going to see because of that. There's like the air ambient air temperature between you and the thing you're seeing in the far distance. There's going to be a certain amount that you're going to be able to how far you can see. Let's say visibility. So you already know what the distance you're going to be able to see depending on the type of day and the ambient air temperature outside. So that being known, there's no like assumptions being made. You already know these things, so you're going to factor in. So, but that being aside, the thing that you have to really be concerned about is the thing you're seeing in the far distance. So if you can see something 10 miles away, right? Something's far away, 10 miles away, you can see it. At which point you do see it, you can start inputting information from the metrics of the globe. So you get the metrics of the globe, whatever it is, radius, diameter, circumference, put that into the Earth curve calculator, put the distance from the elevation that you're at from your, wherever your viewing distance is, like let's say you're 1 foot off the ground or you're using binoculars from whatever height you are, whatever the case may be, you input the elevation height and then the distance because you know that it's a known distance. There's no assumptions being made. You know these distances, okay? That's why I'm saying known distances. And then you input all the information into the Earth curve calculator. Now, the Earth curve calculator is going to create, it's going to give you a number of how much curvature there should be between point A, which is the point where you're at, point B, which is the thing you see in the far distance. And then you're going to know how much curvature between you and that is going to be, how much there should be. And that should give you a clear understanding of how much curvature should be obstructing your view. Or, because you can see it, then there isn't any. So you don't need to go so far as to get extreme as to like, I don't have the complicated tools to do this. It's very easy. Either there's curvature obstructing your view from what you see in the far distance, or there isn't. Simple as that. Pretty easy, huh?
No.
Anybody can do it. Did you say no?
Of course, I said no.
Why? Why is that difficult?
Said no.
I need to understand. Like this is crazy to me. It's like I'm trying to figure out what I told you was so incredibly complex that you couldn't, as a person, go out into a lakeshore or some body of water and do that. Like I'm baffled. Can you please help me out here? Go ahead and tell me what's so complex about what I just said.
I would have to first verify that at long distances through the air, light was straight lines, even if there's because you know how I don't know is there any other phenomenon? Is there I don't know, the density of air is different over height, and then
my good sir, I already told you everything is provided for you. There is nothing. There's no.
Everything is provided is another way of saying there's assumptions.
Listen. There is no guesswork involved in what I'm telling you to do. I'm not telling you to assume. I'm not telling you to just go out there and wing it, man. I'm saying you already know the visibility that's given to you because everybody who knows, like, even you can search what your visibility is where you're at today. So when you do that, you already know what distance you're going to be able to see clearly, right? All right, knowing that you have said information, you don't need to guess. You're putting too much on yourself to actually do this, which gets me to think that you don't want to do it, because once you do, you start to find out that the Earth isn't a globe as you previously thought it was. So it's as simple, sir, as you going out.
So you don't think it's a globe? You think it's flat?
Hell no, it's not a globe.
Okay, so what you're not understanding here.
No, you literally just said
I'm giving
it's a globe, which it is not.
Listen,
it's funny.
I'm giving you a method. No, I do think that you think it's a globe, but you're trying to convince me that it's impossible for me to actually do this without having something more complicated to actually figure it out. And I'm telling you, no, it's that easy. It's just that easy. But you know what the most incredible part about this whole thing is? That a guy who thought that the Earth was curving was actually standing on a mountain looking off into the shoreline. Now that's interesting. Okay, and not only that, let's get a bit more redundant, right? There's a guy who thought sticks and shadows was a way you can measure the curvature of the Earth. Now that's crazy, right? Because that's the most simplistic thing that somebody can do. Yet because they did that, now they're touted as some kind of intellect, and they're hoisted upon other people's shoulders as the founders of the globe Earth, which you may or may not believe. I don't know, but the idea that was so simple, and yet what I'm telling you is maybe just as simple, right? But that you could figure out if it's curved or not because of the simplicity of what I just said.
But from what I've heard is that that isn't even matching. Like people have done this and they found it doesn't match, right? Like,
I don't know. Okay, now that you just said that, that's called a claim. Okay, so the claim that you just said.
I don't say that I am rely on them saying that. I'm just
no. Okay, fine. Yeah. I don't care. Like honestly, I don't. It doesn't bother me. Now that you made that claim, I need you to provide the evidence of who said that. The somebodies that you just mentioned. I need you to post who those someones were into the live stream voice text, or at least tell me verbally who they are, so I can go investigate who's contradicting information, so that we can look and all of us can know, okay, I know these persons. This is Fred and John. Okay, we know those guys. So who was it, sir, that contradicted information that you just claimed right now, so that we can look into it? Please provide.
Yeah, let me look it up.
Okay, so you don't know. That's what you're telling me. So now we're getting to the point where now you're saying things about contrary to something that you know, right? You're saying there's some people who disagreed about these points. And I said very clearly, who are they? Point them out to us. Let us know who they are. Because information is important to us. We have to know if something's contrary. But you can't provide that information, which sounds like to me like you are opposed to the idea that the Earth is flat. Very much. Oh, absolutely. Otherwise, you'd be saying, hey, that's a great thing I can go do to test and see if it's flat or not. Interesting, huh? Just because somebody says they're a flat earther, I don't give them that title. It's something that they already can vouch for themselves. That's something that they already know. So just because you claim flat earther doesn't mean you're one. We've had many attempts of people doing that, and I don't let it slide. You either know that it is, and you can tell me a method and by which you can verify it, or you don't know, and you're not one.
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not. Prove it.
No.
Nope. Doesn't fly in the server. I don't know if you thought that this was going to be an easy, just like, hey, guys, I'm a flat earther. Welcome me in. Not going to happen. Everybody in here has done what they needed to do to prove it to themselves that the Earth is flat. They didn't.
And then say it with your chest. Damn it.
But that being the case, we've already gotten to the point where I've already given you some way to verify it for yourself. Which is interestingly enough for you, you are not saying that that's a good way to do it because you need it to be more complicated. And on top of that, you've just said there's people that have done it that have contradicted themselves. Now, and I've asked you for this information, and now you're telling me that you don't have it. Let me look it up. So that's a little suspicious, I think, on our part.
Okay, I don't care.
Okay, hold on, buddy.
I do care because this is important for you. It's important for you being in the server claiming to be a flat earther and you don't have the information that's requested.
And that's okay. Here's the deal. In my experience, I didn't really care, right, one way or the other, until I said, you know what, I'm just going to start testing and I'm going to start seeing if these people have anything to their claims. Lo and behold, I kept coming across the globe math, the globe narrative being completely false. And that made me feel good because then I was like, wait a second, I can actually find something out about the real world myself and I don't have to take anybody's word for it. That felt good.
Well, it's not okay, though. Like, I know you said it was okay, Glatt. It's not okay for me. It's not okay because I don't want anybody pretending to be something that they're not in this server. That's not going to apply for anybody that's in here. I will hold you to the same standard as I do anyone else if you claim what this gentleman is claiming. So it is not okay. And I do need for you to at least, if you're going to contribute to this discussion, to please chime in with the information that I requested, which is the gentleman who you said their observations or their measurements were contradicting each other. Have you provided those yet?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Well, because you said, you didn't want me to look them up, apparently. You didn't.
I said you didn't have them. I said you don't have the information, which you stated, right? I said you don't have that information, so why did you mention it?
I had read it before. I just don't have it right now.
And you don't know where it is?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're flying by the seat of your pants.
Exactly.
I don't know what that term means.
That means you're just lying.
I'm not lying.
Then provide the evidence. Pretty simple, huh?
Right. You would not be lying if you just presented what you claim to have. If you don't, that by definition you're a liar. We're not just calling you that.
I'm not a liar, but I'm not going to put up with
you saying that is actually a lie, isn't it?
Where's your proof, dude? That's the question.
Yeah, just bring the evidence.
Mm-hmm. That would make you not a liar.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was doing a little coddling. In this server, you got to provide evidence.
Where is he? The gentleman left?
No way.
He left.
Are you serious?
Yeah, John Budweiser.
Good job, Mickey.
Bro.
They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit.
That's the second zit that you popped today. Ouch. Ouch.
That's got to be a painful zit. That thing's going to be festering in no time.
Bro, the first one is bleeding now.
That's going to leave
It's going to leave a mark for sure. It's going to bruise too.
Stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned, folks, for the globe, which is bleeding out face down in the bottom of a creek. Thanks.
We're just sitting on the riverbank watching it get beat.
Watching the globe die.
Sonny, you already know this, but what irks me the most is when people...
He's already dead.
He's already dead.
It's when people are claiming to be a flat earther in this server. And then I just ask them for simple evidence of that, and then they don't have anything. And they want to sit in here and pretend to be something that someone who has actually debated others. Like, to me, I think that what you guys go through, because you are calling yourself flat earther and in the public, that's something important to me. Because you're standing up for truth. You're actually standing up in front of other people and you're telling them that. So when somebody pretends to be that, it irks me. Because it's like other people have went through the ringer for this title. Or at least for that people to look at them and say, oh, you don't believe the earth is a globe? That's something important to me. Because you go through a lot for it. And I don't want somebody to just come up here and say, hey, man, put me flat earth. Well, no. What have you done for it? Like, you haven't spoken truth. So
yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna be that way every time.
I love that, Miggy. I love it. I love it, Miggy, because you like that's what we need more of. Like, yeah, absolutely. People need to be held accountable for what they say. Like, if I don't think something's true, like I definitely don't go on somewhere pretending that I'm something else. Like that right there, it like honestly, I didn't hear the first questions you asked him about how he's a flat earther. But as soon as he doesn't have anything, that means he came into this chat with dishonest intentions.
For sure.
Yep.
Period.
Here. So the first thing that you took him on, his instant answer of no can't be possible. He had absolutely no rationalization as to why that would not be possible. Just the admittance of anything of the sort would result in a paradigm shift on his perspective. Touch him deeply, if you will.
Yeah. I've seen this, man. It's happened numerous times already, so I know that these guys. And what happens is, it's psychological, ladies and gentlemen. When they come in here and they say flat Earth, it's almost like, homeboy, let's high five. And I'm like, not yet.
No.
Just wait.
Yeah, let's go yet.
We'll celebrate in a minute. Let's see first. Let's test the metal. And if it does pass, like the smell test, then everybody here can say, hey, this guy's is pretty up and up, you know?
Yep.
It's sometimes, you know, one or two might get by, but for the most part, somebody who doesn't think that the Earth is flat, something along the line, they're not going to admit. They're going to be like, I can't. I know. I try to pretend, but I can't pretend that much. You know what I mean? Like,
I can't do it. No.
Yep.
We're so good at smelling. We're so good at smelling the fish smell, man. So good at smelling that fishy.
Yeah, you're
asking them to say. You're asking them to say shibboleth, and they're saying sibboleth.
Anyway,
it's like soldiers in World War II, Germany, where they were trying to defect to America. And what I heard was the test that they asked these people who were faking American accents, they asked them the rules to baseball.
Nice.
Because every American boy knows the rules to baseball.
That's awesome.
Try glazers.
Yeah, but see, so I don't know, ball kicker, yeah, that was a prime example. And hopefully you guys that see these guys come in here, anybody says, dude, I'm a flat earther, man. Why you coming at me, bro? Like, no, just hang a second, right? Because just because it you know, it's sounding like these guys are honest I am, like that it's not going to fly here. This is not the forum where you want to pretend to be something you're not. So, and then, you know, you do due diligence, right? You have to. You have to make sure that people who are sitting in here that you're calling brothers are not going to be somebody who's pretending to be one.
Yeah.
So anyway, the little rant there that I had, because like I don't like that, irks me, man. It gets under my skin. Like, don't come in here and do that. Like the stuff you guys endure out there in the world because you are standing up for truth like the way you are. Like that's important to me. Like, while the other world is treating you rough, man, you're gonna get nothing but kindness and warmth from me. You know, like that's. Anyway.
Truth.
Carry on, y'all.
So what I missed? Sounds like I missed some juicy stuff. What happened?
I was gonna say, and just when I said that, fraud pops in.
Yeah.
What happened? I missed it all.
Yeah, you came in a day late and $1 short, fraud. No, it was a character who was his name was John Budweiser, and he come in here talking about how he's a flat earther. Oh, hey, I'm a flat earther like you guys.
Faking the funk.
You know me, I'm gonna test him, so I did, and he started to collapse after like the second thing I was asking him. But you know, and then he's like, because a globe earther is a globe earther. It doesn't matter what they say about them being flat earthers; they're not going to be able to withstand giving us evidence for the shape of the Earth. You know, because they don't have that. So, and then when you start telling them how they know it's flat, if they're committing to being a flat earther and they don't have any evidence for that, that's also a red flag. It's like, well, how did you come about it? Like, you say you're a flat earther, but we all have stories of how we came about being a flat earther. And he didn't have one. He's just like, well, I looked outside my window. I don't think so. That's not going to happen.
I don't think I've ever heard that one. I never heard that one. I looked outside my window. I'm a flat earther.
That's what he said. He's like, I looked out my window. I'm like, yeah, right.
That made you a flat earther. That's pretty awesome.
But didn't he turn around and say that doing these more technical tests wouldn't cut it?
Yeah, no, I give him the line of sight explanation, the one that I do. And he says, no, it's more complicated. He started saying, well, you don't know the variables. And I was like, bro, every single day the weatherman is telling you what visibility you're going to have every single day. You're going to know what distance you're going to be able to see. It's given to you. You can just use that information. That's useful. Pretty much you're going to be, if, on whatever specific lake you're on, you're going to be able to have a clear visible line of sight from however distance it's telling you. That's known already. That's something that we can use, But he was saying there's more variables and it's too complicated. And then he said that there was some guys who done it, that he contradicted themselves. And I'm like, oh, really? Where's that information at? Go and provide that for me. Yeah, show me what guys were contradicting themselves. And old boy he clammed up. And then
he left.
And then he climbed up and he left. So
second dude he sent packing today. Let's go. Who's going to be the third? Miggy, you got to stick around for the third. I think it's going to be your best performance yet.
No, I don't think.
Come on.
It's sad to me, dude, because like I'd rather them like come out and be genuine, or at least say, nah, man, you know what, I don't know, or something. At least for them to drop the act. But when they continue the act, it's sad for me. I'd rather them see like honesty where they say, dude, I don't know. That's great. I find hope in that. Versus them, he's taking out. And of course, the red flag to me was when he says, well, I'm playing video games. So it's like, when you come in here playing video games, this isn't as important to you as, you know what I mean? Obviously, if you're in here as a flat earther and you're playing video games, I'm not saying that because you already have known the truth. But I'm saying those who come in here doing that, they're not putting their attention as to like here. They're not here.
Yep.
They're
not present, actively engaged.
Well, they're not putting it as something that's paramount in their understanding. They don't, like, if they know or they don't, they're just in here for the lulz. And so, everything, you have to just listen to what they do. It's like, examine their demeanor when they step foot in here. Anyway,
were you guys in here the day when Bale Song came in here? Said he was a flat earther from birth? He seriously claimed that. I guess he's a YouTuber. And he came in here and said he was a flat earther from the womb, against what his school and his parents taught him.
Oh, yeah. The Leo. I remember I asked him his birthday. I'm like, when's your birthday? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Timbo shredded him. He took him to task. That was pretty.
Yeah, Timbo had been listening to his YouTube channel, and I think he his delivery was a little bit on the side of dry humor, but we couldn't detect as to whether or not he was actually being genuine with his actual delivery.
What's up, Sonny? You back from your bike ride? We got in here.
Yeah, man, I'm just riding along this beach in San Diego. I'm really bad at impressions sometimes. I was going to try out a Sonny impression. I couldn't do it. Miss you, Sonny.
Maybe you'll join us for a conversation. Maybe. What in tarnation?
I've been having these conversations with people on Facebook because NASA keeps, I don't know, they keep these little NASA forums or whatever's on Facebook's front page about this or that. This satellite takes a picture of this. The Earth from the Japanese satellite behind the moon or some crap. And so you'd be surprised how many flat earthers are in there, man. Are in these comment section. It's pretty cool, dude. I'm really pumped about that. It's way more people than I thought are really waking up to this BS.
Every time I see one of those posts on Facebook, I just post that meme with Jim Carrey, and they are buying it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the number one best GIF. Number one best GIF you could ever put. Anytime a Glober posts something like, "Oh, we believe this," or "It's like this," just saying, "And they're buying it." Like, you're done. You're fucking buying some bullshit.
Your goose is cooked.
I think
that's all I keep saying. Go ahead.
No, I just said I think Jose Mays is into Facebook. He's real big on Facebook. He's
Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, it's Jose Meza. He's in the server. He's an admin. He's in Facebook a lot.
Oh, really? Oh.
Check the live stream voice text for that GIF. It's just my number one favorite.
Yep.
It's just amazing that these guys that are posting these pictures or whatever, once you get in a conversation with them, dude, it's amazing how ignorant they are about anything when it comes to measurement or actual evidence. They don't know anything about it. They're like, well, what makes you believe that they're... I'm like, are you being serious right now or are you being genuine? And they have no clue. They have no clue. All they know is NASA. That's it. They don't know anything else, man. It's pretty crazy.
That was us.
Yeah, but at the same time, we weren't fooled by the lack of productivity by said, society, NASA. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, all right, you're saying we're doing all this stuff, but we keep hearing that cell phones now are far more powerful than anything you guys had back in the 70s. You know, like, you tell me you're still using that system, and when you could be using a cell phone to run the whole system, it's like it doesn't make any sense. So we looked a little deeper. Yes, we believed in it, but we still held them to task. Right? All right, bro, you're gonna have to start producing. Tang is the best you can come up with, and Velcro. Really? It's like,
I was like this. I was like, how the fuck are the movies gonna look better than what NASA provides? Out there, the movies should be, doing their best representation of how cool reality is in outer space. And yet NASA gives us this fucking MS Paint garbage from 1997. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
And then their whole shtick is you can't see the stars when you're out there. But in every movie, you see the stars all the time. So who's telling the truth? I'm like, it didn't make any sense. I mean, why would you be out there and not be able to see stars? The sun is actually... The thing is, the sun is now far bigger than it was before, because you don't have the so-called atmosphere to shield you from its glow and from its rays. So you should see freaking everything. So I don't know, like, bro, I don't get it.
Well, that's what they'll say too. They'll say, "Well, it's just a movie," and you'll be like, "What the? Now we can't talk about this because you wait a second. You believe NASA, but you know that this is a movie, but the difference is like." Who's in space? That's what I'm saying. Like, who's in space? The people doing the movie or the people saying they're in space? Like, because I'd rather watch a movie. That shit looks awesome. I don't want to pay attention to NASA's nonsense. Maybe that's on purpose. I don't know.
And they never show you anything else other than what you see from the space station.
No shit. You get that. You get one hump, one like 9th of the quote unquote planet, and that's all you get to see. They're like, yeah, but it revolves that you get to eventually see the whole thing. Motherfucker, give me one satellite, show me the whole Earth out there. Show me some shit upside down. I want to see every angle.
Exactly. I mean, like, how is that not common sense? And for people not to see that, oh, well, yeah, you're right. I want to see the whole Earth too. You at least acknowledge that, yes, you do want to see the whole Earth as well. Don't make excuses for these idiots showing you this. So that's ridiculous. Like I keep telling people, they have a satellite that so-called watches the sun. I mean, you get live footage of that. You go look at that shit up. The Soho satellites looking at the sun, bro. Just out there hanging out, looking at the sun. Who the hell wants to look at the sun? I'd rather look at the Earth. I want to see shit. I want to see stuff. I'd like to see the shuttle enter space from looking at it from outer space, right? I'd like to see that.
The coolest thing that I can think of right now would be a genuine zoom in with a high-powered satellite, from way outer space, a genuine zoom into someone's fucking house. Like, let's see that. Let's see.
Or even a freaking plane,
They say that you can see the NASA. They say that you can see the NASA studio set, that huge building, biggest green screen in the world or whatever. They say that you can see that from space. All right, motherfuckers, zoom in from space on that thing and make sure it doesn't look like Google Maps, because we'll smell that.
It's just the biggest farce, man, and people are just so sold on it. It's like I said, that whole Artemis thing, that's not going to happen.
I think asking for that stuff, guys, is not a great idea, because when they finally CGI that stuff, then what are we going to say? Just the only place they can demonstrate gravity is on TV. I want to see gravity somewhere else beside TV.
Yeah, listen, in high schools, middle schools, whatever kind of public schooling, they should be able to isolate gravity and manipulate it, take it out of the equation, show you what happens with no gravity, and then show you what happens with gravity. We should be learning that shit day one. And it's just not there. Oh, you have to you have to have these really, really precise instruments and the kind of right scientists, and then the bullshit. If gravity's everywhere, y'all can show me.
You don't know who is Cavendish. You drop the class. You need to repeat all year.
Think of another force that can't be demonstrated in someone's living room, like centrifugal force or electromagnetism, or is there another known force like gravity that cannot be demonstrated in front of your face?
You can maybe find 4, 6, 7, 20 other forces, but still water doesn't curve.
Did you say 4, 6, 7?
Look, you have to get down to the basics of what a force is. Does anyone know? I'll just say it. If for something to be
they say gravity is a force, and then it's not a force according to what they need it to be. So it's kind of hard to even nail them.
Right. So here's the delineation. Here's how you tell. The definition of force, it has to be able to do work. Can a concept do work? I don't think so. There it is. If it can't do work, it's not a force. If they can't show gravity lifting, pushing, moving, anything like that, then they're out of luck.
Sounds like my name.
That sounds like gravity, actually, right? Because you can't demonstrate it working.
Exactly. That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Check.
So they call it the weakest force, but it's really just the laziest force, Sonny? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sounds like it's the weakest link.
Here, I'm going to throw something in the voice stream chat. I did a presentation on buoyancy versus gravity, and I pulled this off of Wikipedia, which I thought was an interesting read. Bear with me, because the description of gravity being the weakest of one of four forces is what really sat me back on my seat. So for what that's worth, again, that's off of Wikipedia, the definition of gravity. By far the weakest of the four fundamental interactions.
Which is really crazy because they're saying it has the ability to hold billions of cubic gallons of ocean water to this ball. So how is that possible? So
the last line summates that, Sonny. It says, and it determines the motion of planets, stars, galaxies, and even light.
Even though they cannot measure it or isolate it by any means. I'll repeat, by any means.
Like, dude, like I went by Buffalo Wings and Rings, dude. The place just lit up when that happened. They're like, "Oh man!" Whereas like, "Oh, come on, man. That happens. That's football. That happens." It's like that big a deal. I'm surprised you didn't. I know. I'm surprised too they didn't penalize him because of that either. But I guess because he didn't really lean into it. Yeah, he didn't lean into it hardcore.
No one has more class than the flat earthers, really, truly. I mean, look at this moment of silence for the globe. Everybody just coming together. It's brilliant. It's amazing stuff.
Hey, you got Baz Krish who just joined the server. Got VC verified.
Welcome to the 24/7. How are you, Baz Krish? See, he has. He actually. What's interesting about his picture? He has the Archer Sagittarius, which is a representation of the Sagittah, which is something that we can look at. We're measuring, which disproves the curve.
No pressure, of course. You're welcome to say hi anytime you'd like. Always nice to getting to know new people on the server. So welcome. Glad to have you. Either way.
Yeah, it's crazy when we have new folks and we reach out to them. We're like, hello, welcome. And we say hi to them. It's like somebody walks into your house, you say hi to them, and they don't say hi back. I don't know. It's befuddling, but I realize a lot of people can't talk. So
well, not only do we have class, we also got that hospitality. Yeah, but shout out to the panel. We've been rocking and rolling. This restaurant's been cooking, jiving. This cafe is open for business, folks. We are serving Globers up. Shout out to the panel. We got Ball Kicker, Baz, Chris V, FE, Batman, FED, Flat Earth Dude. We got Glap Flow times 2, God Rick, you know who. We have Johannes, Julius J, Kiwi and Miggy, Morvis and Sasha and Sunny, Tim, and of course it's me. This the panel. We all hear FE every day, waiting for the Earth to start moving.
CB on the ones and twos. What the shadow? Holla at you, boy.
You know, we really just want people. We really just want people to like think for themselves, take this information, and do an honest appraisal. I mean, I'm sure Miggy'd agree with that. But the thing is really interesting is whoever these people are, and we don't really know who they are. There's no way to tell who they are from our standpoint, standing, watching a screen here on the internet. But if you just take it at face value, what they're saying, I don't know if they realize whether they're some kind of agents or whether they're just people that are really just looking into it. But it doesn't always appear that way. It appears that they're up to something that they're not giving away. You could tell by the way they talk to us that they have this little card in their pocket that they're not showing, but we sense that that's there. But I think the point I'm trying to make is, real quickly, is I'm not sure they realize how much support they're giving us when they send these people in here, and everybody can see that they provide nothing at all to support their globe claim. Nothing. So they're giving us more support. I don't know if they understand that, how when people listening to this topic hear that from that side, go, wait a minute, I'm going to look into this a little further myself, because these people that are supposed to be supporting the globe, astonishingly enough, however well established it's supposed to be that it's a globe, can't provide any information to substantiate said globe. It makes the audience go, holy shit, there's something wrong here. I mean, there's big trouble, capital T, in River City with a capital R. And as soon as that river achieves a stable containment, let's say in a lake, that surface is flat. Yep. So now we back on Friday. We back. We about to flat smack with the homies.
Homies.
He thought he had a PhD, but he was a phony.
He turned into a jabroni.
The globe's a whole bunch of baloney.
PhD presenting hyperdelusion.
To the max.
PhD probably high on drugs. PhD. Okay, I'll come up with another one.
PhD. You know me. Maybe not.
Wait, PhD, you talking about Phil who hides in ducks?
Yeah. Great representation there from, yeah, amazing.
Because he don't want to fight with us.
PhD is pathetic and horribly delusional.
Pathetic, horribly delusional. Got it.
Isn't PhD a philosophical degree?
No.
Nah, apparently it's something else now.
Yeah, it's a philosophical doctorate. Yeah, it's basically a degree in thinking about stuff and talking about it.
We're all PhDs in here, man. Fuck. Come on. That's all we do.
Yeah, we're actually we're actually psychologists studying the globe psychology. You know, it's the most amazing thing that here we are in modern times, regular folk like you and I that just went out and looked at the earth, we find ourselves in a position to actually have to diagnose these people. So we have a PhD in earth.
No doubt. I got a 7-year degree right now. Check it out.
Listen, med school takes as long, okay?
I know.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Globers.
Smoke that round ball.
Wait, does that mean I should? Never mind.
Everybody's gone totally retarded.
All right. Okay, so Miggy, shout out. Are you there, man?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. This idea that I keep talking about of like literally, I've got the gift to go with it, which is this idea that everybody places a level on their windowsill. We're all gonna observe level. That's 8 billion points of level. Let's say however many buildings there are. We all observe level. Now they say that that's too small of a sample set. However, that's 8 billion points of evidence, let's say. Hands in the cookie jar. You agree that we just took the land and basically chopped it up into 8 billion observation points of level? What do you think?
It's not going to work because they would claim that it's locally flat. Some of the staunch anti-flat earthers are going to tell you that it's locally flat.
What I like, it makes me think of this though. Why do they call them square miles and square yards? What's that about? What are we doing there?
There's a lot of words used in the way they say it, the colloquial terms. But what we got to realize is that when we do things like that, they're going to come back with Eratosthenes and that whole thing. There's a lot of things that they can use to go against that. It's not that it's not logically consistent, but more so that it's 2 points of an argument giving them a dichotomy, meaning I've got my levels on a windowsill, you have your sticks and shadows. So you're arguing from already, it's the same thing what I mentioned before, it's on top of a presuppositional.
Okay, so it's pointless. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Square miles?
It does.
Square mile.
Go ahead.
That's just what I was going to say. Listen, they wouldn't call it square miles if it weren't a square. I don't know. But I mean, I agree with Miggy wholeheartedly. You know, it's got to be smoking guns. It can't just be, well, you know, this area is level, but the rest of it's level, because they'll be like, yeah, sticks and shadows. And you can say, well, what the fuck do shadows prove? Let alone sticks. We're measuring the ground. They'll be like, well, there's this motion.
Glad I can just hear it now. Some virgin pushing his glasses up. Sir, squared is actually a mathematical term.
Yeah, there's a lot of when it comes to you jump into things like what words mean and all. It gets really stupid. So yeah, it does get to points where you think that the argument could be logically consistent, but I guarantee you there's a weasel out there that's going to find a way to go through that argument. Zanuck himself says that at some point in I don't know what ocean it was, Indian, I think he said, there's a flat level place on it. So on that one piece of ocean, I'm serious. Zanuck, the staunch anti-flat earther, said it. So there you have it.
Oh my god.
So yeah,
That's one. Zanuck's a big critic, man.
I'm just saying, man. Like these guys, believe me, they thought of it. If you think that you're gonna kind of let me throw this little bit of spice. You don't just stick to the old salt and pepper. You know, that'll get them every time. They don't go with the turmeric. Now let's throw some, whatever in there. Just you can't provide evidence for the shape of the Earth being what it is. So, I mean, I know it sounds disinteresting because it's like I said, it doesn't give you that shock and awe value that you a real slugfest type thing. But you don't need that, man. You just need them to stop thinking that way, and the only way to get them to stop is to bring them down to the root matter, which is curvature.
Yeah. If you're not going to teach a kid about division or multiplication if you don't teach him addition and subtraction first, right? You got to start at the reason for it all, curvature.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong. Gravity and that, you can, which one? Einsteinian, Newtonian, it gets, whatever. But I don't know. I just think there's really no need for any of that, to be honest. This will be all over. We just take them straight to the curvature. And don't leave. Just stay there. You camp there. Build your home there. Because they can't get out of it. What can they say if they don't have any evidence for it? What is their retort to that? Oh, let's not worry about that. Let's go to gravity. Like, that's not an answer. You either have the information or you don't. So, yeah, that's it, man. One hitter quitter. Bring it to them about curvature. And then, maybe if you want to if you want to play with your food, talk about gravity, but I'm just saying, you don't need any of it. Kind of the party pooper, huh?
Kind of. Well, here's what they'll say refraction makes the Earth measure flat. That's what they'll literally say that.
I know. They always do. You got to keep the dream alive, man.
I don't know. I look at that idea, and I get the idea that obviously the land, the structure, they'll level the land, they build on it, and all that.
What else is this, man? You do you, man. You do it how you say you want to do it. I'm just telling you this.
No, Miggy, again, I wouldn't have put it up for discussion, right, to you specifically if I didn't want to discuss it with you. That's the thing. Again, from my standpoint,
I've seen the level are like people have using that and they've taken it on planes and that, and like these guys it's really back and forth with the idea that they're measuring on top of a ball. So it's all really what you're telling them is I got levels on windowsills everywhere on top of a ball. So that's what in their mind they're going to come back at you with.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how many. If you can have everything on this whole Earth, everybody has one. Like this doesn't, because then they're just gonna go, well, yeah, we can do a six of shadows. Everybody has a stick of shadow. So that you're playing defense and you should be playing offense. The one move.
Stick it to them in 3 and walk away. Thanks for the chat, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got to bring the mind to the point where it doesn't have any way out. If it has a way out, like I said, you're not doing it correctly. Because if they find a way to weasel out of the conversation, and you don't hold them to task, they're gonna just find some other way to. Because their cognitive dissonance is working overtime when they're cornered. It's working overtime. They're gonna think of every single thing under the sun to get out of that single point that you got them cornered in, and they'll use somebody else chiming in. Like, let's say we're all in this forum, and the Glober comes in here, and you get him on the curvature, and I come in and I start talking about like, hey man, have you ever thought about gravity? And I just like totally ransacked your whole point, and they latch onto what I just said, and they'll weasel out of the one, and that's how it goes. And you can't, man, because the mind it's either going to concede, it's going to come to the point where they're honest and being genuine and be like, dude, I don't have an answer.
That's perfect, Miggy. Very well said. And I have a suggestion too. It's something I'm working on, and I think it might help. It's kind of the kill 'em with kindness approach. So the second I get them cornered, and they're like a cornered wolf or cat, motherfucker will scratch at you and attack you, right? Well, instead of attacking back, just kind of let it do its thing until it calms down. Just say, okay, hey, bro, listen, bro, I'm going to put you on mute for a second, or I'm going to go for a second. You know, y'all can talk about whatever, but we're not going to get that heated right now. It's an adult conversation about some simple shit. So, you know what I mean? Instead of, well, listen, what kind of gravity, man?
Yeah, we don't. So what kind of gravity stuff? Like, I'm always trying to see a good way to advance the argument forward, and we're already getting to the place where nothing more is needed. Like, everything is already falling to the waste. I mean, it's great. We have a lot of information that's useful, but in all sincerity, you only need one move, and that's it. And just get real good at it. That one move. Real good at it. And don't let them get away. Don't let them go to another topic. Don't let them. It's hard to say this, but other flat earthers will want to chime in and say something else about another topic. Just keep it back on point and say, hey, that's great. We can talk about those other things, but let's get to this one first. We got to hear a concession. We got to hear. If the person's being genuine, they'll concede. They'll be like, I don't know, man. But if they're not, then you're going to have somebody who's in this chat. And then what I don't advise is this. If you got somebody who's not genuine, like if they're not conceding, then that's a lot of ego that's going to be in here, and they're going to make everybody else flare up. So you got to also weigh in those options too. Are you going to want that for the chat? Somebody that's being in here that's dishonest. And we got some new people that come in here. That's great. Not going to college, and we got Ooga Booga. See if we can get him to get a microphone on him.
Welcome to the chat, guys.
Look, on this, you could watch last night the discussion with it. Bryant, the guy from Massachusetts, he was squirming, spiraling, had a meltdown, Cogdis meltdown. He said he didn't want to talk to Austin anymore because, he presents such strong arguments.
Chugga.
All right, we got, let's see, not going to college and Ooga Booga. Not going to college, you have control of your mic if you want to chime in here. Oh, let me see. Let me unmute you guys. It shows on my screen that you're unmuted, but let me try to mute and unmute you.
Hey, Mickey.
So what's up?
Hey, are you interested in being on a flat Earth debate tonight?
Not particularly, man. I think those are they're too showman for me. I like for people to come into this. When they come into here, it's a better way for them to actually get to grips than versus another platform where somebody's actually muting me. I don't need to be. I need for people to be honest with themselves about a conversation they want to have, if they do want to have it.
Well, if there's any flat earthers on here who are interested to go on modern day debate tonight, let me know soon if you could.
Yeah, I appreciate that though, brother. I know you're doing a good work, but yeah.
All right.
See, not going to college just left, but Ooga Booga's in here. Ooga Booga, are you there? No? Okay. So, Flatterday, how you doing anyways, by the way, guy? Doing all right?
I'm all right. Just getting out of class right now.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Yeah, just driving home. James from Modern Day hit me up yesterday and asked me if I would be down to do it. And I always say yeah, but then he wants me to find another flat earther. He first wanted me to ask my lady, but like she's super camera shy, dude. She won't say anything, so I've been hitting up people in Messenger, but I haven't got that many responses. But I started early today, so I just figured I'll put it out there verbally if there's anybody.
Yeah, they wouldn't like me in that show. It'd be over really quick, and it doesn't give them substance. They need substance. They need views. They need a long, drawn out, like back and forth. And I'm just not with that. I don't need. It doesn't take. It don't take me very long to get them to the point where I need them to concede.
Well, the worst thing, I think, in my opinion, is what they do is they ask irrelevant questions, right? It's like that part in Thank You for Smoking, when the guy's explaining to his son about how he's so good at arguing. He's, talking about one thing and another thing, and then his dad starts changing the subject and then ends it with, that infringes on our liberty. And isn't that what we're all about, being free? And it had nothing to do with the original conversation, but at the end, you got to agree with him. Well, yeah, I do like liberty. And it's like, well, I'm right about this, then you're wrong about everything that we've talked about.
Yeah, really good. Yeah.
So we got Chalu that just joined in the chat. Chalu, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man?
I'm good. I'm just listening.
No worries, man. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We talk about the shape of the Earth here. And so, we always ask new people that come into the server what they think the shape of the Earth is. And we do that for good reason. So, being that as you're a new person in here and I haven't seen you, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I have no idea. People say one thing, you guys say another thing, but about 7 billion people say the Earth is round. So, and if the Earth was round, we can explain the seasons, we explain the stars, we explain the day-night cycle, but you guys can't do that with the flat Earth. So far, I'm going with round, but I'm just trying to look for proof for either, to be honest. So, yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of people that say a whole bunch of things on both sides, right? So who's right? Well, there's one easy way to know. Because I can tell you whatever I want, but that doesn't make me right. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
So what would be the way that you could find out for yourself if what I'm saying is true or not? What would you have to do? If I told you a tree is, whatever, however tall it is, give you just a weird number, right? If I told you it was a specific height, and I told you, just believe me, I got pictures, I got everything you need to know, would you still believe me that it was that height? Even if you haven't checked it out for yourself.
I'm confused. Yeah, I'd probably measure the tree.
Right. So, and that would be the easiest way. And then if I said a number and you measured it and it was not what I said, then I would be wrong. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty simple, right? It's not really, the concept isn't that hard. So it doesn't matter if 7 billion people thought that the tree was what I said it was. The only single most important thing that mattered was that when you went to go check, it was not what everybody thought it was. That's the same thing with the flat Earth. So everybody might think that the Earth is something that it's not. That doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter even what a flat earther is saying. Only thing that matters is what you can verify. Then you can actually say who's right and who's wrong because you checked it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to break it down, my man. So it's as simple as that. We're not arguing with people out of ignorance. We're talking to people and telling them that we've already checked it out. It doesn't measure globe. And then as in the radius, diameter, circumference, as a matter of fact, it's the opposite. There is no curvature to be found. So that is what I'm telling you at this moment. So in order for me to just say that with confidence, that must mean that I know something. So if I was to tell you that you can find out for yourself that it's not curving anywhere, would you be interested?
Yeah, maybe, but wait, so we don't know the measurements of the Earth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So how are our maps based? Like, do we just decide to draw the continents randomly, or is there anything to that?
Right, but are you asking the right question, or are you staying with the one that I started with, which is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth? So I think that there's a bit of diversion happening. I think in your own mind, what you're thinking of is you're trying to rationalize a lot of other things that you're noticing in the world, right? And I want you to be fixated on only one single most important question, which is that if the Earth is a globe, it would have to be a ball. and that ball would have curvature, and that curvature could be measured. So I really want you to stay hyper focused on that, because there's a lot of other things that you might think of that can be answered after that one point is actually known before. Once you know this information, you can actually take it to whatever you want and then apply it to anything else. So the reason why I'm saying it is because you can get distracted away from the single most important point, which is what like your mind is going to, like thinking of maps, thinking of star charts, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like you're thinking of other things, and I'm asking you, just stay focused on the curvature, on measuring it. Once you do that, then it becomes apparent to you that doesn't matter what somebody else said, doesn't measure curvature. So I just want to make sure that you understand that, because your mind can wander off into other topics, and it doesn't need to. It just needs to know this one thing, and then you can build on that. So, and I'll give it to you because it's pretty simple, right? You're going to do a line of sight test. Do you know what the word or the term line of sight means when I say that?
Just how far you can see ahead of you, or if you're looking left, how far left.
Yeah, it's not that difficult. Yeah, for sure. So if I was to tell you within 10 miles, you can make an observation of something in the far distance, and I would say do it this way. Find you a stretch of water like a lake or possibly an ocean, depending on wherever you are at, and go down the shoreline. And as far as you can see down the shoreline, use some optics, binoculars, a camera, whatever you want to use, your eyesight, doesn't really matter. And then use observer's height from the observer to the floor. You know what the elevation height is from the observer. And then use the distance between point A, which is the point that you're standing on, to point B, which is something in the far distance where you're going to do a measurement. And you know the distance because you can, you know how many miles it is from where you are at to the location where you're looking at. So you get that information. You punch in the information also into an Earth curve calculator, the radius of the Earth, because that's known. You can just Google it. You put all this information into the Earth curve calculator, and it's just going to tell you how much curvature there should be between point A and point B. Now, that curvature has to be there. But I mean has to. It's not going to be something that's not there, because if Earth curve is something obstructing your view, then you can't see beyond that curvature. And that's important. You got to know that, right? So it's like a hill. If somebody walks over a hill, you can't just magically see beyond that hill, because it's Earth in the way. So therefore, Earth is in the way of you seeing something in the far distance. So if the Earth curve calculator tells you that there's so much curvature and you don't see it, then you've just proven to yourself that the Earth is not curving as they said it was. Pretty simple. Real easy. Anyone can do it. Did you understand what I just said, Chalu?
Yeah, sure, but all the Earth curve calculators are saying the distance, somebody who's 5'9", which his average height is around 2.93 miles away. But you can pretty much disprove this by going on to if you go to the southeast coast of England, it's about 22 miles away from France. You can see on a sunny day. So it's about 22 miles away, and you can see it on the beach. You don't even have to be on the cliffs, but you can see it on the beach. And the Earth curve calculator is saying the horizon distance should be 2.9 miles away. Very clearly shouldn't be possible, but I don't know. So,
okay. So are you saying that it works or it doesn't work? I'm not sure what the outcome of that.
Well, if you have a horizon, and so let's just say you're standing at a beach, and then there's water forever and ever. It just doesn't stop. It just keeps doing water. Technically, the Earth curve calculator would work because you can be able to see further from that. So if you've got something that's, what was it? I think 2.93 miles away. Yeah. So if you've got something that's 2.93 miles away, and just in ocean that just doesn't stop, nothing further out, he shouldn't be able to see from there. But because if you stand on the beaches of Dover, you look to France, there's obviously hills. The beach just doesn't suddenly it's not a flat beach. There's obviously elevation. It goes up. So could that be because there's hills which increases the height of the land? So then you could see past the horizon, or like how would that work?
Yeah, no, I was namely talking about like the shoreline, which means I was trying to use the shore as a place you can stand where you're using a body of water as well. So the body of water was the most important part, because you want to use the shoreline as a place for viewing over water. So if you can understand that, you would say, over the stretch of land, but when it crosses over to water, then it's easier to understand there's no land topography. So there's not going to be any hills or that. But I mean, like as you were saying, that there's other variables where you're looking over hills and that. So I'm not talking about the land itself. I'm saying when you're on the beach, if you can see a far distance, and if you were saying 22 miles or whatever the case is, and the thing that you can see, there should be some information you could punch into the Earth curve calculator. So long as you're near the shoreline, which is the sea level, you want to get to the point where you're at a level place. So once you're there, then you can know how far away that thing that you're seeing is, and then how much curvature there should be between you and that thing you're seeing in the distance. And there needs to be curvature as they prescribe it to be coming out of the Earth curve calculator. And that's the important part, the important takeaway. And if you don't have that, then of course it's not curving like they say it is. But
so I'm just on Google now, and it says shouldn't be able to see about 3 miles away if your eye line's at 5 feet. But that doesn't just mean it's going to suddenly curve dramatically, or at a large scale. I mean, it could curve it 0.0001 degrees. At that, you pretty much would still be able to see everything further. But
that's interesting. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, because you are making some sense now. But here's the point: how do they know the curvature drop rate? Because you're inserting some information that's not consistent with the actual rhetoric. The rhetoric is at a specific size that the ball is. We're using those maths, not the maths that you're inputting into it right now. So there's some math that you're trying to insert, or some numbers you're trying to insert, that's not jiving with the actual rhetoric. Do you know the rhetoric? Do you know the actual radius, the diameter, and circumference? Because you have to if you're going to do what you want to do right now. It's no worries, man. If you don't know them, just look them up.
I was just talking to my dad. You said that again.
Yep. So what I wanted you to do was just look up the radius, diameter, and circumference, and then use that math, not the one that you're trying to insert, which is you're like, well, it could be. It's telling me that I can't see. It's not the curvature per se. You're saying, and what I'm saying is that the curvature of the Earth is the physical horizon, where they're saying that's the edge of the vision of where you can't see beyond, meaning that's the hump of Earth where I can't see beyond. So that's the point where ships start disappearing over that curve. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, so you're saying if a ship passes 3 miles away from you, it's going to start to disappear. That doesn't mean it will disappear, but
No. I'm not. Yeah, I'll just make this very clear. I'm not saying that the Earth curve calculator that's telling you where. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Earth curve calculator that's giving you this number is telling you where this curvature, or how much curvature there should be between point A, where you're standing, and point B, where you're seeing in the far distance. So the thing that you see in the far distance, I don't know how far you want to, you're going to do this test, but however far that thing is between you and that, there should be a considerable amount, at least, of Earth curvature that you could measure. And that's what you're going to get specifically due to the rhetoric, or to the numbers, the metrics that are given to you, me, and everyone else. There is no, it could be a bigger ball. There is no, let me insert my own math. It's nothing like that. You're either going to use the information that's provided as per what they've given everyone, or you're just going to make something up because you don't want it to be something that, has not been, you want it to be what they told you. So you're just going to make up excuses. And that's what I'm saying here is we're being honest with ourselves. It either is a ball with the metrics that they've given us, or it's not. I mean, it's just that simple. And it's no slight to you, because you know the same thing we do. I mean, just look it up. That's what we know. But we're not the ones saying it, that it's a globe. So,
but let's just say it was flat. Why would people come up with the globe then? Because there's no point for it, is there?
Well, there is a point to. Okay, so if I was to ask you a specific question, right? Because I do indulge people sometimes, so I'll indulge you this once. Why would a liar lie to you? There's a specific reason why he would, or any liar lie to you. Why does a liar?
To get a gain for himself.
For deception, to deceive. So if I'm going to lie to you, it's going to be to deceive you. And if it's to deceive you, it's for control. Because I have control of the lie. I now have control of it. So with that, I can control that information. And I can do anything. I can say killer asteroids are going to eliminate us in 5 months. I can say we're running out of resources on this planet. It's dying. I could insert any kind of fear-mongering that I want to, and you will just believe me, as everyone else does, without question, without verification, and you'll go along with it for as long as it takes, for as long as I keep lying to you. But what we're telling you in here in this forum is that we all went to go check, and these guys who have been lying to us are everywhere. And it's not like, I would take a look at it this way, man. Everybody's been handed this information. Okay, we're all victims of the same information, but there's a difference between those who are professing this information and those who are victims of it. And it doesn't sound like you're professing it. I think it sounds more like you're an innocent bystander that just was taught that information, and just like all of us were. But all I'm saying is that upon further investigation, when you look into it yourself, you're going to realize it. I mean, if you do, you do. If you don't, then you don't. But the most important thing is that you were at least challenged when you came in here about it. And if you're honest with yourself, you're going to realize that you didn't know how to measure the curvature of the Earth. But your mind somehow wants to insert magical numbers that don't exist because it doesn't go with what they've taught you. So you're trying to rescue the globe in your mind. And so all I'm saying is that it's fine. You can think of whatever you want, but if it's not what they're saying, then you're only lying to yourself. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, that's important.
Yeah. Wait.
Go ahead.
Continue.
No, I was just gonna say, there's a bit of psychology. There's a bit of psychology that comes with it, because the question why would they lie is important to some people, but like as I pointed out to you, why would anyone lie to anyone? It's to deceive you, and it's also for control. Because if they have control of the lie, then insert any type of other thing that they can tell you about the place where you live that doesn't, and you really don't even need to scratch the surface on each one of these topics. Like, do we only have limited resources? No, the Earth replenishes itself. If we eat all the apples off all the apple trees, are we going to run out of apples? No, we could replenish it. Earth has natural resources that replenish themselves. It always has and always will. We're not running out of water. And so... Yeah, but
apples have seeds, and seeds grow.
Yeah, but it's natural. The Earth makes it. So anything the Earth makes, it can replenish. It has been doing such. But I don't want to really get onto this point because you might have a standpoint on that. But what I'm saying is that because they've lied to you about that one thing that's tied into a multitude of different other things, they're going to hold you captive to that idea that you live on a magical spinning globe in the vacuum of space, and you're never going to be the wiser because you'll never challenge it, you'll never question it, you'll only just blindly believe without any verification. And they've done it to everybody, man. So it ain't just you.
Yeah, so I'm just reading some random articles and finding people. They're saying about you said the horizon and stuff.
Mm.
So I've asked this question before, and someone said it's to do with light can't travel through a medium infinitely, unlike a vacuum, stuff like that. And that our eyes. I forgot what the word is, but the horizon is just a perception of what we see. It's not a physical thing. So let's just say we have a ship. And it's just it keeps traveling away from you, just directly forward away from you. And then as soon as you can't see it, you should switch to a pair of binoculars or a telescope. Just not a very good telescope, but yeah, let's just say a pair of binoculars. You should be able to still see the ship because the horizon is something to do with our eyes. It's not a physical thing. So, and then you switch to something else as soon as you can't see it. With that, would that work, or is that just what people have been saying?
Well, they've been saying things like, when you see a ship disappear from view, that it's going over the curve. Have you ever heard of that, Chalu?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what they're claiming, that the ship is disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. That's why you can't see it any longer. And what we're saying is what you just mentioned. You pull out a pair of binoculars or telescope or whatever you can see, optic, you can see farther. And it'll bring it back into view, but it will only do it for a certain amount. It will still disappear out of view even if you're holding binoculars and telescope. It won't. You can't see forever with that. I just want to point that out. There's a limit to that as well. So, and of course, I mean, we could also insert visibility to be another factor. And insert, perspective. There's a lot of other things that when you look out into this world, it's not very apparent to you, or it's never been told that you're looking through the lens of perspective. You're actually seeing things that are above your head that looks like it's going down, but it's not really going down. It's just your vision and how you perceive the things above your head. I'll give you a prime example of what I'm saying. If you're looking down a long hallway or corridor, you will perceive the hallway to come to a point at a far distance from you. It's not really coming to a point. It's how your vision perceives the hallway. Like the walls are meeting at a point, the ceiling and the floor are meeting at a point. Do you understand what I mean? Like, this is perspective. It's natural. It's the way you see, how you see the world. Are you following me so far?
Yeah.
That's perception. That's what you're seeing. So when you see something in the far distance, even I'll take a look at it. Let's just say the sun. The sun moves across the sky from east to west every day. When it moves across the sky, and we see it moving across the sky, it appears as if it's coming up from the horizon, moving across the sky above our heads and back down again on the western horizon. Visually, that's what it appears to us looking like. But we can say with perspective, that just means that it's actually moving far closer to us in our proximity or farther away, depending on how we're viewing it. Just like the corridor above your head. Remember when I pointed out to the hallway? It looks like as you go down the hallway, like the ceiling's going down into the floor and the floor is going up to the ceiling and they're meeting at a point. That's not what's really happening. That's just what you perceive. It's perception. So we do have very good ways to explain how you're viewing the world and why they've been able to get away with it for such a long time. They're hijacking perspective. They're hijacking things that they're telling you. The earth is in motion, but you don't feel it. The curvature is there, but you can't see it. They fill your head with so much nonsense that you don't even know right from wrong, left to right. You're just all screwy. And then at that point, you're putty in their hands. They can insert whatever thing they want to tell you, and you'll just go along with it. And that's why this place is a great place for you to at least challenge what you previously thought. I don't expect for you to just be like, oh, the earth is flat. That doesn't matter. The only thing I care about is that you're challenged. You can challenge yourself. You can honestly say, do I really know if I know the earth is a globe or not? And, have I ever measured it? And so that's just being honest.
Are the people lying to us?
Yeah, I would say it like this, that they're victims of the information and they're professing it from a standpoint of ignorance, but they're professing it because they believe that information they were taught is true. They haven't they didn't go out themselves and measure the earth. They're using this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm pretty sure you've heard of that before. But they're using it as in previous intellects have told them, because they're learning it from books and that the earth is such and such. And so they're just learning it and repeating it. And it just perpetuates itself on forward into further generations of ignorance. But nobody's been challenged on these ideas. Now we are. And that's what the server is about. So it's a great place to learn, man. But anyway, I just want to get back to the first point. There's a lot of questions in your mind, and you're welcome to ask any more questions. But like I said before, hopefully the takeaway for you at the end of all this, you might want to challenge yourself to go look and do the line of sight test that I told you. Because that's where rubber is really going to meet the road for you. You're really going to get to know if you know what you know or not. So sometimes your mind might think like, yeah, but it's too grandiose of a lie for it to be the truth. But all I'm saying is that a lie is a lie, no matter how big it is or small it is. It will still be a lie tomorrow. Anyway, thanks for the chat, Salute.
Yeah, right. Thanks. I'm gonna hop off.
No worries, man.
Yeah, thank you.
See ya, man. Oh, what's up, guys? You guys still here?
Yeah, we're here. It's just nap time on the flat earth.
Yeah, it's 2:30 in the afternoon over here.
Who was that guy that brought up the boats thing?
Oh, the gentleman that just left?
Oh, he left. Oh, okay. I was just going to add that for anyone listening or still curious, just you have to be careful because I just posted in the chat what you'll find on the internet when people start to bring up the flat earth. This is just on an earth curve calculator website. I just typed in on Google, how much curvature would there be at 10 miles? This is the first thing that popped up. And yeah, of course, if the earth is flat, you would see the whole ship, blah, 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 blah. It's just dishonest. So you have to be careful believing this flat earth strawman that's out there. This weird flat earth that you would see everything on everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with that, man? I think the toughest thing that these ballers, or something that they don't like to do, is face the fact that we're all talking about the same earth. If all of us went to the beach, you're just saying that the water's curved. I'm not. So you don't have to come up with this weird world that I'm supposed to believe in. Well, if the Earth is flat, you should see the whole Earth everywhere. And like, wait a minute, that's not my position. So I just don't know why people fall for that as easy as they do.
Yeah, the gentleman was going off into some numbers that were not consistent with the globe metrics, and I thought that was interesting because often at times people use these like numbers that you pull out of a hat that don't come from anywhere. Just thinking about like, well, what if there was not that much curvature to be seen? I'm like, that's not what they're saying. They're telling you how much curvature should be seen. Earth curve calculator is telling you this is how much curvature you should see. So that you either agree or disagree with it. And if you disagree, then you're sitting with us. And if you agree, then yeah, they're going to have to prove it. Because the numbers are saying something and showing us in reality that what we're saying is visible, you shouldn't be. No, it's great, man. It's great.
Somebody in the check-in if anybody wants to get some reps in.
I'll tell you what, man, it's such a nice day outside. Cool breeze is flowing through my patio. Got my fidget spinner on.
Wait, is the fidget spinner spinning, or are you sure that's not the Earth?
I'm pretty sure it's spinning, man. I'm putting it into motion.
I don't know, man. It's relative though, right?
It's all relative.
Like maybe your patio is really spinning.
Well, maybe.
Well, I'm told I'm crazy for saying that these buildings don't move, so. I was talking to this guy about my ceiling fan. He said that there is a potential that when I flip that switch, that the room could be moving. And I just learned recently on Flat Earth Debate, apparently if you're a ball earther, different parts of your house move in different speeds. So I guess like your upstairs would be technically rotating at a different speed than downstairs. So I didn't know that either, but
That's supposed to work that way, right? Elevation changes the speed of things.
I had no idea.
You could literally go into court. I'm pretty sure you could go to court. You could run somebody over, go to court, and then make a scientific defense that they ran into your car because all motion is relative. That's not a joke. You could employing Einsteinian physics. You could, I believe, you could literally make that argument and have scientists affirm it. They'd be like, "Well, yeah, all motion is relative."
Well, yeah, when I hit the woman, she couldn't feel my speed. She only could feel acceleration. So technically, yeah, I could just hear it now. Is that true that you don't feel speed? Sounds kind of like some bullshit to me, if you ask me, but. It sounds like a magic spell, and this is it's another role that would be really funny. Just the hypnosis, the guys who try to put you in some sort of hypnosis. Well, you know, they always talk about if you're in a car. Like, well, if you're in a car.
Yeah, they're talking about acceleration. You feel acceleration. I think that's Is that what they're saying? The difference between speed and acceleration?
Yeah.
You feel acceleration, but you don't feel speed.
Right. It's like, well, hold up, dude. If we're at cruise control in my Rari and we're going like 200 miles an hour, cruise control, you're really you're telling me that no, you really shouldn't feel anything. Like,
well, no, I mean, they're trying to. So in order for them to come up with something like that, you need to be on a surface in which there is no friction, and then moving at that speed. Because when you're on the surface, the contact that the tires have with the road and then the surface of the road, you're never gonna not feel something. Do you know what I mean? But and the understanding of like how, because you feel acceleration. So like people going in like really fast rides at the carnival, you're gonna feel when the thing's actually like pulling and pushing and moving you like certain directions at a very fast rate. Your face is gonna feel like it's gonna fall off because it's being moved around. But if you're like in a one of those trains that are moving at a high speed, you're gonna feel the rails a little bit when because the rails aren't gonna be even. But speaking of which, in the car you'll be able to move around one of those high speed trains because your speed is almost adjusted to the speed of the thing you're on. So yeah, technically it's kind of like that, but the acceleration is you're gonna feel it or decelerate as well because you're moving out of it's not gonna be an equalized speed anymore. You're taking something out of equilibrium. Do you know what I mean?
okay, yeah, I feel you.
So if you take something out of equilibrium, you'll definitely gonna feel that. There'll be a sudden move or a jolt or, I could say I've used certain things that kind of makes it feel a little bit smoother, but like elevators. Some elevators jerk you up real fast and like let you down fast, and there's some that it moves like butter. Like you hardly even tell if they're even moving. Not to say that you don't know you're moving. I'm just saying because you know that you're going up or down. What I'm saying is the how it feels inside, the feeling you get, like that queasy feeling, stomach feeling.
Yeah.
If it's a real smooth ride on the elevator, you won't get that queasy feeling because it keeps everything balanced, like all your equilibrium.
Okay, I think that is a good example.
For sure. But so they're trying to use that and then assert it to, or speculate that that's what the Earth is doing. And that's their error. Because if that's what they want to say, they're going to have to demonstrate ball, which they can't. So that's the argument. So you're trying to equate it to something that if it's moving and you don't feel it, then you're going to have to prove ball. They can't do that. That's the first step. You need that for everything. And it's not like a train or a car, because everything that you're talking about makes contact with the Earth. And it's not just moving across, a track or moving, like elevator, because everything is connected to something. It's touching something else. The Earth is not touching anything if that's what you're saying it's not doing. It's suspended in the vacuum of space. So that doesn't have anything that it's touching. On the other hand, anything that you use, whatever it is, like even planes have wind resistance. So they're gonna have contact with the wind. So there's gonna be something always touching something else that'll give something a reaction. Whereas they're saying in the vacuum of space there isn't any, it's frictionless. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what they're saying there. The argument doesn't stand. Tonight, stay outside, man. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
I can hear your Earth rotation.
You can hear it rotating?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. It sounds like he's slowing down the rotation over there. Oh my gosh. He stopped it.
I have an article that says that it's actually I have an article that says this Earth is speeding up.
No. Great. How did they measure that again?
No idea, bro.
Would that be acceleration?
They look at something else. They always look at something else other than what you're actually talking about. So it wasn't the Earth they were talking about.
Hey, we got Maku that just jumped in the chat. Maku, what's going on? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Bye, Maku.
Hi, thank you.
Hey, how's it going?
Cheers for that.
Cheers
Welcome
to that.
Is that a Beanie Baby?
We're always glad to meet new people, and we're always talking about the conversation of the shape of the Earth here, and just having a chat with people about it. But how did you find us? If you don't mind me asking.
It was through a friend.
Okay. It seems. I mean, I don't know where you stand with the idea. If you're a flat earther, or you still think the Earth is a globe, and we usually like to have that conversation with people because to us it's very important what somebody believes to be true. If you believe it to be true, then. But where do you stand with that?
For me, it's definitely not a spinning ball, but I don't think we've explored enough to know what it actually is. So I'm open-minded.
Okay. So, and how long you've been looking into it, Maku? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm a photographer, so I've been looking at the sky for over 20 odd years, just looking at things like that.
Really cool stuff. But was there any videos that you've seen that people in flat Earth, or because I'm kind of like you've actually found a really good server if you're actually into that, looking more into it.
Yeah, well, I started off like everyone else, just really interested in the sky and watching mainly the mainstream programs. Mm-hmm. And then over the past, 5-6 years, things have changed now because of the internet. I don't really like looking at the internet for information. I like looking out there.
And what convinced you? Because like you said, you don't know what it is, but that's fair. I mean, overall, nobody has that answer, but would you consider this to be a level realm, level plane, as in there's no curvature? Or do you still think there might be curvature, just a bigger ball? I don't know where you stand with
that. No curvature. No, I don't. I think it's flat in that sense.
Other than like photography, like what have you done that you would say or that you're on pretty evidence that it's not a globe?
Well, I think I've started droning the past few years, so I'm getting a completely different perspective of just the realm of the layout of the land, if that makes any sense. So things aren't really adding up. And we can see things from really high up. Yeah, you can totally see things differently. So I'm still, like I say, I'm pretty open-minded. But the things I'm seeing, like with the drone, I can get up to 500 meters. So it's quite interesting.
Okay. I'm just going to give you a VC verified role here so you can have more conversations with us.
Okay. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry, I just wanted to step in and say hello, get verified.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely be back.
Yeah, we'd love to see you back in here again, Maku.
Yeah, and I'll maybe bring in some actual footage
Hey, tell her about ladies' night real quick before she leaves.
Oh, that's tonight, isn't it? Okay.
In like 1 hour.
In 1 hour, they're gonna have it's really just a gathering of like all the FE women that are part of the truth movement here, and they just because like, and I'll just real quick before you have to go. A lot of the times when the women are in here with the guys, like the guys tend to overtalk them sometimes, and they don't really get time to actually have good conversations. So it's like our time to like be quiet, like the guys at the server, and it's kind of a thing that we give them, like, so that's not, we're not always over talking, and we just like stand back because they're a lot of knowledgeable women that are like have been doing this for a while. So
cool.
Anyway,
cheers. Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care.
Yeah, we're on a roll today, man. We're on a friggin' roll. All these flat earthers.
We'll get another one, huh?
Miggy's on it. Sniffing them out. Positive energy brings positive energy.
We only had one weasel today. That's it. I used to call them hamsters. I changed them to weasels.
I think you got that from me.
Oh, hamster?
No, weasel.
There's a weasel.
I've been saying that. I love that, man. It's like you're playing whack-a-mole with these goofballs, man. You hit them on one point, they pop up on another one. Friggin' weasel earther.
It's interesting because when you think about psychology and how the mind actually starts to rationalize its way through an argument, like, can't be a ball. It has to be, or it can't be flat. It has to be a ball. You can hear them, their minds just like thinking of new ways to come up with like how it can be, what's going to rescue it. And yeah, within the context of the conversation, it's just like, it's amazing. Like, the weasel, however, was not being honest because I give him the most simple directions, and I always think about like not overcomplicating things, so it can be something that anyone can do. And then when he's making it sound like, oh, it's got to be complicated, I'm like, nah, really doesn't. And not according to what they're saying. They're saying you can just look out on the horizon, there you be. Earth is a ball. Earth glob, That's funny because it's that you can find out Earth is glob just by looking at a horizon, but you can't do that with it being flat. Come on now. That's been great, man, hanging with you guys for a while.
No, it's always great hanging with you, Miggy. I'm just in the chat right now talking to these goofballs. Talking about outer space being a real place. Why do they always ask questions like they've done things before? Oh, have any of you actually been to space?
Yeah,
Shut up,
you?
Tommy. Don't
Are you
say
in the
that
lobby?
like you've done that.
Hey, lobby or live stream?
Lobby.
Oh. The lobby's a fun place.
Yeah, Miggy Ben, it's been good having you here, dude.
As I tend to come in here from time to time, just
Like, to me, this is more than a server, you know? It's a place where people can actually get to really challenge themselves. That's why I say, man, like I don't take the things that you guys are doing in here as like, it's just some other dude on the internet just thinking out loud. I think it's somebody who's standing up for truth. So that's why I put it in that light, because it's that way for me. It's like nobody's gonna agree with you. I can tell you this is like gonna be the hardest battle if you choose it, right? If you so choose that this is the road you want to take, and the thing that you want to actually carry the burden of is that you're gonna be mocked and you're gonna be looked at as a weird person, the black sheep or whatever you want to call it. And you're gonna get enough of that from the world. Like, you don't need it in here. You need to be knowing that people are gonna sharpen your skills and get you to actually get everything down to where when you're standing in front of the wolves, dude, you slice them up in little tiny pieces.
Dude, I honestly, like, my favorite way to explain is they always want to go to space, right? There's no way to get there unless you can jump into a screen. There's no other way. There's a show I used to watch when I was a kid called Blue's Clues. Right? Like, he would do a little dance, and then he could jump into another realm, basically, through a screen. And so, if you want to go to outer space, you better figure out how to do a little dance and jump into an iPhone or something, because there ain't no other way to get there.
To like the 35, 40-year-olds in here who remember Captain N, the Game Master cartoon. He did the same thing. He got sucked into the game. Just like what you said. There's a lot of those guys. Shows that were like that. I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw like a video of that, so that's why I mentioned it. That was an old cartoon. Pretty old.
How is it that when we point out that I'm just capping on this guy in the lobby, but it's like he's like, well, do you seriously believe we live in a snow globe with a TV screen? Haven't I been pointing out to you that the outer space is on TV? We're telling you to. I even said in the chat here, I said, like, you wouldn't, just like there's no Superman flying around in your downtown. You wouldn't shine a bat signal in the sky and expect Batman to show up, but you guys look in the sky and expect to see what you saw on TV up there. And so when I say that, your rebuttal is, so you think the sky is TV? No, you do. They don't even get it, dude.
That's, as far as I can tell, they only have 3 sources for evidence. One would be the sky, the other would be the television, and the other would be false experiments that work on both models. They don't have anything else. Sky, TV, or dualistic experiments that work on both models. I can't find anything.
Yo, in before the Glober joins. The Z-View guy. What do you think? Is he gonna join or not?
Who's gonna join?
Z-View.
He was in here just like a second ago before you popped in.
Oh, F.
You scared him off?
That's fail.
He heard your voice and he was like, "Oh, damn, I got to debate this guy. Holy smokes!"
Who's that guy?
Judas Fleen.
No, I don't know him from Adam. So
There's also an unhacked fella that just joined. BC Verify.
I would love to have a conversation with him, however, but
Hello.
how's it going, man?
It's all right.
Unhacked fella, what's going on, man? What brings you to the server?
I'm bored.
Alrighty then. So we're usually discussing the topic of the shape of the Earth in here, man. So people are on either side of the fence. They think the Earth is a globe. Some think it's not. Where do you sit?
I'm inclined to think it's a globe, but I respect skeptics, and I like to hear what they say.
Okay, skeptics meaning people who don't. All right, so
Yeah.
well, you being someone who thinks that it is a globe, is there any sufficient evidence that you could provide for it to be a globe? And well, I would say don't ask like what I think is evidence. I just want you to state whatever you think is evidence.
I mean, just like basic phenomena, like you observe, like the fact that the climate exists right near the equator, like it's warmer, and then like the poles, which are supposedly like further from the sun. It makes sense to me, and I was like thinking about a few things the other day. I don't know.
Okay, do you think that couldn't happen on Earth with the level realm, like this level?
I suppose it could. It's just like I need to kind of rework my whole understanding of reality to come to that conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just ask this really quickly.
Yeah, I'm gonna step back, so I'll let you guys come in here. I just want
no, Miggy, don't. But I just wanted to make a quick point, like the make sense thing. I just want to highlight that because, like, when you watch a movie, fiction movie, Harry Potter, whatever, it's supposed to make sense.
Yeah,
It's a
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So I just want to say that, like, of course it makes sense. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, exactly.
Well, I mean, yeah, like what you're stating is something that everybody we've been told, right? So, that's fine. What I'm asking for though is evidence, meaning how did you verify, or in what way can be verified, that the Earth is a globe? That you and I can actually say with solid 100% proof, we know it's a globe.
I can't say it with 100% proof. I don't claim that.
Okay. So really, what you're saying is you think it's a globe because you've been taught that it was. Would that be more sufficient?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't see any like. I mean, yeah.
That's right, isn't it? All right, so let's just say that's right. And so now let's move forward. So you've been taught some information. That's fine. It's a globe in your head because whatever TV commercials or space station floating around or whatever, right? You learned it that way. Now, has anybody ever told you how you can verify that it's a globe? Like school teacher or a book somewhere? Is there some way you can figure this out?
Yeah. I mean, like I've lurked around here. Like I've seen like tests and stuff people do. Like I've seen like the footage of like the sun like with clouds behind it and stuff, and then like stuff where like you see the sun getting smaller, going away, and all those things. And it's intriguing. It's thought provoking to me.
That's cool stuff. I agree. It's cool stuff, but I think we're not closer to finding out verification if we're standing on a ball or if we're standing on a level plane. So I think that is all interesting stuff, but it's not getting us to the answer that we need, right? So if we're going to get to that answer, how do you think? If I was to, like, and let me put it to you this way: if I was to tell you, hey, I got it, my foot is I don't know, 15 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Would you just believe me?
I mean, it's entirely. How tall are you?
5'8", but still, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
is,
there's no way.
Even my height, or whatever I'm saying, though, how can you then know that my foot is 15 and my height is 5'8"?
Well, I have to measure it. Obviously.
Right, that's logical, right? Like that's not asking I'm not asking. I wouldn't be absurd and say, dude, you're crazy. Why do you want to measure my? Just believe me, dude. Like I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a picture of my foot, and that would inside of a size 15 shoe. That should be good enough for you. You'd be like, dude, how am I gonna believe you? I haven't checked to see if it's, if you haven't measured it. So that's the standard, right? Like we're all gonna be saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So at least if you're being honest with me and I'm being honest with you, we would say the same thing. Well, we got to measure it first, and then when we get the answer, we'd say, duh, it's this. So,
yeah, it's like another thing like you were saying earlier. It's like, oh, it makes sense because like it's a story that was made that was meant to make sense, right? So it's like the only understanding I have is like what I've been presented, right? And like there's certain phenomena, in order to understand it, how it would work on like a flat Earth, you have to you kind of have to like go from scratch, right? So like for example, like why does like why is the sun like in a different place every day, right, at a certain time? Yeah. And then also why is Norway, how does Norway work, right? Like why is that like partially
check it out.
Why is it always night part of the year and always day part of the year? Like because that's something, as far as I'm aware, only makes sense on like a globe Earth, right? And like the list goes on. And also, how come if the moon, like, if you can see the reflection of the sun's light on the moon at night, how come the light that is reaching the moon is not reaching you,
Yeah.
You're not seeing that.
I know. Listen. I know that you want to. If it were up to you, you'd probably fire off like 1,000 more. I agree. Okay, I'm not going to deny. There's a lot of things that you have in your mind that you're like, how would this work? How would this work? How would this work?
Exactly. And I'd love to know the answers, and that's what I'm here for.
Get into the meat and potatoes. Like the meat and potatoes should be important to you, right? If I'm going to give you keys, that's going to unlock the door to like how you're going to know. Then it should matter to you, right? And so here it is, man. And it's pretty easy, actually. When I tell you, you're going to be like, no, there has got to be more complicated than this. So if I was to tell you that the Earth, let's go back to the analogy that I was using, right? If you wanted to find out how big my foot was, you'd measure it. So going back to the very first fundamental aspect, the foundation where everything should start, is you have to measure the Earth itself. Now, what are you measuring for? Of course, curvature drop rate over a distance. That means from point A to point B over a distance, you should see notable curvature drop rate. Now, and the reason why I say this is because there's metrics that have been given to you and me that are known to the public everywhere. So it's not hidden information. We can go search for it online. The metrics to the globe, the radius, the diameter, and the circumference are all given to everyone else. So we know this. It's public. So we take that information. Okay, we get an elevation from like where you're standing up. Let's put us in a place first before we start doing anything. So let's go to the beach, right? And it doesn't matter if it's the shore of a lake or an actual, ocean. Doesn't matter. But you're going to use the shoreline, right, over water, and you're going to try to see something in the far distance. Try to stay along the shoreline so that you can find something in the distance that you could see. Use a good size distance, like let's say 10 miles. That's not too big of a distance. Well, you're going to use the elevation height of where you're standing from where you're making the observation, whether it be from a camera at like 1 foot off the ground, or however tall you are, using optics like binoculars or a camera, whatever it is. And you're going to make a measurement from point A, from where you're standing, to point B, to something you can see in the far distance. So getting this basic math, right? Go online and find yourself an Earth curve calculator. Now, this is something that you can input the metrics of the Earth, the radius, and then find out how much their curvature should be between point A and point B over a distance. Now, once you do, you're going to find out how much there should be over that amount of distance. And it should tell you, right? There's a physical Earth curvature that's going to obstruct or not the view of the person seeing in a line of sight. So that's what I'm saying. If there's some way for you to find this information out and to go test, anyone can go test this. Doesn't take too much. Go and find it out, see something in the far distance, and pit it against this information that I'm telling you. And then it's going to tell you how much curvature there should be. And then if you can still see that thing in the far distance and the curvature doesn't obstruct your view, then you have yourself some information that's incorrect that's been given to you, me, and everyone else, which is kind of what happens. It happens there. Like, we all have done this. Everybody, I say this, everybody on Earth can do this. So there's not one human that hasn't looked up, well, people that can see, but people that can see that there's been nobody that can see a distance that they can't say, I can't see that far, or I can't see that far. So you can go somewhere and do it yourself. So there's really no excuse, right? And once you do, you can find out with all the metrics that the globe gives you, like I said, the radius, namely, but the diameter, circumference, you can input all that information, use whatever you can to find out how much curvature there should be between point A and point B over a distance. Like I said, I want to put you in a setting where you're like on the beach looking over water, because we don't want to deal with too much land topography, because then hills and valleys aren't going to make the test work well.
Yeah, I live close to a beach.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, this should be something that you could do. And once you do it, you find out that if curvature is going to be obstructed or not. Now, once you find it out, I'm pretty sure you're going to come to the same conclusion. What's going to happen at the point of understanding, you're going to say, well, that's funny, because there should be X amount of curvature obstructing my view. Now, when you start to rationalize, you're going to start to think of different things. And I'm going to tell you, because it happens to a lot of people. Well, the Earth could be a bigger ball. Well, maybe it's not that big of a curvature drop rate as I previously thought. Maybe I'm not doing something right. And you're going to go through the whole steps. But once you realize, you kind of wring it all out, you're going to realize that doesn't matter what you do. The metrics are the metrics. They're going to stand to be what they are. And they're irrespective of you and I deciding whether they're, going to be that or not. So that's what everybody's agreed, that's what the Earth's size is, with the radius, diameter, circumference. So therefore, it's either a globe by way of the metrics, or it's not. It's either curving like they say it is and obstructing your view, or it's not. There is no in-betweens, maybes, could be's. Well, that day was not good enough. Like, it's either obstructing your view with the physical curvature of the Earth, that you can't see the thing in the far distance, or you can see the thing in the far distance and you're not obstructed by curvature. And simple enough, you can find out if the Earth is curving like they say it is and lay it to rest whether it is or not. And, you can answer any other question. You can look into things like gravity and Coriolis and go on and on about how does the sun work? How does the moon work? Think about things, right? But the first thing you have to know fundamentally is if the Earth is curving, because that is the single most important thing. If the Earth is a ball, that means that gravity clumped everything together. That means that Coriolis is actually working like they say it is. Like, that means that everything, like what they're proposing. So really what you're doing is validating the information that has been given to you and me. And when, like, everybody here has done, we all came to the same conclusion. There is no curvature. None whatsoever. Not even a little bit. But what we do have is we have phenomena that takes place. We have things that sometimes appear in the distance and sometimes they don't. But it doesn't help the globe any at all, because you need physical curvature to be there to obstruct the view, no matter how far away it is or not. Because physical Earth curvature should obstruct it's just like a hill. If you're standing behind a hill and a guy walks over the hill, you're not going to magically see the guy the next day he walks over the hill, because the temperature is different. It's just not going to happen. So the same thing happens with the curvature of the Earth. If a boat's actually going behind that curvature, well, then that's where the curvature is going to be, no matter if tomorrow is a different visibility or it's going to disappear at that mile away from you, whether it be 5 miles or 10 miles or whatever. And that's the important step. It's you doing that to physically go and verify if the Earth is curving or not. And, I definitely want to talk about any other questions you might have, like, how does this work? How does that work? How does they work?
Yeah.
But
I do have something.
Sure, go ahead.
Like, that is definitely something I want to, like, experiment and try for myself. Do you guys think satellites exist, or, like, what do you think they are?
Yeah, satellites.
Like human-made satellites. Because if I go out, like, during night and look up, I can see what looks like little stars, like, slowly making their way across the sky. And I assume I've been told they're satellites, right?
Well,
so what are those, as far as you know?
Well, we can say what those things are said to be, because they say that they're satellites, right? And there's a story attached. They're in low Earth orbit, and on, this and that, and all the other rest of it. But as far as verification process goes, we don't ever see point A to point B contact, meaning we don't see a rocket going into low Earth orbit with our very own eyes to verify if that thing is actually going to the place it's going, right? What we see are things like rockets going away from us in a parabolic curve. Now, there's a lot to it, right? I can start adding into like people talking about parabolic curves are needed to happen on a Earth that's spherical, because you need to go with the whether it be like with the against the spin or with the spin, to get escape velocity to get into low Earth orbit. There's a lot of variables that are attached to it as to why you wouldn't be able to see it, but therefore there's a sort of masking that happens between what you understand and what they're telling you. So they could say X, Y, and Z. How are you going to verify it? There's not going to be the point of verification. You see a light that's going across the sky. They're telling you it's an aluminum box that's floating around. But for all you know, it could just be phenomena that's always been taking place. Or they could be some other thing that's not in a second law of thermodynamic violation. And what I mean by that is that going into a vacuum, which what they're claiming, right, is these aluminum boxes are going into this magical place up in the sky that violates the second law of thermodynamics. And I can get into that, but there's like the meat of what I'm saying is that they're telling you a story, but there's no way for you to verify that story other than looking at a computer screen and saying, hey, there's telemetry data that's reading out like the thing is X amount of far distance from us. So what we have are some things that we can see on a computer screen, and then there's another part of us that can actually see a rocket going away from us. But there's nothing to tell us that we're seeing a rocket go away from us, deploy the satellite, and then see it floating around in space. We don't ever have the continuous kind of visual, result that we're seeing from that thing actually being what they're saying. And so, like I said, it could be anything. They're telling us a story. So my thing is this: like it's really hard to kind of pass the smell test when you're actually coming from a point of where you're verifying first and foremost the shape of the Earth, and then you're saying that the thing that they're saying is going out into this magical realm is maybe not even. It's just probably in a really high elevation, and it's probably not. It's probably in an area, or it's the physics are probably different than what we think. We don't know. There's certain people that have information to do what the things that they do.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
I think that's probably one of the biggest issues is that like the whole like theory like assumes that there's a lot of information that we don't have, which is like the thing. Yeah,
and that's like. But to me, it's kind of like it's neither here nor there, because you can say yay, I can say nay, but at the end of the day, who's right? No one's going to be able to...
Yeah. I mean, it's like if all this information about like a globe Earth, if it's made up, if it's all made up, obviously they're going to have more information than like a flat earther, because they can just pull more information out of their ass, right?
Well, one of the things is I always get people to realize is that they can tell you whatever they want so long as they're in control. And man, I'm telling you, A to Z. They could say, like I said it before in a previous conversation before you came in, asteroids about to strike the Earth, and people are running around scared, right? We can say we're running out of resources. We can say climate's changing. We can say, just different. I can go on and on. Like there's different little aspects of like the lie that they can add on to it.
Yeah.
That's good. It'll keep you in fear. And what happens when you're in fear is that you'll do things willingly. I don't have to make you go and fight the country next to you. I just got to tell you we're running out of oil, and you got to go over there and pick up a gun and go shoot that man.
Yeah. So is that kind of the consensus among like flat earthers of why like the why you believe the conspiracy? Control?
Yeah, it's control. It's
religion's another big thing, right?
Well, we can take a look at all the other things that are attached to it, but what we say for certain that if somebody's going to say a lie, it's the only outcome is to deceive. And if I want to deceive, like if anyone wants to deceive, there's only one reason why. It's for control. If they control the lie, then they control everything. It's sad to say, but a lot of people are under the impression that they're getting straight truth from these guys. And then, like, you ask any Joe, like, people that don't think that the Earth is flat, right? Just any other Joe, they're just like, dude, the government's full of crap, and they're that mind. But when it comes to this, they're like, oh man, why would they lie about this? So it's like, on the one hand, you're saying these guys are creeps. On the other hand, you're like, dude, it's too big of a lie, man. Come on. And so the only thing we're asking, people that come in here, it's like, just go check it out. Like, yeah, I know you might have your opinion that it still is a globe, but until you go and actually put pen to paper, to put rubber to road, you're not going to know. And your mind will be in limbo until then. And then once you do, it's like an itch you just scratched. You'll be like, oh, I get it now. These guys who were just saying this weren't just talking up a good game. They actually, doesn't measure to have any curvature. Anyway.
But I can give you advice. You can watch Jay Tolan videos. You don't need to even to measure anything. But
no, sorry. Yeah, no.
I know, Miggy.
Sasha, I know what you mean, but I really do have to disagree. And the reason why, because even Jay,
Miggy, I will say only because of one thing. If I see all Mississippi in one, how to say,
I know, because you could be convinced.
Yeah.
He could be convinced by it, but the thing about that, I don't want to leave any room for error, because that sometimes people would see a video like that, they'll be like, yeah, but what kind of camera was he using? Yeah, but what type of lens was it? And so I don't want that. I want there to be people to actually go and do. And once you go and do, you're like satisfied after that. So that's most important, right? Because we say one thing, you go and verify, then it becomes like, oh, you know what? These guys weren't just, talking up a game. They really mean what they say. So that to me is more important. So for anyone.
Unhacked fella.
Go into water, swim, and your head will be like a 2-3 inch above the water. And if you see anything more than 1 mile, that's enough.
1 mile?
If you are swimming in the water, and if you see anything, if your head is above the
he means to be like, if you're looking, like if you have your head poked out of the water and you see at level, right at the water level, the water line, and you can see things in the far distance, he's like, that's evidence enough, because you're right at the water line, so you shouldn't be able to like.
Yeah. Well, other things also in the water line.
Yeah, I mean, but he's,
because I can, if I jump in the Puget Sound right now, I can still see the mountains if my eyes.
Yeah, of course. I'm saying that you cannot see, for example, a small boat on.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a lot to what he was saying, but so that's basically what we're getting at is like, you've probably already done it, so like it's not really much of like having to go out and do it. It's just to actually remember, like, hey, I remember the time that my eyes were at that water line, and but of course, if people want to be thorough, then you go ahead and you do your calculations where you're taking the Earth curve calculator and you input it into how much curvature there should be between point A and point B, and so you can actually put something down that what, I've got the numbers, I put them into the distance, and now I know.
Yeah.
And that's satisfying, because you're just like, no, now I can tell somebody else, like, if they have any questions, like, well, how do you know that it's not curvy? Well, I went out and I did it. I measured.
But nobody wants to do that. That's the...
Yeah, well, some people won't, I'd say.
Of course, yeah.
Most people won't. Most people won't, because it's a foregone conclusion, man. The Earth is a globe, right? So it's, what need is it for us to be going back to caveman days and on and so on and so forth?
And unhacked fella, if I can add one more point real quick. Sure. It's not really like about, direct flat earther measurements, as like Miggy said. But there is this Roman proverb called qui bono, which means, to whom the benefit. So usually if something is a lie, like a big lie, then you'll notice that it's like, really beneficial for this party and not for the others. So if you, for example, ask the pretty good question of, why would they lie, then there are many answers, like, the religion argument that you said, the war argument that Miggy brought up. And all of these point in a direction that, saying that the Earth is a globe is good for the globalists. I mean, no pun intended, it's just a fact. Every single aspect of globe Earth, like climate change, you derive it from there. The wish to go to space rather than, let's say, to the oceans or to other continents. It's all helping towards the ones that are in charge. And let's say if something is a fact or a truth, it's a bit more like 50-50. It kind of like, doesn't go to any specific party. So it's a bit of a difficult thing to explain, but it's more like if your psychologist says like, yeah, your wife, she was like shopping this Sunday, and he keeps on covering for your wife, once you start thinking about what your psychologist says, you might suspect, maybe rightfully so, that he's in cahoots with your wife, because every single statement covers her ass, so to speak. And the more you think about it, the more you understand that all the reasons for why globe Earth is propagated is basically there to cover the elites' asses, so to speak. So that's a good indication, I think, just from like a logical point of view of that something is afoot. Because if something is true, it usually doesn't cover anyone's ass by default. It's more like a bit in the middle, like that dolphins cannot fly. That's not a talking point for, let's say, Christians. Also not for globalists. It's like just a fact. It's out there. Yeah, so that's the thing. And there are different conspiracy theories which basically start from this cui bono thing. Like, I'm not going to mention it here, but for example, nuclear weapons, cui bono. Well, to those that want to say that essentially all governments are kind of in a stalemate situation, right? Where they cannot make a move, else they'll get nuked. So to whom is the benefit? Well, to the ones that want to suggest that there are independent states. That goes a bit deeper, but I'm just like pointing out an example, right? If the cui bono answer has like deep implications, it's a good indication that something's going on, something's afoot.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't get too far ahead if something's afoot.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I mean, Unhacked Fella, also one other thing that I usually care about, just, like in my private life, in my business and whatnot, is if something is made ridiculous or is derided. Because there's usually, if someone is honest, he has no reason to just straight up laugh or call people insane or lunatics for any belief, Like, yeah. I'm not even calling straight up leftists or maybe, transgender folks. I'm not calling them like totally, laughable. But the one thing that is laughable, the one belief usually, which is held in derision by 99% of everyone, left-wingers, right-wingers, old people, young people, like Zoomers, boomers, is flat Earth. Because for some reason, that's like a laughable belief, you'll get ridiculed if you straight up say that, let's say, to your parents. So that's also an indication that something started this ridicule,
Yeah, it does seem odd for it's like when I'm looking at a video like discussing flat Earth, it's like they'll have that context like a Wikipedia thing. It says that they just plaster on there on every video. That's like, and they do the same thing with COVID vaccines. They do that anything talking about like election fraud, like, oh, this is a disproven theory, and it's like
way more careful with your words there, bro. You can say that, just gotta say it in other ways. Okay, be careful about. Certain code words like that are very, very hot, especially right now.
Okay. I'm just giving an example.
We're not medical professionals here.
Anyway, I'm just saying the point is like if this is not like why is it so important that they need to plaster that thing on there saying like, oh, this is a disproven conspiracy, right? It's like why is it such a threat, right?
Well, it would seem that they sure don't have any globe proof if they need to resort to mockery and ridicule like that all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, for example, there is no mockery going around of people who don't believe in, let's say, Pythagoras' theorem, because, there are simply no opponents of it. Like, there are none, there is like no fake Pythagoras theorem Discord server, because you cannot hold that position. It's like impossible. But when something is ridiculed, then you got to watch out. And same goes for crypto, for example. When a certain coin is really ridiculed, you got to think like, what's going on there.
Hey, I'll give you better. I'll tell you that even at an early age, it's been ridiculed. If anybody's ever remembered in school, you're taught that Christopher Columbus thought that the Earth was flat, and everybody laughed. Everybody in class would laugh and have themselves a good old laugh because people were thinking that ships were going to fall off the edge of the Earth, and so it became a source inside of every psyche that was put in as mockery. We need to ridicule the idea of a flat Earth. So that was already instilled into every one of us. We were all thinking that if anybody brings up this nonsense, this ancient nonsense, then we're going to ridicule it because we're so advanced now that we're far beyond levels beyond that in intelligence. So that's what the ancients taught. And so like that's another reason why it's like it's so ingrained into all of us, and it causes a visceral reaction when people say the word flat Earth, because it's something that was already talked about in the early ages, that it was something to be mocked. So we carry that along. Everybody does, if you've learned about it, and we mock it. And so that's why everybody has it. Dude, why are you being so dumb, man? Just think about science. That's how we know. And they don't have. They're so ignorant, you know, and almost all the points that they're just mindless drones. You know, they're going on regurgitating whatever they learn, and they don't ever investigate. There's no need for it, you know. So it's like that's how they can easily manipulate, in control of that lie and not having anybody to. Isn't that crazy? Like you're standing on the Earth. There's no reason why you couldn't measure it, but everything about measuring it would sound like you're gonna do something that's going against like a cardinal sin. You know, like you do that, it's like, whoa, what are you doing, man? Crazy.
Yeah. Mickey, can I ask you guys something?
Yeah, bro.
How long you are with this flat Earth? How long you know for this information?
I think he's busy, Sasha. Yeah, he probably got busy.
Yeah, because it's interesting, you know. Now we are 2022. You know, if we go back, and you, Mickey, very know, and all of us who are from that, who realized in that years all these things with observation. You go to YouTube, you type the flat Earth, and you find everything what you want. You know, and now 2022, you type the flat Earth, and you find like for 1,000 videos of debunking flat Earth. You cannot even approach to video, or you need to know the name of the guy of the channel who is making the video to find the video. But typing only flat Earth will lead you in the Narnia. 2022.
That's what it is. They've always tried to suppress the truth, but it's never in all of history ever been suppressed. Only hidden. People still know the truth.
Like, do you know that so many videos are about NASA? They deleted from YouTube. We only could say that we saw that, and people now only can believe us or not believe us.
Bubbles in space.
Yeah, big head in the space and blah blah blah. Well, you can still find a lot of them.
I feel like a little kid right now.
Hey, mic check. This is what's going on? Can you hear me? Hello? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sonny sounds a little different, don't he?
Sonny, get a hold of your mic.
somebody hold his mic, man.
Some crazy flat earth dude took over my mic, man.
Sonny, you're hacked.
It's my mic.
Oh shit, hackers.
Hackers.
Hackers. Hackers. We got hackers. Sonny got hacked, man. He's going down.
Hilarious.
Anyway, I dropped down.
Compromised.
Been compromised.
The globe is The globe is bottom.
We got somebody just jumped into chat, guys. So we got the Goon 24. But by the way, Unhacked Fella, thank you for having a conversation with this man.
What'd you say?
No, I say thank you for having a conversation with us. We're gonna move on to the Goon 24. He just deafened. Okay, we don't have the Goon 24 in here. He's like, I want to lurk, damn it. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyway,
he's unmuted.
Who? Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Hey. No.
Okay, he's jesting us at this point. Anyways, fella, thanks for the convo, mate. I think you're asking good questions. You know, you have good insight.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Facts, eh?
I think a lot of like flat earthers definitely get a bad rap, but at the same time, I have had a lot of.
Check out my SoundCloud.
I have had a lot of rather negative experiences with like flat earthers before, like just like when I just trying to be curious, asking questions, and then they just like, you know, and they're like, are you stupid or something? You believe everything you're told, and it's like, no, I'm just trying to know what you think.
It's like, it's weird, man. But it's like when you go to Wendy's on certain days. Like the really bad cook is in the back, and it's like, "What do you want?" You know, like
yeah.
Got the guy who's like, "Man, I got you, man. I'm gonna hook you up," and like, you know.
Yeah,
that's a good way to put it, Mickey. I've never thought about that like that. That is a great way to put it.
Yeah, you got to know who your good cooks are, man. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys seem all right.
Yeah, everybody's who they are, man. You know how they are, but. I'm just tired of like people getting abused by this information, man. Because it's like, it's definitely a mental drain. Because it gets to the point where you're so saturated with all this globe nonsense, you just like don't want to like, whatever, man. Like, and then it's like they're getting to these exoplanets that they know there's like 9 billion miles away, and everybody's cheering about it. And it's like, what good is that information gonna do for you, man? Like, really. They can tell you whatever they want, man, and you're just so like joyful and gleeful about it. Like, why does that stimulate you? That has nothing to do with reality in the slightest. Scientists discovered a new planet outside of our solar system. Everybody's like, oh, really? This is gonna be good. It's hilarious.
Another thing, like to me at least, is like I'm personally like a religious person, right? And it's like the universe, like like all the constellations, all the stars of the galaxies, right? Like it seems like too like gargantuan and like beautiful to be like invented by a human. It's another thing.
Well, however big they told you it was, is also another rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like you step into
it just seems like something a human couldn't like make up, because it's just, I don't know.
No, I mean, I agree. It's beautiful, and creation is it's always awesome when you look at it. Like if you go out into a field where there's no light pollution and you're looking at all the many stars that are out there, it's you're awestruck by it because it's amazing, and it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, there's a story attached to it that has been given by man that gives us all an understanding of like that it's galaxies and you're floating around in a vacuum and X, Y, and Z, and you're toting around that like as in like, oh man, when you're looking up into the sky, you're seeing like Andromeda, which is the nearest galaxy, and it's like, well, why did that enter your mind? Because some other guy thought about it? How does he know? Did he go there? I mean, like, why does he point to that thing in the sky and say it's a galaxy with like other planets, and what gives him that mind to say that, you know? So it's like, I don't know. They're gatekeeping a lot from us, man. And I'm just saying for this kind of thing, it's like, if you're looking at a red dot in the sky and some guy's calling it Mars and he's saying that it's got, you know, whatever terrain that it has on it, and then he's turning around and telling you that story, and you look through the telescope and you just see a red dot. You're like, dude, how did you figure out that you got all of that from looking through this? Because I can, you know what I mean? And then those layered images that they give you, it's like, well, there's layered images. you just stack some other images on top, so you're making it look like what it's not when I look through the regular way.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of propaganda that comes along with our knowledge. So, I mean, I'm telling you, it's a very elaborate thing that they've done.
Yeah, and even more, it's also a bit about the Cui Bono idea again, right? If you want to argue, let's say, for the Christian worldview or for any other faith based on the globe, you just can't connect the dots there. It's useless if you want to argue for a creationist point of view. But if you want to argue for atheism, then the globe is pretty much
pretty much essential,
like bread and butter. Yeah.
Let me say real quick before we get any further, guys. Is it already ladies' night already? Right now, are we in it?
Oh, is it ladies' night?
20
today?
minutes.
Oh, yeah.
22 minutes.
22. Okay, no, I just didn't want to make. I want to make sure we're good on the time.
What happens at ladies'
22
night?
minutes.
No boys allowed.
No,
Deuces,
no.
baby.
You'll be fine, but just the flat earthers that have been here a while, we just kind of take a little step back, so we don't have to be, because we can, like as we do, get a little bit over talky with them, and we don't, just.
What are you talking about?
What is ladies' night here?
There's a lot of women who are part of Flat Earth, and they come in here and they really talk to the other Globers or other new Flat Earthers that are coming into the chat. It's just a fun way for them to kind of, like, for us not to, because these alpha males that are in here, we can be.
I imagine it's probably a pretty small ratio, right?
Well,
dude, sometimes those are the biggest nights. You'd be surprised. The biggest numbers I've seen in the VC have been for ladies' night.
For sure.
Yeah, man. It's always nice, and I say this from it's always nice to talk to a lady, right? Some males prefer that when you're going to the area of being touched deeply, if you will. A lot of men
see them as a weaker opponent. Obviously, they're not, but I think people see them as a weak target, and so that's where they come out of the woodwork all of a sudden on ladies' night.
That's how they get baited into the trap.
That's right.
Yeah, I need to be convinced of flat Earth. I need a really hot woman to tell me that it's flat, and then I'll be like, "Yeah, baby."
Well, they're afraid. For some reason, they're afraid to talk to Mickey and talk to some of us here. So,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you get a woman who's into flat Earth and stuff, you'd probably have yourself a fine wife. I'm not joking.
Hey,
you got that going. It's because I told you, from the globe comes space, and from space comes nihilism, and from nihilism comes atheism, and on atheism the modern world is built with, all its benefits and shadow sides, if you will.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like peeling away an orange, maybe boomer conservatives, they say it's the Democrats who cause certain stuff. And once you go a bit deeper, you might start blaming certain ethnical groups. Or it's them doing it. But once you go really deep, what's in the heads of people when they think there is no God, there is no creator? Well, I think, damn, but space is so vast. And it's we're all in this drift in void and stuff. We're meaningless. Nobody cares about us. And that's where atheism really takes root. All the other theories or books or works that are written are merely built on this foundation of the globe. The globe is the foundation of atheism.
Yeah, honestly, atheism is even worse than it's atheism.
We're gonna go ahead and not go down that road right now. We're gonna keep it on flat Earth if that's cool.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about religion, and it gets really touchy because not just atheism, but a lot of things that people believe. So it can get really bad in here, with the talk of religion. So we might talk about it in the sidebar coming into it.
Tangential, yeah.
We get back into the lane because when it gets that way, and I'm not just saying just atheism, but you take a look at the many different faiths that are out there, and you could offend anyone by talking about it. So we don't get into them. So that's important, guys, for you guys to know that.
You say religion, somebody says war. Let's go.
No, what's weird is that and we've been in here and people come in And that's almost a standard for somebody who comes in here and asks people, what do you guys believe in? And like everybody gets that bait. It's like, you don't need that for a conversation about the shape of the earth. It's not needed. Because we're talking about physical measurement.
Yeah, right? It's also the furthest I will go with like responding to the why would they lie question. That's just it.
Yeah, I guess it's probably like a time and place kind of thing, right? Because like there are like religion and spirituality chats like on this.
Yeah, check it. And we got different channels for that. And so if there's somebody that wants to have that conversation, there's plenty of rooms in here for that. But the live stream is reserved for people that want to talk about the shape of the earth and prove that it's a globe. So we're going to demonstrate to the world that it's not by way of demonstration. So that is the decorum in this forum. I rhyme every time.
The only
Dude, you've been waiting like a year to say that. Don't lie to us.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
No, but I'm saying, no, you know my pet peeve. Don't come in here saying you're a flat earther and you're not.
Right.
Because I dislike that more than anything else.
The only wings we want to hear about are the wings of the eagles that fly above the plane we're hanging out on. You know what I'm saying?
Cool practice is to try to open my mind to certain things. Like, you remember how Alice said, before I start each day, I think of 3 impossible things or something like that. So, like, Globers think it's impossible for Earth to be flat, but just try to entertain it genuinely for a second. Yeah. It's impossible. Sure. Okay. Could it be that if you make one measurement, one observation yourself, you would feel like you had more information than just sitting on the internet arguing about it?
Good point.
Kinda. The Alice in Wonderland thing was weird.
No, that is a good point. Just consider it for just a moment, will you?
Yeah, why not? What's it going to do to you?
I mean,
honestly, if you can't genuinely entertain the idea, you can't argue against it either. You know?
Actually, that's a great point too, because they won't entertain it, but then they'll be like, "Oh, but if it was that, it should do these things," and then therefore it's wrong. It's like, wait a minute. What?
They say, "I don't care." Like, no, come on, that's a lie right in his face. You're here. Some part of you, even 0.001% of your, consciousness that day is interested. That's cool. If you can admit that, that's baby steps, but baby step 1, right?
Indeed.
Great point there, Glatt. Great point. I'll be thinking about that for a few minutes.
So wait a minute. We should also be asking them what their motivation is then.
Nope.
Well, it's not like
remember, when we say, why would it matter if they lied to us? Because it doesn't really matter. The murder happened regardless of the motive.
No. Right? I'm speaking to their genuine motivation for being here.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I don't
right.
think they would even be honest in revealing that to you anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they usually just say, and not to poo-poo the idea, but they usually just say, shoot, what do they say?
Yeah, we know.
Come back to me. How you operate.
I'm just asking questions here. You know what I mean? I'm just here to ask questions. But I think you should.
They usually say like, "Well, I'm just here to listen." I've heard that so many times.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie.
I just want to see how you guys think.
I want to watch the car wreck happen in slow motion. Can you guys just talk about flat Earth for a little bit? Like, I honestly think there's a little bit of that going on. I don't know, my opinion.
I think maybe like you just have to create a reason for them to be, get them engaged, right? Give them a reason to start engaging.
Well, technically, maybe they've convinced part of themselves that they already have a reason to do it. That's again why they're here. Maybe just find that, isolate that and focus in on it. I don't know. Dang cat scratching the shit. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
All right, boys, we got 13 minutes. Let's go. Get it all out. Let's go.
So while Glatt's being attacked by a cat,
dude, he's vicious. He's like, I love you. Let me dig everything sharp I have into your body.
Let our DNA meld. We will make
Yeah, and see what KJ posted in the live stream voice text. That's him. Look at his chops ready to bite me. That's my real cat there. His name's Zeus.
Zeus looks like he's going to mess you up.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. He's ready to go.
I just feel kind of weird. Like, I don't believe in all the Greek god stuff, right? Not really at all. But yelling Zeus all the time. Like, like Zeus, don't do that. That's kind of strange.
I can't feel it. Stop.
Yeah, God damn it, Zeus. Like, whoa. There's a lot to unpack just there. Curse words aside, Ladies' Night is coming up, and it's one of the better portions of the week, in my opinion. Of my week, I'll say.
Coming up
just to hear, the calmer, more sensitive side of the discernment, the proper discernment of our reality that women bring to the table.
Wait, but aren't tables flat?
No, they're get with it. The rectangular ones are big, like oblong squares. The circular ones are discs, like your stupid flat Earth floating in space.
But do you know table theory?
Table theory?
The only way to know the size of a table.
Oh, to measure it.
No, you calculate it.
Oh.
Yeah. Theory.
Oh, so you measure a really small part and then multiply it, assuming that small part represents the whole? Got it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't need to measure it. Just calculate the fuck out of this world. That's all.
Yeah, don't measure it. Just
don't measure. What are you doing measuring? You're wasting your time. Just assume. You're good.
Yeah. You actually want to measure something? Come on, man.
That's so 2015, bro.
We just don't have the budget to be paying people to do this kind of stuff, so.
Yeah, we're all here for free, and we spend a lot of time doing it. Then they're like, yeah, because you're fucking losers. It's like, no, this is genuine stuff. I'm trying to help you out, understand your reality, put away the toys. Yes, you still have some growing up to do. I know, it's terrible, isn't it? It's something fierce, but you got to deal with it. Everyone's got to grow up at some point.
All right, Lou's here. Now it's a party.
Lunatic. What's up, bud?
What's up, Lou?
Just got back in the house from work. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, man, weekend's here, man. What are you getting, Papa John's? What's going on?
Yeah, we were just waiting on you, Lou.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
No, we were just waiting on you.
Yeah.
I know you're ordering wings tonight, right?
I don't. Probably not. I got food.
Nah.
But yeah, you caught me. That's when I do order out. That's usually what it is from Papa John's.
Yeah, man, that's your move right there.
The last time I got undercooked wings and I felt sick for a day afterwards. They were delicious, though. It's not fair.
Pleasure and pain, man.
Yeah.
Hashtag worth it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say something stupid, but there's a funny video going around about that Papa John's commercial. Better ingredients, better pizza, better bitches. I work harder, my money line. It's really funny, dude. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. It's really funny.
Better money launder racist ass bitches, right?
Like, my money longer, I work harder.
Nah, I hate it when they go after CEOs of companies like that. Like, are you kidding me, man? Come on. What's that about? He's a guy running a business, and it's above board and it's fine. He says some stuff. Who cares? Get out of here.
Oh yeah. Were they trying to shame him for a while? What
for a long time, and it worked. And they're buying.
What was that about?
There's some racist remark. It's like, bros, what? He's got he's got like one of the biggest pizza businesses in the world, and you're gonna say he said the N-word and now he can't have that business? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he literally had to sell. He literally had to sell.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Guy got hammered down. He got floored. It's like,
what's up, dude? He sold? I didn't know this.
I think
they forced him to. They might forced him to basically resign his company. Like,
that's the company he built with his own hands, dude. What the hell? It sucks.
SJWs in Congress, man.
Oh my!
Talk about that.
We got the cancel culture up in arms.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
They were trying to go after. I mean, they were trying to basically shame Chick-fil-A for being Christians too, right?
Well, it happened to do with homosexuality, but I bet that was just wrong too. Like, again, people
backfired though on them.
Culture.
So the day that they were supposed to be boycotted, they did the most business they ever did. That day we had people in the one near my town. We had multiple ones, but this one particular one, we had cars lining up all the way down the side street, down the main road.
Can you imagine what they were ordering though? AI. Man, hurry up and give me like about 65 of those chicken patties. They're trying to get their stuff before they get shut down, man.
That's right.
Give me my Chick-fil-A.
I don't get it with Chick-fil-A, man. People talk about it like it's just the greatest fucking thing. It's like an okay chicken sandwich. Like that's what it is. But people will, like you said, they will be lined up around the block to get it.
Dude, and you go to their menu and you try to order something. They're like, "How can I please you today?" And I'm like, "Never mind." Whoa. What the fuck? Bye. Like, this isn't the place for that.
I don't have an opinion, though. I haven't been there. If anybody else has, you guys can say if it's good or not. I haven't.
I just posted.
It's like Target. It's like Target of McDonald's.
Watch it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something to compare it to. But yeah, I've tried Raising Cane's. That's pretty good chicken right there.
We're not blessed here in Toronto, Canada, with that stuff.
So I tried to get a job at that one in Savannah near the Radio Shack Plaza, and actually it was right between a Home Depot and a Lowe's. Actually, he was telling me because they only have one drive-through window and they close on Sundays, obviously.
Yeah.
And the big McDonald's down the street. This is actually a pretty populated city. Has like multiple windows, right? And they're open all week long. And he says, I make more money off my one window and that McDonald's in a year, no problem, and being closed on Sunday. It's like I make way more money than they do.
Damn.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A in my town, or my hometown, definitely it's constantly packed when they're open, especially during the day from, I want to say, 10:30 in the morning all the way to close.
You guys got me thinking about going to Chick-fil-A now.
It's fine food, whatever. It's a weird experience, like I said, but they're nice and it's whatever. It definitely doesn't taste like, in my opinion, any other fast food kind of deals. So it tastes fresher, but you never know. Whatever.
It seems to me it's just like it's just any other fast food chicken. Honestly, I think the Culver's chicken sandwich is actually better.
For sure,
Really?
I agree. Culver's is a better restaurant all around if you're going to do fast food.
I was gonna say, if you want to go to a good fast food place, go to Culver's.
All right,
Anything on the menu is good, even the bad stuff.
Look, man, 1 to 10 on the chicken from Chick-fil-A. 1 to 10. Where's it at? 10 being the best.
7.5.
Yeah, it's probably I'd agree with that. It's just people like it for some reason, probably because of their whole homophobic thing earlier, years ago, and then if they're righties and all that. But then they have the Chick-fil-A sauce. Some people are just, the Chick-fil-A sauce, which is also, it's just another sauce.
Oh, sauce is the boss, huh? Okay.
Sauce is the boss, yeah. There, we got a robot talking about fast food.
Is that a cyborg? He's human living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
The show Robot Chicken came back.
And is it AI that's roboting, which is that like redundant? Or?
No, I think it's on the nose, man. A little heavy-handed, but
religious, which is a protected class.
God, he's really going into it, though, huh?
That's how it sounds when you order from McDonald's. Can I eat it with a large to go, please?
And a large to go, please. Perfect.
You're like, what?
Yeah.
Extra medium.
AI, if you can hear us, man, you're roboting, bud. And it's I think it's time.
It's about that time.
1 minuto. All right. I'm gonna go back into the shadows like Homer Simpson.
Yep, back into the cave. Ladies, take it away.
Is it fast food night on ladies' night?
We have like 30 seconds. Boys.
Which is
I'm getting a burrito. We're gonna have AI robot for the last 30 seconds.
Damn it.
Better.
It's like bot on bot crime.
These are Carl Jr.
He's talking about Carl's Jr., I think.
We have 15 seconds.
Did somebody mute him?
10.
Mute him.
9. 8. And it's ladies' night. Ladies go fight.
Thanks for coming, everybody. Welcome to Ladies' Night here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Welcome.
Yeah, looks like we got a couple ladies faces going. Hey, Jackie. Hey, Level Up.
Hello. What's going on?
It's raining cats and dogs here. That's what's up.
Oh, we had a beautiful day here. Perfect weather on the east coast of New Jersey.
Sweet.
Over here in Jersey. Beautiful day. So, what do we have going on? I'm still waiting for my cousin to decide what she's going to do for her birthday.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, she's coming around. Maybe we could talk about that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
like
Flat Earth.
Yeah, she's actually like she sent me a video and I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah, I was like, so she's actually starting to obviously look at it on her own, which is good. And I didn't have to even smack her with the information. I just always did little things here and there, and she'd roll her eyes and be like, whatever, But now she's looking it up on her own, and she actually sent me a text. She's like, I cannot believe this. And, like literally, but meaning like she can't believe in Flat Earth. Like, she's like, you can't do this to me,
Oh.
which means we already got her,
Right.
Which means we already got her. She just is in the stage where you have to deny it for quite a while until you just accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're just like, I can't do this. I can't be that crazy person. I can't be looked at that way, right? And then you go,
Yeah.
Screw what do people think about you. It's because then you just keep hearing the lie over and over again, and you get so pissed, and you're just like, ugh, I'm over it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just screw what people think about you, and you just like. But yeah, I think we got another one.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to get my brother to join the server. I told him about it, and hopefully he joins, but he agrees that the Earth is flat. I just don't think he knows too much about it, the scientific aspect and all.
Oh yeah, neither do I. That's why I let Level Up talk. She's good at the science,
right?
We love her.
What am I supposed to do?
Just speak and make us sound super, super smart. That's what you do.
Well, it takes me a little time. I need somebody to talk to that asks a question or raises a point, and then I know which way to go.
Yes. And then we be quiet and we let you talk.
And then I'm like,
well, I stay quiet. I stay quiet. I'm not gonna speak for anyone else. Yeah, because mine is more of a spiritual journey. But so the science, I understand it. I just don't know how to relay it.
Mm-hmm. Most people don't.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't like to debate. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a fighter. I don't like to argue.
I don't either. I like to discuss, but
why don't you bring the smoke then?
Oh, we've got Lulu. Hey, Lulu.
Oh, she said she can't be on panel today.
Oh, okay.
I have to always look for the icon, her avatar, because it's like, what is your name this hour?
Oh, yeah. She got me kind of hooked on changing my name all the time. Her and CB and Brad. So now I kind of do it a lot, but it's fun.
I don't even know how to do it. I barely know how to do all this. Kiwi set up my Discord.
Nickname. Oh.
I just started with Discord, so I'm not even familiar with all of the tabs yet.
Yeah.
Okay. It's only certain people can do it. It's a gold thing. How does that actually work? I didn't even know about all those like levels and things like that. I didn't even know there was levels in here.
Yeah, there's valued, there's silver, there's gold, and then there's gold plus. Each one has different types of gives you different abilities for the server to kind of like time people out if necessary and to ban people if necessary. And
so
I
you're able
forget
to
what
just
else.
do actions and things like that.
Yeah. So like I think it's gold and gold plus are basically like minor moderators. I'm not sure what silver is for. It's just kind of like a step up from being valued, I guess.
They mostly check people in, I think.
Oh right, yeah. So silver, you can do the check-ins, but you got to have like I think it's gold or gold plus to do the verification for the role.
Oh, sign roles and things like that. Okay.
Yeah.
You understand a little bit better now.
silver and gold.
I'm guessing there's no one waiting to come in.
Oh, actually, we got someone here. Let's see. We can unmute them. WWYD. Hello, are you there?
Hey, I know the Earth isn't flat. You don't have to talk to me.
Oh, I know who this is. See you later. I'm gonna mute this. Dang it, he left already. Okay, can someone please ban that guy? That was Pee Drinker.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Come on over here.
So you guys like seriously have like people that come back and like troll
Oh yeah,
like
especially
over
Pee
and over
Drinker.
again like that?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I'm just starting to notice that those types of things. I was like, wow, that's a little bit nuts.
Mm-hmm. And I'm on mobile, so I don't think I can even ban him yet. I don't think he made any comments or anything.
For me, or deafened, but I can't kick or ban. Too wild. Wild and crazy. Anybody heard any new Bald Earth arguments in the last 5 years?
I heard yesterday that the horizon is curved, that there's such thing as a curved horizon, but that's not new. And no evidence was provided.
Right.
Well, everyone seems to see that one outside of their airplane windows. So they see it with their own eyes out of the airplane window.
Which they better hope is as thick as something that would be a lens, because otherwise
You'd get sucked right out that window.
Yeah.
That's definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, I see it with my own eyes outside the airplane windows. Everyone's scared of you, Level Up.
Are you sure that's what it is?
I'm positive.
Well, I mute when I need to burp or something, but other than that, I don't know why they would be afraid.
You're too smart for them.
I don't know. I don't know the names, but you know, how often we get told how stupid we are. So they probably don't think of it that way.
No, please. They're just scared. It's true. They are. And then, you know, when you don't have a comeback, you just start slinging insults.
It's true.
And that's in the bag of tricks for everyone.
It's near the equinox. Does that bring up any discussions of where the sun must actually be? It's almost due east for everyone in the world, which our good friend, the quote miner Danny Faulkner, told me in a private message once that the fact that the sun seems to rise in the north of the equator, it'll rise in the summertime northeast. You know, even though the sun is physically in the tropics, it rises in the northeast as far as, if you go by the compass, you know, the azimuth. And he says, well, that's proof that it's a curved surface because the sun is, you know, it's not in a straight line. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, if it's a ball, which way is this ball curving? Left, right? Because that's what he was telling me, is it curves left, right. You know, it curves to the left to rise northeast. And that doesn't work on a ball. So I'm thinking if an astronomer, a professional astronomer, can't figure out such a basic thing, I don't think the rest of them are going to have a good argument.
That's scary.
And disappointing.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Of course, was Michio Kaku, the physicist, saying we don't know nothing.
Not familiar with that person.
In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
That's the person in the background now.
Yeah, he's on TV now and then as a physicist, that people will have him on talk shows and whatnot and interviews and ask him questions about the universe, and he'll come up with, at least they're somewhat honest answers. You know, that they don't use the scientific method, nobody knows what this or that is, and they're off by orders of magnitude, pretty much infinity. But, you know, they keep having him on and he says that stuff and nobody bats an eye.
So they let him talk and nobody like actually just
right. They don't say
acknowledge it. He says that's the word I'm looking. Like they don't acknowledge what he's like, the words that are coming out of his mouth. He just speaks.
They just nod and smile. Like, yeah, that's really scientific-y.
Are they? Oh, okay. So do they just, are they trusting in what he's saying, or are they looking at him as if he's like a crackpot or something?
Hard to tell because they don't seem to react at all. They just ask him questions, he says answers, and they go, okay, on to the next thing.
And they don't discuss?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I don't watch that much TV. I just see clips.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. That would be frustrating for me.
Yeah. That's common, though, even if it's not a science thing. Other news clips I've seen of people on various political issues or whatnot, would just ask the question, get an answer they weren't expecting, and sit there like they're playing poker and then just go on to the next thing. You know, like a robot could read the news and do the interviews.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch. I don't watch the news. I don't watch much TV. I look my own information for whatever it is I'm feeling like I need to learn today. You know,
right?
What I'm interested in today. Just research that type of stuff, and when I go crazy. I go crazy on like a show, right? So I'll binge watch something, you know, like something like that. But other than that, that's like when I need to take a day off and unplug, you know. Even though I'm plugging into something else, but it's a kind of like when you don't want to think about anything important,
right?
You know,
it's all bad all the time anyway.
Yeah, so you know, I kind of find but even when I watch stuff like that, I find myself gravitating towards like stuff other people don't even like to watch, like Hallmark movies and things like that. It's like, give me a happy ending. I want to be lied to when I'm watching TV in a way that makes me feel good, right? Like pretend, you know, everything is good and fabulous in the world and it all ends, you know, happily ever after. That's what I want to see when I turn on the television. You know, this reality TV and stuff like that just doesn't make sense to me.
It's not entertaining to anybody who's got, you know, 2 or 3 brain cells. It's just not entertaining.
Why am I giving someone else my attention for their reality? Like, that just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, people were paid to act it was an art, you know, it was an art form. And now it's just, you can do whatever and be on TV. You used to have to learn and grow. And this was an actual art form, acting, you know?
Right.
Not just, you know, and people earned their money by whether they were good at it or not.
Right.
Not anymore.
And they had actual plots and they went somewhere and they taught some kind of lesson or
it took you out of your reality, right? It took you out of your reality for a little bit and let you think and expand your mind and, you know, think about something else other than what's going on around you. But now it's just more of the same crap of what's going on around you. So why are you even watching it?
You gotta look out your window and see most of that.
Exactly. And we're giving money to people to pretend to do this. It's all scripted as well. So a lot of the reality stuff is scripted. So we're watching someone pretend that this is their reality. Like, that makes even less sense.
Right. Yeah, it's
right?
like,
and they call us crazy.
Right. It's like looking in the window at somebody watching TV. It's just, you know, get your own TV or look at something outside. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I find it more and more when we do, you know, in the evenings, my husband and I will just sit and binge watch something. We'll have supper and just veg, you know, because we don't want to really think about anything. And most of the stuff, the newer stuff, is just unwatchable. It's pushing some agenda, some, you know, in-your-face political or social justice thing in your face. All the commercials do the same thing. And it's just not entertaining. It's like, you know what, we're just going to sign up for some TV from the 50s and 60s and watch old sitcoms.
Yeah. I'm guessing there's nobody waiting still.
I haven't seen anybody.
No, yeah, no cool for anybody.
I don't see anybody. And the thing is about, what we were just talking about is that's the world that these trolls are living in. That's why reason doesn't work and why they would be obsessed with just trying to troll the server, because that's the norm now, being a troll.
Oh, very, very sad.
It is.
Bad, bad trolls. Most of them probably don't have parents. That's one of the reasons.
And they've been brought up in government school.
Any better. Yeah, exactly. They've taken the family unit apart. And now kids can't even trust their own parents.
Yep.
They tell the kids you're smarter than your parents at this point.
That's part, things are falling apart around the world because by design, but there's also the lack of qualification of the people coming out of the school system. Don't have basic common sense. It's been drilled into them since they were, toddlers, what the world is and how you should let authorities tell you what to think and say. And that's what we get. We shouldn't be surprised when they try to come here and do that because they think they're being normal, which they are. But it's sad. Let's see. There's a comment in the chat. One of my best friends from the past became successful, ended up working for Tesla, SpaceX, telling me how smart he thought Michio Kaku was. He would tell me about civilizations and other galaxies, stuff like that. Use your imagination. I always picture SpongeBob doing that, waving his hand. Use your imagination.
Imagination.
That was pretty fast.
Yeah, well, I love my imagination, but sometimes it can get a little weird up there.
It's one thing to imagine, and you can suspend reality and watch a science fiction show, and they're almost always in space. But when they pass it off as actual physics, that's when I have a problem.
Yeah, well, all the pictures of the globe from the time that you're, a child, people don't think of it as imagination. They just take it as reality because it's just been programmed into your mind by seeing it over and over and over again. It's got to be I think it is the hardest thing to break. It is the hardest truth to face.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's one thing to use imagination to explore possibilities of how something might work or how you would solve a problem, but if it wants to be something real and practical and testable, you have to devise a way to examine it and not just leave it in imagination.
There needs to be an experimental part of this. It has to work itself out. The problem has to work itself out.
With imagination, I can be anything I want.
Yep.
Why they get mad when we say, did you test it? What's your procedure? Did you observe something in the natural world? Did you find a way that you could falsify it? And they're like, what? No, you're just being mean.
It's at the end of the day, it's just a belief.
Yep. And that's okay with most people, and that's why we're in a world where people just say, hey, this is the way I like this to be, and therefore that's how it is, and if you disagree, you're a heretic, and we need to burn you at the stake.
Yeah, well, I know people who literally are just like, I don't know, I don't care, and you know, it doesn't help me either way. It doesn't hurt me either way. I'm like, okay.
That's why we need to choose your battles, you know, and find out whether the person is worth your time to talk to, not because you're better than them, but because you don't need to spend your time trying to reason with somebody who doesn't value reason.
Oh yeah, I would never push any of this. I don't push any of this on anyone. That's what, and I think I literally think that's why my cousin is actually looking into it, because I didn't try to, you know, hit her over the head with it. I didn't argue with her about it. I was like, just look at that. Like, just look at it for yourself if you feel like it, because you're going to see what I saw.
Right.
You know, and I explained a couple things to her, and you know, I saw her wheels turning a little bit, and that was it, you know. And then I would make a comment here and there, and we'd be in the car, and I'd say something, you know. You can see the water. Look at how flat that is, you know. Can you see it there? We're just driving. And she would just roll her eyes and look the other way. But, you know,
right.
Those little nuggets stayed in there and kept rolling around. And sometimes that's why it's not even worth the argument, right? You just say what you have to say. And well, it's not an argument. And I don't ever find it to be an argument. But, you know, it can get ugly with people who are ignorant.
Right. And then without any kind of foundation and basic reasoning, you have to fix that first. If they're even interested in having it fixed, you know.
That's true. Most time people don't think it's broke, so.
Right. Don't know what you don't know.
You can't fix what you don't know is broken. And that's probably one of the biggest truths of them all, huh?
A quote on my website
change
from
you don't know is broken.
Yeah, I have a quote on my website from Harriet Tubman about, she said something like, I freed thousands of slaves, and I could have freed thousands more if only they knew they were slaves.
Yep, exactly. That says a lot.
Yep. That's why it's been, you know, for the longest time, people like to blame the boomer generation, basically my generation, for all the things that's messed up in the world. But these things happen step by step in multiple generations where, you know, people even 100 years ago wouldn't have believed in the U.S. that the government had basically been replaced by the Act of 1871 when Washington, D.C. was created, and they changed the Constitution from just a document for the states that were united, right, and made it the United States in all caps for a legal document where they are actually pretending to be in charge of the country, and they're not, legally not. And then in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act, Wilson, who was put in office for that purpose, it was like 2 days before Christmas, and Congress's members were mostly at home, passed this law where the Federal Reserve Act, where basically all the money of the United States was to be handed over to the Fed, who would then loan us our own money at interest. And all income tax goes to pay for the interest on that loan. It doesn't go for infrastructure or anything else. And people don't know that. They wouldn't believe it if you told them. So there have been debt slaves since 1871.
I did know that. Yep. But you're right. Most people don't.
Right. And you could show them documents. You could, look things up and collect the evidence and the quotes, and they would just like, nah, I don't care. Doesn't matter. I just want to live my life. And there's something to be said for that. I mean, most people are not interested in more than just, doing what they have to do to get their food and necessities and take care of their family and have some fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is we live in a world where there's a lot of control freaks and thieves and murderers, and those people tend to be the ones who want power. The ones who crave it are the ones who shouldn't have it. And that's why things are messed up and they fool people. And that's because most people really aren't control freaks and just want to be left alone. So it's just kind of I don't know, not a vicious circle, but the nature of things. Just the way people are. And that's why we have ball earthers.
Hey, Level Up, can I ask you a question?
Sure. To whom am I speaking? I don't see the name light up.
So, Ryan.
Oh, okay, there you are. Sure.
Do you own your own house?
Not anymore. And you never did, really.
Oh, yeah, well, that's exactly the point I was trying to make. It's like, if you did before, whatever, or if anyone listening does, you're paying property taxes.
Right.
So technically, you don't actually own your house. You're leasing it from the government. So you don't actually own your house. You're just paying a different kind of lease, which, is just a kind of another freedom that you don't have. But the reason why I would tie it to the flat earth subject is because your property taxes typically pay for, the public education system. And the public education system is where they teach the globe. So, it's worth pointing out that you're basically forced to, just by owning your own land, paying property taxes out, you're forced to pay for globe propaganda for children.
Right, and a lot of other things. Yeah, you'd have to get a Lloydal title, which is illegal in the U.S. You cannot have a Lloydal title. So, yeah, if you're paying property tax, and if you don't pay it, they can take your land and everything on it, then you are renting or leasing. Which is why I didn't mind
land of the free, my ass.
Yeah. That's the thing is.
So sorry to interrupt, but have a good night, everyone. Okay.
Hey, you too.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya. Yeah, and then you can get into all sorts of prepper and doomsday stuff, and the question becomes, A, can you hold off the governments of the world from taking your stuff because they already know where it is, your bunker and all that, and B, if you manage to survive an apocalypse, would you want to? Because I always think of that account of this family in Russia and around World War II and that, where they fled to Siberia and they survived, but it was an extremely hard life. I mean, trying to support yourself in Siberia and catch your own food and grow your own food and in that terrible environment. And they managed to survive, but they, would you have wanted to? Would it have been better to suffer under the government than to be out in the wilderness? Yes, you're on your own, but you're a slave to your environment then.
Not a slave at all. If I'm with people that I love, we can all figure it out together. I don't mean to interrupt, but yeah. If I'm with people that I love, I'm more motivated to be myself, a better person, help out people survive. And it's just that kind of, to me, would work itself out. But y'all got to love each other.
This is true, but on the other hand, you may be able to help more people by staying with other people rather than just taking, your own family somewhere. I mean, we all would, when push comes to shove, if we're in that situation, we would all just try to do what we could to survive. And for that family, it was going to Siberia. But the thing was that never again after that point could they help anyone but each other. They weren't with other suffering people that they could have helped. So it's just a way of, how you look at it. But this is a sort of thing we talk about when there's no ball earthers.
Hey, look at the bright side. At least those nuclear weapons turn out to not be real, so you don't have to worry about that.
And now there's people using the missile silos for luxury bunkers. You have to pay, I don't know how many million to reserve a spot, and they're very nice, but apparently nobody's worried about radiation.
Yeah, in the 60s, they had bomb shelters like standard in a lot of houses because of the nuclear war that was pending. That was imminent.
Yeah.
One more way to keep you afraid and in fear.
Yeah. Now they got to try other things. And I think it's evil genius to use a quote unquote virus, not to get the server in trouble or anything, but not being very specific. Anyway, to use something like that because you can't see it, and you have to defer to the adepts and elitists to tell you whether you have one, and then have your life restricted because of it. So it's a perfect enemy. You can't see it, you can't understand it, you just have to trust the people who are telling you it's there, and that you need to be very afraid.
You were either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Been slower than usual tonight. I don't know, what do you think? Should we end at top of the hour or?
Well, I suppose.
There's been an awful lot of dead space, dead air.
Infinite Ladies Night, let's go.
Where is the VC check-in? I invited somebody, but I don't see where the VC check-in is if they come.
Should be listed in entry level.
Yeah, there it is. And there's nobody there. Is there anything going on out in the world of flat Earth debates or anything that worth discussing again?
Oh yeah, Nathan Oakley, who's a conspiracy theorist, is currently live right now, but clearly there's a globe, so.
Wasn't there a big debate last night or the other night with like Jeranism and Witsit and a few other people?
don't know.
I'm not sure what the topic was exactly. It probably wasn't flat Earth related. Not sure.
I have no idea.
Check the live stream. Hold on. Hold on a sec. I got it. Okay, so a guy named Brent Myers. He's Bachelor of Science, Master's in MA. I don't know what the MA is. And in physics. So the guy is a heavy hitter knowledge-wise. And he went up against 4 flat earthers: Jeranism, Whitsitt, Sean Hibbler, and Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, David Weiss. So here is that in the live stream voice text.
It's in the live stream voice text.
It is right now. Just posted it.
Oh, okay.
I will say, for the contestant, as it were, he demonstrates balls by going up against 4 flat earthers, right? 4 staunch flat earthers, and they're respectful guys, but it's 4 guys, right? And then he keeps his cool throughout most of it, the whole thing, like, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's like, hey, Globers, watch this. Of course, it's not a globe, but also maybe take some notes on how to talk to your fellow man. Anyway, so yeah, check the video out.
Okay, did you have a synopsis or anything? Because we obviously can't watch it right now.
No, I mean, you just have to watch it. It's 4 hours.
I'd be happy to chime in. I don't want to bring my testosterone all over this ladies' night.
Yeah, I just want to share it. I'm bowing out.
I watched the first hour. It wasn't really that interesting. It was more like one of those, just endlessly, nah, the Earth's a ball.
His demeanor was good. Everybody was respectful. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, bye.
See when I can find 4 hours or put it on 2x speed.
I'm getting a little triggered. There's too many men in here.
Really intimidated right now. I'm just reading some of the comments under the video. Somebody says, to the dude's credit, he's extremely intelligent, well-researched, but despite his qualifications, you can feel his anxious desperation to try to hold together the globe model. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can check that out sometime.
I think I watched like a minute of it, and the guy was very frantic, in my opinion.
Was it just a casual discussion kind of a format?
I think so. I mean, when I caught just a minute of it, I think it was Whitsitt trying to just throw a point in, but the guy wouldn't stop talking and he kept interrupting, and it seemed like it was more of a discussion type of a deal, but a lot of interruptions.
They really need to do a formal debate where you cannot interrupt. And you have a certain amount of time to make a presentation.
Yeah, like on modern day debate, I think usually they do pretty good with that, making sure people don't really interrupt each other.
I did one here from this server. It was on a religious topic back, I think, almost 2 years ago now. And that went pretty well as long as we, adhere to the rules and we agree on them ahead of time and like my opponent did a half-hour presentation, I did a half-hour, then we each did shorter rebuttals, one turn at a time, and then we had a more open discussion and Q&A. I think that's a pretty good format.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was a year or two ago, but I went down there too to the religious chat, and it's like if you have a basic conversation, everybody interrupts you, and it's like, no, you got to have it set to where a person can talk for a certain amount of time and everything, so you don't get that what do you call it? Anyway, so that way people don't bash you when you're just trying to explain something.
Right. If people can interrupt, they will. And especially on a topic like this, that there are going to be passions on both sides, and it doesn't really benefit the listeners as much. What benefits is when you have two very strong opponents take turns, because then they have to deal with the points and they can't talk over, and then you can clearly pay attention to each side. So, yeah, I'll see if I'll probably, for a 4-hour thing, I'll probably have to watch it piecemeal, so I don't know when I'll get through it, but... I mean, we can't even get somebody to come in and explain how there's gas pressure next to a vacuum. It's a pretty simple one. I read something on... No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, yeah, I got into a conversation, I think it was with my dad a couple days ago, and he likes to talk about flat Earth here and there because he's a flat earther. So he told me, yeah, when I was probably 9 years old, I questioned how do you have air on Earth without a physical barrier, and he tells me stuff like that. Like he actually questioned. He was taught in school at the time, but which is nice to hear. But he likes talking about flat Earth, so it's always fun to talk about it with family like him.
I was just going to say, I've been doing research on Faulkner's 6-year-long trolling of flat Earth community. And one thing I came across is where we'll say there should be 1,000-mile-an-hour wind at the equator. And he's like, no, you stupid flat earthers, don't you understand that there's friction, and that friction is why the air is kind of stuck to the ball? Because, once it gets started up to speed, it's going to be this constant air mass. And I'm like, wow. Did this PhD actually argue that?
Yeah.
Friction? Seriously?
What's his name again?
Danny Faulkner.
Danny Faulkner.
Faulkner.
Okay. I've heard the name, I just don't remember him.
He comes in, usually in the mornings, I'll see his name on the live stream here, and he's always muted.
The Answers in Genesis guy?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he just goes by Danny F. here.
Okay.
But he looks for material for his hit pieces, and somehow this doesn't bother him as a professional to be a troll. But but yeah, some of those arguments. Yeah, Danny 57. That's right. I thought it was Danny F. It was Danny 57.
Yeah.
And it floored me that he would use friction as an explanation for why we don't have 1,000-mile-an-hour wind at the equator. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but air is a gas. Gases do not take a shape.
Mm-hmm.
And friction, my goodness. I mean, yeah, there's friction from the air. This is true, but it's a gas. And if it's at equilibrium with, it's against a vacuum, what is the air having friction against, on the other side? I mean, you can say there's friction between the earth and the air, but not between the air and the supposed vacuum. It should all still dissipate, especially if it's spinning. The earth would literally be hurling the gases off. So it just floors me that he would make such a ridiculous argument.
He wants it to be a globe so bad. It's funny.
Yep. I mean, it has to be. I mean, it's like many have said before, when you have invested your entire career in something, you're not going to give it up.
True.
And especially for Answers in Genesis, they've spent all their careers making sure everybody knows they're not flat earthers, because that's what people would say, oh, you're anti-science and you're, which is ironic because he says that about us. And another irony, well, double standard, is that, well, we can't call these old earth creationists heretics. They're our brothers and sisters in Christ, but you flat earthers are dangerous cultists.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they, want to get away from the stigma of flat earth. And so since flat earth has come to the forefront, they fight it harder than non-Christians do.
Mm-hmm.
Because they think, oh, this is just what we need, But, I mean, and yet another irony is Faulkner going on to MC Toon or Mick Toon's channel to bash flat earthers, when MC Toon and his group are atheists, as far as I understand, who are also would equally laugh at young earth creationism as they would at flat earth. Why he would team up with them to attack us is just sad and pathetic.
Yeah. Doesn't make much sense, that's for sure.
Because it's more about fighting you than it is about supporting their side. That's why.
Right. Common enemy. But, that's why I was happy to have been able to talk to him a couple of times on the live stream, because as a Christian, it removes a layer of objection that he can't say that all flat earthers are, heretics and all that, but he'll say it anyway. But the thing is that as a Christian, he should not be behaving this way. He should not be slandering people, doing hit pieces, locking arms with unbelievers against believers. I mean, these are all pretty serious things that he's doing that he'll have to answer for. But I mean, that's just, like I said, it's sad and disappointing, especially for an organization like that has actually demonstrated what it means to stand against the mainstream. Young earth creationism is still mocked and opposed, and you can lose your job or be denied entrance to a good science degree program just for doubting Darwin in any way. So for them to turn around and do what they do to us is, as the a Christian phrase, the greater sin, in my opinion.
Yeah, when it comes to all that stuff, it's like, even though I am an atheist, I don't make any claims to like how this earth, how old it is, if it has an age and all that. But yeah, with the whole Danny thing, it is sad, because it's like, if you got all those beliefs, you claim you're a Christian, you claim you got a good heart, and then you do this to flat earthers, it's like, well, good luck with that.
Yeah. Why I'm involved with a very small group of Christians who are doing biblical cosmology, a website. We're going to do some live streams, maybe eventually a book, and do for Flat Earth what the creation ministries have done for Young Earth. Albeit we don't have the budget and the number of people, but same idea. So we are going to try to clean up our own house, at least make an effort. But Faulkner provides us with a lot of material, just like we have provided him with material for his hit pieces, only we're going to be accurate and honest and consistent.
Yeah, isn't he the one who wrote a book, like, about flat earthers, or?
Yeah, he has at least one, and I think he's working on another.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember the title. It's got flat in it, but I can't remember the title right now. It's not like I've spent a lot of time.
Okay, I looked it up. Falling Flat, a refutation of flat Earth claim.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, of course, he's got the disc in space with the water dripping off the top.
I even asked him, I don't remember if I got a straight answer. I asked him, I said, why? Because I said disingenuous, and he said, how have I been disingenuous? I said, look at that cover photo you have of a flat Earth, a disc in space with water coming off the edge. And he's like, well, I don't have any control over there's just a book cover. You don't judge a book by its cover. And I thought, wow, how lame. I mean, would you let somebody publish a book with a cover that was totally against anything you said in the book?
That's so good.
It is. It's childish.
Oh, jeez. I mean, it's a cool photo, but it's not a photo, and it's not reality, but...
Right. It's a cartoon that he is right off the bat steering the reader to mock flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And again, since he claims to be a Christian, as far as I know he is, hold on a second. Other Christians among us in Flat Earth can charge him on a number of other levels besides his just being a troll. We have his character to compare to the authoritative book that he is supposedly holding dear, and see about his charges against us that we're the ones in a cult. You know, that we have more leverage on him than non-Christians would have. I'm just saying. But yeah, I'm hoping pretty soon, maybe in the next few weeks or so, we'll be able to do. We're working with a couple of them. The people are working on trailers, one for the channel, and we need a couple for kind of marketing the first live stream. So we have a good number of people there to start, and we've been collecting a lot of material. Thanks to Danny, we have quite a bit. But of course, he's not the only one.
Cool.
So he doesn't realize that door swings both ways. You know, if he comes here to data mine, we can data mine him. I can almost guarantee he would be at our live stream. At least in the chat. Now, obvious it be, I know that Helio cut out the times when I talked to Faulkner, but I would think he would have done the same thing when Indio did it. You'd have to ask Helio about that. It's 6:00 here. I don't know. We've been at this an hour. I don't know. Do you guys want to keep going or?
Well, there's this new person here, Bazkrish. Not sure if that's how you say the name, but
okay.
They have the ability to unmute themselves. So, hello.
They don't appear to be server muted. No. Maybe they're just shy.
We've also got Monia.
Monia? To speak? This is your big chance. Okay. I don't see any other unfamiliar names. Oh, well. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess we could end it here. Not much happened.
Alrighty.
It was great talking with you. Thanks everyone for joining Ladies Night.
You too.
This was a good one. Even though it wasn't a huge turnout, I thought it was high quality. I was here the whole time. I thought it was a good show. Thank you, ladies.
Thank
so
you.
much.
I agree. Quality, not quantity.
Thanks, guys. And that what is that? Kickballer was fast on those little audio clips.
Always.
Listen, I'm calmed down just from that little bit of two ladies talking. So, thanks, ladies.
Dude, glad I was thinking the same thing.
I'm chilled out.
I was like,
bro.
man, it's so nice. So
just a little bit more, we'll have you sound asleep.
That's not a problem. Not a problem.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking the same thing. Like, man, it's just nice for a change up. Here's some ladies, just talk to
It's
you.
like a
nice
gentle
and soothing.
breeze of a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to
Sometimes
say
you
that the
turn
ladies
on
aren't
live
badass,
stream-
because they are.
Yeah.
They
for
just
sure.
handle it better than the guys.
Dude, like you'll turn on the live stream time. Sometimes it's just a bunch of dogs barking.
Right.
You know. So yeah.
Well, I'm always happy to hear Level Up because she really knows her physics, and physics is not really my bag. I mean, I have a passing interest, of course, and you know, I've said before, before I listened to Nathan's show years ago, I'd get on a plane and I'd think to myself, okay, my ears are popping. I think that's something to do with pressure. That's as much as I knew. I didn't know any more than that. And that's what we tend to do as people. We just get on it. We get in a car. We get on a plane. We do the thing. We're in his own little world, and we don't really think of these mechanisms around us in general, unless you're you, of course, Paula. Yeah.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, I had no. It sounds a really silly thing to say now, of course, but it just never occurred to me that the pressure from the outside of the plane was trying to equalize with the pressure on the inside of the plane. So I always like to listen to anybody that knows a lot more about physics than me. The human condition is kind of my bag, and why we do the things that we do. I've always been interested in that. But sorry, go on.
I was just going to say we did kind of get into that a little while ago. That talking about why people are the way they are when it comes to the environment they've grown up in with the government schools and entertainment, all working to make people shallow and trusting of authorities.
Right, they're really pushing everyone to the left side of the brain, aren't they? Really, they're taking away all creativity. You know, they were arguing about this in Geo's. Was it yesterday? And it was a really good conversation. And I was listening to it on YouTube, actually. And typically I came in, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents, but then they just changed the conversation totally. And I was like, shit, I can't really back it up now. But yeah, they were just sort of arguing that why, if this thing, this all being, all knowing all, omniscient thing. He knows every experience. So why would he even bother with this place? That was the sort of flavor of the conversation. And I was just wanting to get in there and say, well, what about the creation itself? The greatest evidence of a creator is the creation itself and the fun of the creation. My brother makes guitars and he makes them beautifully. You'd have to see one. It's a wonderful thing. He's self-taught to play, self-taught to build them as well. And when he finished this last one, I said to him, well, what now? And he knew exactly what I was talking about, because it's the creation itself, the dance of it, the fun of it. You're right. It's like a dance, like the music. Right? When the music stops, it's like, well, what now? And I could talk about this stuff forever. But yeah,
keep going.
Well, no, just wondering. I didn't want to pick on KJ because she seems really lovely, but why would you? Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I'm sorry. I'm putting someone on the spot. And not very nice. But you said you were an atheist, and I just thought, oh, that's it. Because I knew there was a creator way before I had any idea of what, what they were telling us about the Earth is clearly not what it is. Yeah, I came to Flat Earth a bit later, I guess, because I were having all sorts of existential issues, and especially when I was younger. Yeah, I had a huge problem with it. I lost my dad at a very young age in a car accident when I was 7 years old. And so you can imagine, I just hated everything. I hated the world. I hated God. I hated, But yeah, it's so bizarre. When I first came across Flat Earth, it was probably around 2015. I just completely hand waved it away. I was like, no, I was just going through too much, trying to sort of balance, because I was really sort of hanging on by a thread. But yeah, I've said it many times in this server. There's two things that I know for sure, and that is, one, there's a creator, and it goes beyond words for me, way beyond any words and any flavor of any type of religion. I often say the same thing about, because I talk to Seamus a lot. I think you probably had a run with him a few times, Paula. And he talks about our 40,000 year history and all this stuff, and I just say to him, to me, they're just arbitrary lines. I just happen to have fell out of a vagina here in England, and I don't know. I think if I had kids, I think that would make the difference. I think I'd see what he was saying. And certainly history is very important. Right now, I'm in this weird place of trying to stitch together history. And that's a tricky business.
Right. Yeah. When it comes to how much of our history is true and false and all that, I don't think either extreme is good, to either just blindly accept it all or to throw it all away. Because at the very least, we have, like, for example, we have family histories, right, from various sides of the family, and those people are writing down things that they heard and saw, and they are recording the words of people who heard and saw things before them, and so on back through the generations. And that would have to be false as well if we were going to throw everything out. So I think that the truth is probably more in the middle, especially when we consider how many lies are told every day in the news. And yet there are a lot of people who oppose the lies and speak out, and we have records of that too. And if we're diligent enough in our search, we could probably find out more truth in history. But unfortunately, a lot of it, especially the farther back you go, is buried in some university library, which most of us don't have access to.
Yeah, we need to get in them Vatican vaults, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that as well on Geos, about peer-reviewed papers, and I was just basically saying it's a cult. Clearly, you've got to join the right brotherhood. And history falls into the same boat. Unfortunately, politics, medicine, all of them, it's all become a cult. And history, anybody speaks out about history in the wrong way, they're just cancelled, as we say nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's a shocking place to find ourselves. I've coined a new phrase the other day as well. It's a fascist funnel.
That's a good one.
And I'll just keep. I'm sure it'll get me in trouble because I've got a big gob, as you can tell. I'll keep just saying it as I see it, and it doesn't. People, when they're caught up in what they think is true, they did. It's like this guy on that debate you were talking about. I mean, I mentioned it to Austin this morning, and he was saying that no, he would just ignore me, that whatever. But I think you were being too kind to him. I really do. I got a different perspective from him altogether. And I mean, he thought he was coming in to talk to Dave Weiss, like not Professor Dave did, or whatever his name is. I've never really watched that guy. I don't care to. But yeah, he mentioned Wolfie right at the start, and through it all, actually, he kept mentioning different people, the usual names, McToon and so on. And I just got the feeling they were an anti-flat earther. And he was coming into a situation where he thought he was just going to be talking to Dave Weiss. And Dave Weiss can be a bit of a pushover in this. Dave Weiss is awesome. I'm not knocking Dave. What he does is brilliant with the visual stuff. But by the end, he really exposed himself because he kept saying, he said something like, well, I don't want to talk to Whitsitt. I don't want to talk to Austin. And it was hilarious. Honestly, by the end, they were like, no, I just don't want to talk to that guy. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I can understand sometimes there's just personality clashes, but when you agree to meet with people, you can't just say, no, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
No, it was hilarious because I don't know how to put it, but Austin's debating skills have come on so much in the last couple of years. Like before, I noticed on his tour, he'd get on his soapbox a little bit and sort of go, no, it's this way, it's that way. And but now he's just started going, I think you misspoke there, and he's really calm with it. Do you know what I mean? And I felt this guy looked really silly. And he didn't like it. And he was protesting too much, if you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, he was just reading the script. And I say that because, I mean, it was obvious he was reading the script. He'd got it all planned out and very diligently. That's all good. But as soon as they took him away from that, he were like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. He didn't like it one bit. And they were like, well, no, just look at this. And he's like, no, well, send it me after. I'll look at it after. I don't want to look at it now. And he just wanted to say his script and then get out of there, sort of thing. But it ended up being like 4 hours something. And it just went by so quick as well. I was loving it. But the first couple of hours are a bit slow.
Okay. Yeah, wanting to push something off for later is a debate tactic, actually. Because what they'll do, like, for example, when all the years ago there used to be a lot of debates between evolutionists and creationists, and the evolutionists would claim some fact, something was discovered or an experiment was done, and it would be something that nobody knew about, and so they couldn't check it then. But later, after the debate, they would check it and find out it was complete bunk. But it's too late by then, because you have to make your argument right there in the debate. Nobody cares what's discovered afterwards. Because if you don't take care of it right now in the debate, the audience will never find out about it. And that's just a I don't want to say a diversionary tactic, but a misdirection or...
That's exactly what it was. There's no other way of putting it. It was it was like, no, I don't want to look at that now. I don't want to look at it. And it was like so obvious. They were just trying to just get him in the present moment, sort of thing, and just try and sort of appeal into him a little bit. And he was just like, no. I mean, and he was just here to read his script that had clearly, carefully been worked for him. Maybe I'm just getting a bit cynical in my old age. I don't know.
It's a valid point to make that we have to be aware of, if nothing else, because they will do things like that. And they will put things off or bring in things that you would have to take time to investigate and make a claim, and all the audience cares is that the claim was made and you're supposed to refute it, and if you can't because you never heard of it because it never happened, the audience will only have the impression that you didn't know and didn't have an answer. And that's a tactic, and that's just what they'll do if they want to fight dirty, which you would expect in a debate. People will fight as dirty as the rules will allow. But anybody of us who would be in a debate like that, even if it's not formal, have to be aware that they're going to pull stuff like that. So
yeah, I mean, debating is not my forte. I've got to say, I'm quite happy to hold my hands up and even look like an idiot, and just say, "Oh, I don't know that."
Yeah, I am awful tired. I mean, I've done it for decades in the trenches of the internet, and I really don't want to do any more. But
not surprised.
I have to learn some things, and anybody else who might want to get involved, there's just some things to be aware of. Like the last debate I did 2 on a religious nature in the last 3 years or so, and you prepare. You have to work. You have to anticipate your opponent's objections and know their position as well as they do, and it takes a lot of time, and you have to have notes and have them in order and make sure you can present them in the time allowed. It's a lot of work to do it right, and that's why most people don't really debate. They just argue.
Yeah, and that's why I just, because when it descends into the silliness, I don't want to watch that. I don't know if you watched the one with Austin and Brian.
Yes, I did.
Well, that was good. I really enjoyed that. I thought that it got a bit heated, just a little bit, and I was happy at that. And I came in here straight after, actually, and I was singing the praises of both of them. And then, unfortunately, it ended up going to shit after that. But yeah, they don't seem. I think that ship sailed for them, sort of building bridges. Unfortunately, but
yeah. I think both sides missed some opportunities debate-wise. Some points that could have been made didn't get made. But, water over the bridge, like you say, it's just, you have the moment and that's all.
But they showed each other respect, is my point.
Right.
And so, like I said, I was really happy after that. I thought, that's brilliant. That's perfect. If they're all like that, I could watch that. But unfortunately, they're just not. They just end up in ad homs and.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi,
hello.
Jeff.
Hi. My name is Jeff, and one moment, I am Spanish. Okay, sorry.
Hola.
Hola. ¿Hablas español?
That's the beginning and the end of my Spanish, unfortunately.
One moment, ¿ok?
Ajá.
Me gustaría saber si esto es una comunidad.
I don't know what you said, and your keyboard is really loud. I mean, we can hear your keystrokes.
Comunidad. Yeah, I would like to know what kind of community is this.
What kind of community this is? It's a Flat Earth server.
Is the Dosing community?
Sorry, could you repeat?
What?
This is a Flat Earth server.
Flat server? ¿De dos?
Es un servidor de tierra plana, sobre tierra plana.
What do you mean, tierra plana? ¿Qué quieres decir con tierra plana, brother?
Que no hay un globo, no hay curvatura y hay otras pruebas.
Ah, pero... que esto se supone que, o sea, aquí todos creéis que la tierra es plana, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero hay más personas que continúan como posición de globistas, pero son bienvenidos
Entiendo.
aquí. Okay, we have
Vale,
to
vale.
speak. We have to speak in English.
Okay. Very thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I'm muted. Okay. I listen.
Welcome, Jeff. You are from Spain. I'm from Portugal.
You from Portugal?
Sí.
I'm from Almería.
We have a few people here from Spain. Maybe you
claro,
can.
Pero you can speak good Spanish, ¿no?
Sí. Yes.
Hablas bien el español.
Sí.
¿Y quién más español hay aquí?
Victor. There's a guy from Spain. Is Victor.
Sí. Y esto se genera, o sea, es que he leído algo de botnet por ahí, me gustaría saber qué ha pasado, si tenéis algún servidor de lo que sea, lo han tirado o algo así.
Can you speak in English for everybody, understand a little bit?
Okay. Escuché algo de botnet, me gustaría saber qué.
Or maybe I can translate. Do you know Oliver Ibanez?
I send you messenger, okay? Speak please. Okay, Miguel. I send messenger. My friend live in Lisboa.
Oh, okay. About botnet, I would like to know what. Well, I don't know what that survey is. Botnet.
One moment. I send you message. You message.
But anyway, okay. So you send a screenshot, a print screen. Maybe I can. I can share this. I don't know what are botnets. Maybe someone can.
Oye, pero tú puedes hablar normal español, o sea, poquito.
Yes, but here we stick to English only, because there's more people here.
Yo me pongo nervioso cuando hablo inglés, ¿sabes? Un poco.
I can translate, to other people what you are saying. Okay, so I'm gonna post what the. Okay, so let me see.
Las palabras se me graban. I get nervous and my words get shook when I speak English little.
Hey, you sound good to me, brother.
Okay, entonces, then creen que tierra es plana.
Okay.
So they think the earth is flat, no?
Yes, everybody here, we do. We heard first from other people, but we individually search for the truth and do observations and
Claude, you make me believe that is flat.
Oh, yeah. You want to? Okay, so yeah, there's you need no one did see the curvature, if we are in the ball, and so there's more things, and another what they show to us is just CGI and composite images, pictures.
My English is shit. Show me picture, please.
You want a picture?
Pictures.
Yeah, the ocean, the el mar es siempre nivelado, always level, and yeah, there's a lot of people. They release high altitude balloons. Han lançado balões de alta altitude e no hay curvatura. No, there's no curvature. And
but there is something called the gravity force.
Gravity is just a theory. They teach this everybody, even today in television they keep saying it's a theory, so when someone drops a object, apple or whatever, they forget that below there's air, so and this air goes up, so it's all about density, not the force, supposedly force,
Okay, the planet was recorded from space, and it is real. That is not flat. Could you let me share the screen? Please give me permission to share my screen.
Here you cannot. Even I cannot. People don't are allowed to share the screen.
Why?
Because we have some rules, and there's a lot of people, they came here to troll, so we have to avoid that.
Okay, check lobby.
Lobby.
1 month, yeah, I send a picture, okay? Oh shit, don't have permission to. Okay. Send you in DM, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Check DM.
Como sabemos que la Tierra no es plana. It's a YouTube channel video. I can copy and paste here.
Oh, you then aumenta los terraplanistas.
Pero even on Spain, there's a lot of people. Sorry, I did post in the lobby.
No problem.
Okay. Doesn't let me. Okay, so. Let me see. Here.
Okay.
This is what he sent me. But even on Spain, there's a lot of people, talking about Flat Earth. There's even a football team.
Yeah.
And there's Oliver Ibanez, one of the top, Flat Earths in Spain. There's a lot. Maybe you can check. I can post a link to that. Let me see. Okay. Oliver Ibanez, aquí. Let me see if I can post this, or if this, YouTube is censorship a lot of Flat Earth videos. Okay, this is okay. You can check this out.
Check the bro.
From Oliver Ibanez, and in this YouTube channel you can see more, in Spanish.
Okay.
There's a team, independent team Naov. Let me see. Naov, and they have a lot of videos talking about Flat Earth and other things. Okay, so here.
Okay, 1 moment. Okay, let me see.
Okay, I'm gonna post it. This is from Naov, from Spain, and they did an independent research. They did measurements with lasers, etc., and you can check it in his YouTube channel. So some people came here from Spain, and you are all welcome. Victor has been here a few months, and he is doing independent research. And so and soon he will present his results to us. Oh, he went out. Well, okay. Jeff, he went out. Let me see. I was sending a message, and but anyway. No, I can't. Okay, so Jeff.
It's been filmed from space, Miguel.
Yeah.
don't you realize that? What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah. Okay. So Thomas Shelby. Okay. Okay. So he went out, and I was trying to text him, but he okay. Okay. But I cannot send anymore. I don't know if he blocks me. I don't know. Anyway, but there are people from Spain. They even publish a magazine.
I was gonna mention the football team just as you said it. So we're on the same page there.
Yeah, the football. I have something. I did post here before. Let me see. Okay, Flat Earth FC. Okay, so I have the text. Okay. Javi Poves is the president of this football. They say soccer in English, but anyway, football club on Spain. I have a picture of him. So yeah. Isn't that interesting? A football team playing at Spain, talking about Flat Earth. There are some players that join in this team, but they just some of them just join to have some money, and they are not some of them they are not 100% Flat Earthers. I saw this because there was a lady doing an interview with some of them. Yeah. But anyway, they are the important is that this guy, Javi Poves, is sending the message, and people are knowing more about Flat Earth. Oh, thanks for that. Critical Inception. Nur para Todos is a guy that is sometimes participate in the live stream of Globusters and Jeranism. He's an interesting fellow. And 500 years ago, the Spanish and the Portuguese divide the world, into discoveries, and they did sail these oceans because they knew that the Earth is flat, and they knew that the stars are there every night. The same distance between them itself. They knew this, but then the guys from the UK, they discover other things in the real magnetic North Pole. So when they suddenly decide to hide the truth from us, and they decide to give to us the prison globe, a prison for our mind, to avoid people to go there, to Antarctica and the North Pole, magnetic pole. Well said. Oh, thanks, Andy. He was talking. Okay, so let me see. He was talking about something else, and I didn't understand. Let me see. Okay, here. He did send me this, but I don't understand. Maybe someone, he was talking about bootnets. Oh, bootnets. I don't know. What is a bootnet anyway?
Hey, yo.
Yes. Do you know what is a bootnet? I did post the picture, the print screen he did send to me. This was happening in the lobby. Anyway. Do you guys want to talk anything else about Flat Earth? There's actors and people that are VIPs. They are artists and etc. And they know about the Flat Earth, but they sometimes they talk with some of us, but they prefer to keep it in secret. Their names anyway. I know a Portuguese female singer, and she did comment one 1 or 2 years ago in the Facebook, a guy talking about Flat Earth, and she was saying, and it is flat. So yeah, that was interesting. And it's a female artist, singer, not just knowing, inside Portugal, but worldwide. There's a music that Richard Gere, the actor, there's a music that is playing in some of his movies. one of his movies.
Yeah, sorry. I'm happy to talk about whatever, but yeah, not on my own.
Yeah.
I'm having a conversation, a text chat with somebody. So yeah, I'm trying to juggle several plates. But you're doing great, Miguel. Just
Yeah. Sorry for my mic. My mic.
oh, you sound good.
So how do you wake up to Flat Earth? Can you speak a little bit about it? Do you remember when you can hear you did start hearing or but one day you did the click, I did
No. Well, for me, it were a gradual, very slow thing. It weren't, I've heard people like Austin Whitser, for instance, say, "No, I just got it pretty quick." Not me at all. I was like resisting it because I think it was worse for me because I had looked into gravity, I'd looked into certain little bits and bobs, and I thought, yes, like I'd say I'd describe myself as a jack of all trades and master of none, which is good for this thing here right now. It'd be good for a dinner party. I could chime in on many topics. And my brother kept showing me these things and saying certain things like, we see too far. He kept saying that all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. And then I'd keep saying, he showed me that meme with the tennis ball with the water flying off it. And I'd be like, yeah, you can't compare a bloody globe, the size of the globe, to a tennis ball. That'd be like comparing the ocean to a puddle, And at some unknown size, this magical gravity comes in and does all the work, But I'm already obsessively studying behind the scenes of things. I've always been obsessed with looking, behind the curtain, seeing a little grappler doing his thing, So how would you say sun worshipper in Spanish?
Oh, adorador del sol. A lover, sun lover. Okay, so I saw it this like 2015, 16, that year. I saw some guys, and I was, watching other type of videos, UFOs and etc. at YouTube. And then I saw one interesting video, some guys from Brazil.
It's meant to be a big deal in Brazil, isn't it? I mean, that's one of Austin's shtick, isn't it? So I'm sure he used to say there's like 20 million flat earthers or something in Brazil.
Exactly, and there's more people waking up there because they are watching this documentary from these guys. They call it, instead of, they found the flat Earth. The ice surround us, and the ice wall of Antarctica. And they did a lot of observations, measurements. Even on Peru, Lake Titicaca, almost 70 miles away. No curvature with a Newton telescope.
I'm pretty sure I saw a laser test as well in Spanish. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they were like a documentary in Spanish with a laser test.
Yes, those guys from Naov, I did post 31 minutes after after this hour. So Naov, they have a documentary talking about flat Earth, what they laser measurements, what they did.
Yeah, that would have been a great thing to show that guy. I could be wrong here, but I thought that guy were at it as well. I don't know. I just felt I don't know. It's all sounds. Yeah. It's an odd thing to say, but it's all about frequency for me. And
exactly.
It sounds weird to say, but I usually can tell when someone's at it with one word. If I hear one word out of the mouth, I can tell that if they're being sincere or not.
Yeah,
even in a different language, although that sometimes does make it a bit trickier.
Exactly, it can be a shock to people, when they after years and years learning in school, this brainwash they did to us, talking the Earth ball as a ball, and certainly it's a shock to them, when someone talks about flat Earth, in their mind they suffer from cognitive dissonance, and they just don't see it, so at first sight. So yeah, but anyway, even some trolls, they come here and they are banned. Some of them, they wake up, because they start to think what they hear here, what we did them to them, and some of them, they do new accounts, and they come here and they admit, I did come here as a troll, but then I started thinking, and I found out that it makes sense. So that's amazing, we are here.
Well, I'd get really, I'd probably put I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'd probably question it a little too much. I'd look too much into it.
Or it's just like sometimes people will play with you a little bit and act like they haven't heard it before. And it's like, oh, you flat? What do you think about flat Earth? They'll kind of act like they don't know about flat Earth, but you can just ask them certain questions. You can tell whether they've talked extensively about flat Earth and stuff like that. So,
no, but there's a lot of actors, you may have noticed, Elio, that come into this server, especially, that you may have noticed now are also pretending to be flat earthers, which is like a new strat.
Well, sure, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, like Miguel was saying, I mean, you can tell just by their answers to certain questions almost right away, within a couple minutes, if they're being serious or they're just, you can't always tell. If they're a good actor, they might pull it off. But for the most part, if they've talked about flat Earth to any type of extent, with a real flat earther, you will know that.
Yeah, that's where that Matthew throws me. He
don't worry about him, man.
No, but he doesn't set off the old Spidey sense, and that's why I made the statement in here that he's telling the truth. I'm not saying it's objective. I'm just saying he's telling what he believes.
He's telling his truth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Matthew's he's like one of the he's the ninth wonder of the world. With all the shit we throw at him, he doesn't get frustrated. All the shit that he takes, man, he's just got a shit stack on him by now. So yeah, shout out to Matthew, man. It's just like we've thrown every proof of flat Earth on him. He's like, well, I know that what you're saying makes sense, but I still believe it's a globe. Pretty much his argument at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's like, I know why you think it's a globe, because I've been through the arguments too. You've chosen to believe it's a globe. That's your choice. But we're at an impasse here. Like, I'd rather believe in the globe. Because I just want to believe in the globe. That's pretty much Matthew's stance at this point.
Yeah, it's tricky. I don't know. He's a slippery one for sure.
He's not slippery. It's just like
he is.
He's slippery, but he's also open about it. He's just like, yes, everything that you guys are saying makes sense. In my mind, everything about the globe makes sense. And I've compared and contrasted. He's heard every single argument that we make. and he still just comes in and goes, well, I choose to believe the globe. It's like it's a weird thing. And why? I mean, that's religious, and so you can't really do anything about that. With religious people.
But like I said before, though, I almost rather him be a shill, because that's so much cooler than the alternative, which is that he's a substitute teacher that hangs around in servers.
He's been through the ringer in this server so many times, man. It's just like,
no, but it's lame. It's lame as fuck, dude. That's the reality. And he's like I always say, I want to come around, meet people that are sort of like-minded, open to things, and question things.
But it's also it's also really cool to have someone like him that knows both sides of the argument. Just to, especially when it's kind of like nobody wants to come in either because they're scared or not interested or just listening. Matthew's willing to talk about it, and so that kind of helps us out. That's why he's here. Is to help us keep the discussion going, because a lot of people haven't been doing this for as long as we have, and some of the questions that they want to ask, Matthew, will ask them or whatever, and they might be nervous or whatever, like new people to the conversation. If they're just listening, they might hear Matthew say it, and then we'll give an explanation and be like, oh, well, I was going to ask that question. Might even help start a conversation with someone. I mean, Matthew's the resident Glober, I don't have any ill thoughts toward Matthew. I think he's actually helping us out, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he does that well. He keeps the conversation going. Yeah, I get that. Totally.
This is like, like sometimes when it gets lame in here, somebody acts like a globey. He's like, oh, yeah, well, the globe, we all know the globe arguments. Well, he knows the flat earth arguments too, so, he could play a flatty if he wanted to. Yeah, I don't have any ill will toward Matthew. He's been banned a few times, and then we brought him back just because he's so cordial,
Hey, y'all.
And he understands what we're doing. He understands what we're doing. And I think, in the back of his mind, he probably thinks, everybody should know why the Earth, why people think the shape of Earth. I think he wants to get through the mind control too. He knows exactly. Not really. Well, at least his persona does. The way he explains it.
I would completely disagree. I think his persona is the exact issue.
Yeah, that's the character. That's the character, right? It's the character. Like, well, I understand the argument, but we have. I don't know. It just depends on the discussion you have with at the time. But whatever. I can't necessarily.
We're just talking about Matthew, Gregory.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're just talking about Matthew Learns. What's up, Gregory?
I'm well, and you?
Good.
Paul, are you there?
I think Paul is gone.
What's up?
Say it again. I think you cut out.
Did you ask if Paulo was still here?
Paul V, right here.
Oh, yeah. Paul V. I thought you said Paula. Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing, Paul?
Doing good.
It's been a long time since we last chatted. I just wanted to check up on you.
Yeah, man. I've been I kind of took a break for a while.
Oh yeah.
On here, but now I've been back for the last couple of days.
How's the wife and baby?
Good. Everything is going really well.
Very
We
good.
just had just the other day, and everything's good so far.
Very good.
Perfectly.
Great, man.
Got all its 2 hands, 2 feet, and we're getting along well.
And one
So
big
yeah,
head.
thanks for asking. Yeah, one big head. Yeah.
Is it a baby boy or baby girl?
Girl.
Baby girl.
Yep. 3 more months.
Oh, she's still in the oven?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the last time, okay, I guess it was at least 3 months ago or more, and she was newly pregnant. Okay.
Yeah. I was really excited in the beginning, but now that that's kind of washed away, and I'm just terrified. The closer it gets, the more terrified I feel.
Y'all have mercy. He'll help you. Y'all will help you.
I'm one of the things that concerns me is the fact that I'm never really going to be alone ever again. Unless somebody's, she's with somebody else. But when I'm at home relaxing by myself, just really no privacy. Kids are going to follow you wherever you go.
Yeah.
That's going to take some used to, I would imagine.
In principle, I would agree with that inference. Well, it was good to hear your voice. Good to hear everyone else.
You too. Thanks. I did want to touch on something real quick that earlier about sometimes when like celebrities or whatever come out and talk about flat Earth. I always thought it was interesting that sometimes when that does happen, especially here in the States, how they just get attacked from all sides. And it just seems so silly because who cares? If some Joe Blow celebrity wants to come out and say he believes the earth is flat, who gives a shit? But the media just, vilifies him and pretty much try to force him to, retract the statement. Just got to tell you.
So, about those guys from Brazil. Critical Inception. He did post the documentary. But so they found the flatness on water. They call it convex because the continents are above the water. There's some kind of 0.2 degrees in the relief. So, but anyway, they found the flat Earth, and they did had access through the Brazilian Navy. They did had authorization from different countries, even the USA, to go to Antarctica, next to Antarctica, and doing investigation next there. And this was they did release this like 2011, 2012, and this is the reason why many people are waking up to flat Earth on Brazil, and because they accept. I have a link. They accept the measurements, observations, all the things they did. So, and more. And I did start by watching a little conception. They did you can say in architecture here in Portugal they say maquette, like a model, modeling. So they did put the oceans, a little representation, just as an idea. So they did put the oceans, the water, in a flat plane, and around the ice. And I saw that, and I keep that on my mind, but I went to do my normal life, and one day I was traveling by train from Lisbon to Porto City here in Portugal, and there's a coastline that this train passes, the railway, it's close to, you can see the beach and the ocean. So and I was suddenly I was watching through the window, and so I see the ocean, the horizon always flat, level, and I know these guys, these normal trains, railways are built almost level, because they search to be level, and it's different from mountain trains, that's different. So so I'm watching through this window, and where is the curvature? No curvature, because I was seeing sideways, always a perfect horizontal line, and I was asking, where is the curvature? No curvature, and I know this railway are level 2, so there is no curve. So I wake up, watching the water.
Hey, Miguel, forgive me. Did you grow up in Portugal or Brazil?
No, in Portugal.
Oh, in Portugal. Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're near the shore all the time. Or it's not a very big country.
Yeah, it was more bigger, but
yeah.
In the nights, there were
them damn Spaniards.
they did invade Portugal. We did fight them, and there was a king that did give the north of Portugal, that is actual, it belongs to Spain, Galicia there. So it did belong to Portugal, but they give this land, because for them to have access directly to the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, because we have most coastline, to the Atlantic Ocean. So that part was so Portugal was supposedly more bigger, a lot of before the what is Portugal today, there did happen a lot of wars. Portuguese kings did the daughters, the sons did marry with sons and daughters from Spain kings, so it was working like that, so and then a lot of things did happen.
Have you been to Brazil?
No, not yet.
Okay, I want to go to Brazil. It sounds like a really cool place. Not every part of Brazil, of course, but I want to go to Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. There's they are this.
There's probably better places to go. I mean, that's a hot spot.
Yeah,
I want to go to Antarctica.
No, I don't.
It's too cold to me.
Yeah, but I ain't going to Antarctica.
I prefer to go to the north. Sorry.